if I know you're going to make a call because it's midnight on the East Coast.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Come back. It is Wednesday in New York. Time flies. Polls just closed in Hawaii. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win the state of Hawaii. The Aloha State has voted for the Democrat in every election since 1984. This was no different.
And the Fox News decision desk believes that Vice President Harris will win Nebraska's 2nd district, the area around Omaha. Not a big surprise there either.
Not, but as you see, the 270, we're at 232 to 216 with these big races still pending. The path is getting narrower for Vice President Harris. Fox News can also project that Hawaii's Democratic Senator Mazie Hirono will win a 3rd term. And the balance of power, as we just said, the U.S. Senate will go to Republican control. So far, 51-43. But again, you see those white blocks there. We could see some more Senate races continue to fall the Republicans' way. Okay. So rudely interrupted, Bill Hemmer by midnight, ticking down. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay, that's all good. I just want to show you, based on where we stand right now, if you were to call the game, okay, Trump's at 232. He just widened his lead in Pennsylvania by 4. It's still not enough. In Georgia right now, his lead went from 2.7 to 2.2. We'll check back in a moment and see where that is. If you were to hang on in Georgia, 267, still not enough. I was looking at Michigan a moment ago. He was up almost 5 points in Michigan, okay? If it stays that way, it's his. And he's back in the Oval Office. If Wisconsin stays where it is, and I just checked the number, he would run it up to 292. And if Arizona, he was up 0.1 percentage points about 30 minutes ago. He's up 0.4 now, so he's increasing his margin. Almost half of the vote out there. Arizona counts low. It's okay. We'll take our time on that, all right? It would be 303. So that's where we are, and we can run through all the other states, and I'll show you what I'm seeing there. But Georgia has not yet been called here. But here's the margin, 2.3 now, okay? So it popped up 1/10 of a percentage point. Let's go through them. Pennsylvania, yet again, all right? It was 4. It's now down to 3.7. Watch Philadelphia. There's still some outstanding vote there as well. Let's come over to Michigan. I said it was 5. What is it right now? It is exactly 5.0. And while we have you guys, let's do 2 more. Wisconsin, where does it stand right now? At midnight on the East Coast, 3.9 now in Wisconsin. I see a lot of red on this map, guys, a lot of red. Normally you see a little more trickles of blue there. Now Arizona in the southwest, as of now, okay, that's where it is, 0.4 percentage points, a Trump lead in Arizona. You got about half the vote in right now, estimated. Too soon to call, so that's where we are. We'll see if we get a call in a moment here on some of the other stuff.
You know, more and more as the night goes on, Sean Hannity and that T-shirt seems a far distant thing. We could be looking at a real tilt here, something that goes a long way. Not only the coattails, we don't know about the House, but the Senate, and we could be looking at something that is historic.
Which means that, right, based on what Bill's describing here, there's a lot better chance that he runs all 3 of those states than there is that Vice President Harris does. Right. Which shows you, just illustrates how long the odds are now for her. I mean, you know, it could happen. She could do it,
it could happen.
Based on our calls.
If it did happen, it would look something like
it's a long shot.
1980. I mean, it would be. Yep. You would be in landslide territory.
No, if it would be.
He ends up taking all.
And of course, that's how the Electoral College is designed, to take small margins and turn them into Electoral College landslides to make the outcome convincing.
But it's an if. The blue wall not only has cracks, it has a lot of breakage on the inside, on the side. I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening here. Let's check in with Aisha Hasni at Trump campaign headquarters. That has to be getting kind of fired up.
Yeah, really fired up. Really exciting mood here. A lot of moving parts right now. So behind me, bigger crowd now, and that's because a lot of folks from Mar-a-Lago who were partying over with the former president are now starting to trickle in. We just saw Senator Mark Rubio a few moments ago. I just saw a TikTok video of the former president walking around his celebration party in Mar-a-Lago. I don't know what time that was taken, but he looked to be in a very good mood. I'm told by folks in Mar-a-Lago that the mood is very positive. And I also know now that House Speaker Mike Johnson, who is in Shreveport, Louisiana, at his own party, is now on a plane en route to Mar-a-Lago to come here and celebrate with the former president. So all around, all the signs are indicating that there's going to be a victory celebration here tonight, here shortly. All eyes on Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. That is the only state that anybody here wants to talk about. That's what they're waiting for to be called, and that's when this place is going to get lit, guys. Back to you.
As they say. I hear they say that.
They do say that.
They do.
The kids
Okay.
say that. All right, let's go to Jackie Heinrich, who is at the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington. And Jackie, we spoke about your reporting just a short time ago of some pretty dour moods of at least 3 people very close to Vice President Harris.
Yes, and there were some more colorful words than that even that I wouldn't ever dare send over email. But overall, the sense that I'm getting from multiple people close to the campaign and close to the vice president is that the vibes are very bad. Those 3 sources believe that her path is narrowing so much that it would be very difficult to overcome. Right now, the campaign, though, is still maintaining that none of her paths to 270 have closed, even when I pushed them on the North Carolina race call and said, you know, can you update that? And they said, just as Jen O'Malley Dillon said, the clearest path is the blue wall. So a lot of sort of distance between the messaging from the campaign and what we are seeing from the inside of the operation, just from sources that we were speaking to. The exit polls that they have been watching, they're saying are accurate, and she would need to outperform, really turn things around, and what's coming in is not showing that that is likely or possible. One of those sources put it the most bluntly, saying, I think that we're losing this. Right now, the crowd is thinning out a little bit, but at the same time, we haven't gotten any updates officially on who to expect here, when to expect them here. There hasn't been any messaging to the people waiting out here about who might be greeting them later or even when. So we will update you when we find out more about that, but someone close to the vice president said that it looks like she's probably going to come down here about an hour or so from now, but she'll need to have a message when she does. And so they're probably formulating whatever that's going to be. There's been a lot of messaging from the campaign about how long it'll take some of these outstanding ballots to be counted and maybe give them, everyone waiting, sort of something to hang on to. And they've also, been talking over the last few days about, of course, their process of making sure that the vote is accurate and that any challenges go through the regular, orderly, lawful process. But we will update you if we get anything official from them. Right now, the official line from the campaign is really not aligned with what we are hearing from sources inside, guys.
And people aren't leaving, right? I mean, they're still there. We can see them in the pit camera.
Said some of the people had trickled out. Did you say that, Jackie?
Yeah, I don't know if we can pan over. There's probably another crew that would be blocking us, but see, there's this big gap in the grass over there. This was filled with people dancing just a short while ago, and it's kind of empty now. There are a couple different stages here, and we were actually told earlier in the night that the reason that there were 2 stages is because there was a remote location with a studio where Harris could potentially go and potentially pipe video in if the race was still outstanding, if enough of these states were remaining uncalled and needed to go into another day. But it doesn't sound like that is going to be utilized tonight because we're hearing word that she could be coming here to say something. But who knows who's going to be around for it. We also don't know who this... Go ahead.
No, we hear a new addition in the background, and there may be a new addition to make here in a call that we're having in a few minutes. I just wanted to try to do that, if I could make that transition.
Really well done.
It didn't really work.
Jackie's too young. Jackie doesn't know who you didn't really work that well. Jackie's too young.
Jackie was spellbound by that one. Sorry about that. Let's bring in our panel. Mark Thiessen, Trey Gowdy, Kellyanne Conway join us, and then we have the chain gang over here on the right, chained to the desk, and they haven't left. Okay, Mark, you haven't been on. What's your thoughts?
So when I interviewed Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago the day after the second assassination attempt, we were talking about the previous election, and I pointed out that 2020 was decided by a handful of swing voters in a handful of swing states, and that this election probably would be as well. And he said to me, maybe, or maybe a lot. I have a feeling it might be a lot. Looks like he might have been right. If it turns out the way this seems to be coming, this is the greatest political comeback since 1892 when Grover Cleveland lost the White House and won it back. So what that means is, love him or hate him, Donald Trump isn't just a once-in-a-generation talent, he's a once-in-a-century talent politically. And keep in mind, this is the matchup the Democrats wanted. They thought Trump would be easier to beat. Part of the reason why they launched this campaign of lawfare against him was to rally Republicans around him so that he would be the nominee. And that may have been a grave, grave political miscalculation.
You know, Trey Gowdy, I'm struck by thinking about the strategy on the Trump campaign, right? And that he wanted to do all of these rallies, right? And he dug into that strategy in a big way. Also, he said that immigration, he felt, was a more important topic than the economy, even though the economy kept coming in higher on people's issues lists. And I'm struck, you know, when you look at these cities, Chicago, Miami, all of these places, one of the embedded issues in those cities is the burden that they have had under immigration. So maybe he was right.
No, he was definitely right. I mean, immigration and the border is kind of a microcosm of rule of law. What kind of country we're going to be, whether or not you're going to have to follow the rules. I mean, to take the oath of citizenship, the word law is used 6 times for new citizens. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to break the law and then swear an oath that you're going to follow it. My friend Mark, who knows more about politics than I do, use the word comeback. I think it is really more akin to a political resurrection. If you had asked me on January the 7th, or after the 4th of the 4 indictments, I would have told you I see no way that he'll be the nominee or the president. And now it looks like, look, Sean may be right. Maybe 300 electoral votes. I've been calling my Senate friends. Some of them don't take my call. The others require me to now call them chairman. They will not go by senator anymore. So, I mean, Mike Rogers is up. Yeah. Eric Hovde is up. I mean, it could be a 54-55, which means Trump gets his cabinet. I mean, some of the folks we heard for his cabinet could survive in a 51-49 Senate, but they will be confirmed in a 54-46 Senate.
You know, I talked about the House earlier, Kellyanne, and some races that Democrats outperformed out here in the East Coast. But you would think in this environment with these coattails that maybe they end up hanging on if you get out west to the middle of the country and longer. How do you see that?
That's right. Well, even Chairman Richard Hudson, who's been running the National Republican Congressional Committee this cycle, yesterday said we're going to gain, but it won't be double digits. My own firm has seen somewhere between 3 and 8 seats. We've been projecting 297 electoral votes. We've been projecting, and really just a 53-seat Senate. I mean, 55, 56 would be remarkable. And it also just shows it's not just the blue wall cracking for Trump. It's that these workers, these steel workers, these union households, the Jewish Americans around Philadelphia and Detroit and Pittsburgh, they've just had enough. And this is the time where they're breaking ranks. I think that if he can hold on to the House, Brett, then he really insulates himself from any of these impeachment shenanigans and whatnot. And I got to tell you, if this is a decisive victory, and we're not there yet, but if it's a decisive victory, then I think the Democrats have to think thrice about this lawfare strategy that they have put on his shoulders like an anvil. They really thought that would get rid of him. No one's been more insulted, investigated, impeached, indicted, convicted, take his name off the buildings, take him out of his family business, take his name off the ballot. You name it, they tried it. Oh, and the assassin's bullets, of course. You name it, they tried it. I would think thrice if I were them. I wonder this, is there a Democrat in the Senate or the House that he can rely upon to help get his agenda through? None of them voted for the Tax Cut and Jobs Act the first time. It's benefited all of their districts in some form or fashion. There's no question.
I mean, maybe, you know, the ones that he that cited him in commercials may all go down tonight.
Some are losing because they're not authentic. People already know Sherrod Brown is voting with Biden and Harris, as is Bob Casey, 95, 96% of the time. He can't just bear hug Donald Trump when it's politically expedient. One thing I want to point out in the data, the Fox News voter analysis has Harris winning college-educated women, I think, by 10 points. The Real Clear Politics average of polls showed that she was going from 9% to 18%, basically doubling Biden's margin. That's just not coming true tonight. And I think that was her best demographic path to make up these other deficits. We're just not seeing it tonight. And I think it's too much abortion, too much wokeness, not enough inflation, immigration.
You know, the other issue that was really so central, Dana, for her is abortion. And I'm watching these referendums, and a few of them have passed. New York has passed, Maryland passed, Florida did not pass. But what we're seeing is that people seem to be separating it from the rest of the picture and voting their will.
Yeah, and I wonder, I mean, Kellyanne might want to jump onto this as well, but when the voters are telling you since May of 2021 that immigration and inflation, economy are their number one issues, and it's been consistent every single month since then maybe you should listen to them. And when you look at, now for some people, abortion, pro-life or pro-choice is the number one issue if you're a single issue voter. But if you looked at all of the polls that said it was down below, it wasn't their top issue. It was always economy, immigration, crime, sometimes democracy, but down below, abortion, foreign policy, et cetera. So I think that some of these state referendums that worked very well for them in 2022 did not do as well for them in a presidential election.
Britt, it's a realignment. This is a realignment of the Republican Party. There is no doubt. We thought it in 2016. It is now fully implemented in the face of what was, to everybody's point, fascism, Hitler, Nazi, Madison Square Garden, a Puerto Rican comedian that they said was going to move the Puerto Rican vote around the country. This is a major realignment where people could look at all that mass media, all the media covering that one way, and say, I don't believe it. I do not believe that. Well, and I'm going to vote how I want to vote.
And we can go back a number of years into all the false alarms and all the false stories were written about Trump while he was president and date the beginning of this from back in that period in terms of the loss of credibility of mainstream media, loss of credibility for the people who were hurling around terms like Nazi and authoritarian and all the rest of it. The people in the end didn't buy it. I'll also say this. We ought to keep a thought for the Harris people, the Harris campaign people, because they were saddled with the person I think was the weakest presidential candidate I've ever seen. She was absolutely the weakest. And one of the reasons why they didn't do some of the things related to issues that you mentioned, Dana, I think, is that they had a candidate who really couldn't pull it off.
Right.
You know, she didn't have anything to say. Brett, I mean, you had an interview with her, and he came up with one fairly evident question that you asked her that about, you know, when she first figured out that Biden wasn't all there, and she completely booted it. What are you going to do with somebody like that if you're a campaign advisor?
And I wonder
There's a limit to what you can do, don't you think, Martha?
I mean, I wonder what Nancy Pelosi is thinking tonight, and Chuck Schumer, who went over to Biden's residence and said, look, this is over. And Joe Biden is the reason that Kamala Harris is the candidate, because in one posting on social media, he dropped out. In the next one, he said, she's your person. And all talk of a mini primary dissolved right then. Harold, your thoughts on that?
So again, we've not declared any of this, and we want to be careful. It looks as if this is heading in a certain direction. I don't disagree with a lot that has been said. I recall not long after Brett's interview with the vice president, I believe she went on a rival network, and the first question that was asked of her was, "What's the first piece of legislation you'd like to get passed?" And she punted the question, saying she just wanted to be bipartisan. How you don't say border security? How you don't say I want to reach out to Republicans and figure out how if you Roe v. Wade, I want it restored. Something substantive, positive that's consistent with your message or consistent with where the country wants to go. Again, I don't want to write anybody's political obituary here, or presidential race obituary until the race has been declared. But I do hope that if it looks like what's going to happen happens, I do hope everybody can be gracious and magnanimous. There's no doubt this is the greatest political comeback we've seen. I had not heard my friend Mark talk about the 1892 reference. You're likely very right. the political resurrection of my friend Trey Gowdy. I called one of your friends. He said, made me call him Mr. Chairman also this evening. But we have to be gracious in the moment. And I hope, Kellyanne, there will be Democrats who will want to reach out to President Trump and reach out to Republicans in the Senate, and we'll see what happens with the House. But again, we haven't declared anything.
No, we haven't. And there is the caveat, but Bill Hemmer, we're waiting on Georgia.
Yep.
Right?
Waiting on a lot of things.
And we're waiting on Pennsylvania. We're waiting on Wisconsin. We're waiting on Michigan. But why Georgia, do you think?
Let me pop on down there. Had a nice little pretty map set up for you guys.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I can come back to it. All right. So here's Georgia. All right. And here is the remaining vote. And what I see is a lot of the vote in Atlanta in the Atlanta metro area is in, but there's fractions here and fractions there. I see Chatham, okay, Savannah. It's not a small county, 5 out of 159. It's got about a third of the vote still remaining as well. We're not quite set up for the vote margin there, but...
All right, go back to Pennsylvania. I just wanted to check in.
No, it's okay. No, what I was poking around here a moment ago is Wisconsin. If you do the remaining vote, and the reason we put in these different shades of purple is because the deeper the purple, the more outstanding the vote. The lighter the shade or the gray, that means the county is checked in already. So you see down here in Milwaukee, I mean, a little more than half is reporting in Milwaukee. There's some suggestion that in the middle of the night, 3, 4 a.m., that Milwaukee expects to go ahead and give us the remaining vote. This is Michigan right now. This is the remaining vote out that's outstanding. Look, a lot of this is rural in the Upper Peninsula. A lot of this is rural up here, and a lot of the votes outstanding. But this is Wayne County. This is Detroit. All right, only 23% of the vote has now been reported. So that's 75% outstanding, right? 75 to 77, somewhere in that range. So a lot of votes in Detroit. So whether or not that's something they can overcome on Harris's side, I do not know. Let's pop out to the Southwest while I got you guys. And let's go here. Okay. Well, this is a change here. 0.7 now, 13,365 for Trump in Arizona. Let me just see this. Okay, you got some rurals out here. Apache, you get a lot of Republican votes up in here. Sorry, excuse me, Mojave. My bad on that. But Maricopa is the big one. 60% of the vote statewide is here in Maricopa. She has a slim lead here, 2.2. That hasn't really moved. And the folks in Arizona told us before the night began that they were going to, it's going to be a process. It's going to take a while, too. But look, if you ask this question at the decision desk, they may tell you one thing. The only thing that I can tell you is that when I poke around in this map, the main population centers in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Philadelphia as well, state of Pennsylvania, are still outstanding as of now.
Well, a lot more to dig into, a lot more calls to make from the data that's coming in. The biggest prize, obviously, that blue wall. Our coverage continues next.
So we're getting a lot of vote in, but there are still several states that are very important that are still too early to call: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia, states that we've been talking about a lot over recent weeks, and we just want to get all that data in.
So if you put it up on the board, we can show that we are closing in because there is a lead in a lot of these states, and you look at what's left out there. Pennsylvania, 86% in. Michigan's a little early in 52%, and then 80% in Wisconsin. 93% in Georgia. We're going to dig into Georgia in a little bit.
Yeah.
And in fact, let's throw it down to Madison Allworth in Atlanta. Madison, why haven't you made a call?
Brett, you know what? I've been getting that question from a lot of folks on the ground here because obviously obviously Fox has not called Georgia as a state, but this crowd, they celebrated at 10:30. That is when GOP chairman of Georgia, McCoon, got on the stage. He called it for Trump here in Georgia. Again, obviously Fox News has not called, but at this party, they very much has. So the party happened at 10:30. They've been cheering on as the other states have been called, but they've been waiting to hear why the Fox News decision desk has not made that decision yet. A lot of things that they're looking at that make them excited. There's certain counties like Baldwin, which is an area that has usually votes pretty Democratic. That's an area that actually is now favoring Trump. It's also predominantly black, and it has 2 universities there. So the fact that that area is going for the former president probably says something about the young black vote and the young vote in general. You probably heard some cheering. That's because they have us up on the screen behind, and they heard us on because the people here, guys, they're waiting for you to make the decision because, like I said, at 10:30, they called it for Trump, but obviously still waiting on Fox News to make that official decision. Brett, Martha?
Yeah, Madison, that area is really come around in recent years because the Harris campaign thought that they had a real shot in Georgia. We haven't called it yet, and there's a reason for that. They're just waiting for other vote to come in. But there's an excitement there that they're finally going to get over the top.
Oh, absolutely. There is an excitement here. And we've been talking to folks on the ground. The fact that Georgia will most likely flip for former President Trump again. They've said things like, enjoy this moment. We worked hard for this. Enjoy the fact that we're bringing safety back to America. They're very happy that their candidate is probably going to take home the win here. And, I've been talking to voters on the ground for days now, and I got a lot of people that said they waited and they took time to make their decision, and ultimately it came out to Trump for them. So a very dedicated voting base here. And in this room, we're at the GOP watch party. Obviously, they're quite excited.
Yeah. All right, Madison, thank you so much. By the way, there hasn't been a lot of count in Georgia in the last 45 minutes or so. So we'll see where that stands.
We'll get a look at that and see where that's going. But what about Tennessee, which we called a really long time ago? I know everyone's wondering what is happening in Tennessee, but Pete Hegseth can answer that question for us because he is in Nashville. Did you hear, Pete, that we called Tennessee?
A while ago.
With 0% of precincts reporting, yes, which I very much appreciate. And so did the crowd here. My kind of state. But I'm telling you, we're having a lot of fun. We're at Kid Rock's in downtown Nashville on Broadway. And behind me, I've got a lot of intelligent, independent women behind me who are really fired up about the outcome tonight. I mean, you guys are like John Madden and Pat Summerall calling a football game. Every call you make, this crowd erupts. And when they erupt, it is based on a call you're making. And it's been fascinating to watch the energy in the room increase as the odds have moved in favor of Trump winning. And we've been talking to voters all night. This is what I love about election night. You guys know this. You've got pundits, you've got polls, and on election night, the people speak. And the people here are watching this may be a bright red state where their vote doesn't necessarily matter in the Electoral College, but they're watching their fellow Americans cast ballots on behalf of a candidate they believe in. So a lot of energy, and I think represents a lot of living rooms where maybe families of 4 or 5 are chanting USA as you guys are bringing in the returns. A lot of hope that the former president will be 47. It's just a matter of when it might be called. So thanks for indulging us here on Fox Nation. We just wrapped our coverage, and you guys are doing a phenomenal job.
Thank you, Pete.
Thank
There's
you.
probably some good music down there, too.
Exactly. Say hi to everybody for us down there.
Maybe not New Edition, but some. Let's bring in our panel. Welcome back, Karl Rove, Jessica Tarloff, and Sandra Smith, and our regulars to the right. Sandra, great job looking into the Fox News voter analysis. What are you looking at?
All right, a few things. We haven't really talked about fracking in Pennsylvania as we do wait on results to continue to come in there. Views on fracking. This is obviously key in this state, and we know that Kamala Harris flip-flopped on this issue. And so we're looking at how voters responded to that. 62% of Pennsylvania voters say that they favor expanding fracking in that state. Those voters backed Trump by more than 2 to 1. That was important to those voters. We'll see how that turns out. Another big difference, Michigan union voters, that vote is looking about the same with our Fox News voter analysis when we compare it to 2020. What might make the difference for Donald Trump in Michigan, white Catholics. Really interesting, he is at 61% of the vote with white Catholics. Harris is at 37%. Trump won white Catholics by 13 points in 2020. He has run that up to 24 point margin.
Wow. That is
That's a big difference in
major
Michigan.
difference.
That is a big difference.
And you wonder whether she should have gone to that dinner.
To the Al Smith dinner. She may be wondering that tonight. He showed up and gave his speech, and he has had a lot of support, mostly based on the pro-life issue. From
Well, and RFK Jr. was cutting ads for the Catholic vote in particular in battleground states.
As far as the, yeah, sorry.
I was just going to say, I think, when you look at the margins, at least at this moment in Wisconsin and Michigan, I think somewhere in Florida, RFK Jr. may be breathing a sigh of relief because he could have been a spoiler in those, but it looks, at least at this point, like the margin is big enough.
I do think we have to bring up the youth vote again. I mean, what a difference we are seeing from 4 years ago. Those voters under the age of 30 going for Harris over Trump by 8 points. 4 years ago, they favored Biden by 25 points. I mean, this is a huge difference. And we dive in at the state level, you are seeing what a difference that makes where he is outperforming what we saw earlier leading into this in the polls.
And how crazy is that the younger candidate, there was a lot of talk that a younger candidate would draw younger voters, but Joe Biden drew them in a larger numbers than she appears to have.
Carl, you've been on the back end of nights like this. You have been digging into the numbers. What board do you have for us now?
There you go.
Where we
Same
began.
one.
It all comes down to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, if it goes for Trump, will settle the contest. It will be mathematically impossible for her to win.
So as you looked at tonight, what did you see as it unfolded?
As it unfolded, a little bit changed. Earlier in the evening, it looked like he was doing slightly better in the big city urban areas. And in some suburbs, like in Georgia, he was not doing as well. But tonight in Pennsylvania, for example, he's doing better in all four of the southeastern suburban counties, as well as doing better in the rural parts of the state. And it is an unusual coalition. It's inner city ethnics, it's Catholics who have been for decades the principal swing vote in America, increasingly Hispanic voters among them. And he's knit together that coalition tonight, along with working class people in small towns and rural parts of the country.
If I could just add one data point from our FNVA on Pennsylvania on the white Catholics, it looks like Trump is running about 1 point, almost exactly the same as 2020. In fact, Trump's actually down 1 point with the white Catholics in Pennsylvania. So that's about the same. But Union voters, he's also seeing a down arrow there, about 3 points. He's running down below his 2020 levels.
So there's still hope for the blue wall for the Harris campaign. What are you hearing?
That there's still hope. Obviously, I didn't love to see the go take a nap and we'll get back to you in the morning about all of this, but we do have to keep in mind that the race in 2020 wasn't called for days, that Biden won Pennsylvania on Friday of that week and Wisconsin on Thursday, I think that it was. So we'll see. They think it's close, that there's vote coming in. There was some conversation over how much of remaining vote in Philadelphia existed, and there was an extra 120,000-ish votes that were out there that could go into Harris's column. Two things, though, that I've been thinking about. One, and Dana knows this well, how much I love to throw out a good door-knocking stat, right? So 2,000 door knocks a minute for the Harris campaign. Does any of that stuff matter anymore? And we'll see how this pans out. She could win with the simple route through. She already, getting Nebraska second. But the Harris campaign ran a conventional campaign, right, where raising money, souls to the polls, that kind of stuff matters. Will that be the path going forward? The second thing is, if this night doesn't end up going in Harris's direction, and barring some big change, she will have underperformed Biden in 2020 in every single demographic except college-educated women. And even with college-educated women, it wasn't the overwhelming win that we thought it was going to be, or that was projected in some of these very prominent surveys. And when you think about the fact that there were some people, I didn't think we were going to win Iowa, but that we had seen surveys where he was only up 5 in Kansas or up 3 in Ohio. It's going to take a lot of refocusing to understand really what happened here. And it doesn't seem like it was one decision that the Harris campaign did. I'm sure if she loses Pennsylvania, there'll be a lot of Josh Shapiro discussion. This feels much bigger than any decision about having him on the ticket or going to the Al Smith dinner.
So, Carl, when Jessica just brought up a potential for 150,000 votes in Philadelphia County, I saw your head kind of swing around. Does that not make sense to you?
Well, no. I mean, we're pretty good at saying 89% of the vote is in, or 95% of the vote is in, and that not turning out to be, that turns out to be accurate. It's very rare. I can't imagine in one instance where we've said, where we've looked at a number and seen 90% of the vote in or 85% of the vote in, and that turned out to be grossly off. I will say this, though. I do want to follow up on one thing. Think about all that she had to face. This is an abysmal number when it comes to the approval of the sitting president. No party has elected a president when their sitting incumbent had as low a job approval as this president had. Take a look at the right direction, wrong track. I mean, 2/3 of the American people say the country's going in the wrong direction, and she represents the party in power. To me, it's it's amazing that she's come as close as she has, given
the party, the administration.
Yeah, she was the vice president in a very unpopular administration, and yet tonight, again, Britt made the point earlier. The Electoral College will serve the purpose of translating a relatively small difference between these two people. Look at Pennsylvania, 50.9 to 48.1. And yet at the end of the day, a series of victories that are 1 and 2 and 3 points are going to generate a commanding number in the Electoral College that will help the new president again, if it all goes like it looks like it's going, to be more effective in office.
Harold Ford, are there going to be Biden people that say he could have been better? Like Biden?
I think it's hard to make that case for some of the reasons, and I think Britt and Carl have made the point. I think three things. I listen to Sandra's data. I'm curious, as we get a day or so away from this, as we look at what happened with the performance amongst women for her. Did she win African American women, Hispanic women, white women at a bigger rate? Were there disparities between the two? And then the race thing for me, I'm going to be curious also to get more. We heard that the numbers around Hispanic voters, but even black voters, where that might be. And interestingly, Carl, normally you see a race where in the country where the cultural issues impact, as you were talking about, the suburban areas, in some places he wasn't performing. And you've seen the suburban areas in Pennsylvania and elsewhere where the economic issues, fracking, and the livelihoods of those communities were at stake. Then you have the cultural issues. I think the issue around transgender rights was a bigger issue than Democrats really understand what it meant. I mean, what it meant for girls playing sports. I'm a father of a son and a daughter, what it means if little boys are playing and little girls' sports and going into bathrooms. I don't think they ever we've not gotten our head fully around that issue. So it'll be a lot of reckoning, and to Jessica's point, and I think a lot of reimagining whom we are as a party, which I think will be good for the party if indeed the trend continues where it is this evening.
I'm not going to belabor this point, but for a candidate who Democrats who really were aggressive and a media that echoed that called him racist and a Nazi, and yet today to see the black vote and the Hispanic vote going exponentially more than it did before is really quite something. I mean, it's just startling, Britt.
Well, it's a further sign of the decline of the influence of the mainstream media, which tends to take its cues, to say the very least, from the Democrats, and to repeat with serious faces the charges he made and the sometimes outlandish claims that he has made about Donald Trump.
We could be getting ready for a call here soon. We're going to stay here, and we're going to go to Bill Hemmer, because you're looking at Pennsylvania, Bill. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, sorry, they were talking to me. Go ahead. What's
How
that?
come I always talk to you when they're talking to you?
Well, because there's a lot to be said over here.
All
in
right.
this
So
figure. Go ahead.
Pennsylvania, we're still looking at, but
Yeah.
we're also looking at the national popular vote,
Yeah.
which he's currently leading.
Yeah. One thing I was looking at here. Okay, this is Philadelphia. This is 2016. This is Trump's margin in Philadelphia, 15.5. Okay. Then he comes back 4 years later. Philadelphia. That's where I mean, it's a Republican running in a blue part of the state. He's just shy of 18. Okay. So where is he tonight? He's almost at 21. Okay. So hold on that moment here. Okay. There's a reason for this.
Wow, that was a nice move.
Yeah, like that? You caught me off guard. So let's go ahead and look at the vote difference for Pennsylvania. Some things I want to show you right now. We talked about this Democratic march over here, and really, when we talk about the blue wall, here's where we stand right now, okay? Got to reach higher than that. Trump's just shy of 3 percentage points, now ticking down to 2.7. That's a live number that continues to come in. Go ahead and clear this. Kevin, widen out there a minute. Let's look at the vote margin for Pennsylvania. I'm going to show you the blue wall and how, if it's moved every direction for the past 3 decades, is it about to move in the same direction yet again? Right? There's 3 counties here in Philadelphia that really tell a story. These are your flipper counties, all right? Look at Northampton. All right? Northampton is above Philadelphia. Trump's leading in Northampton. That flip for Biden, it's flipped back to Trump by about 5 points. Look at the other end of the state in Erie. Erie is one of these bellwethers as well. Kamala Harris has been leading there most of the night, and just about 30 minutes ago, Erie flipped. In Centre County, right smack dab in the middle of that T that you normally get in Pennsylvania, Centre County has always been the exception. It's been blue. That's where Penn State University is located, et cetera. Right? That is another indication about how well Trump has done in Pennsylvania thus far tonight. There's a real good chance he flips all those and maybe more shortly. So I want to show you that. We'll go ahead and clear it and give it back to you guys, okay?
Well, it's really interesting. We've got some action because we're hearing the former president is going to his party in West Palm, but we're also seeing Cedric Richmond in Harris Walz's campaign co-chair speaking at the Harris Watch party. Let's listen.
Votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond, the campaign co-chair, and it's hard to ignore the fact that this is the mirror image of 2016 when John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign chair, came out around the same time of night and said, we're still counting votes and you won't hear from her tonight, you'll hear from her tomorrow.
Which is stunning. Go HU, by the way, is Howard University. That's where the campaign headquarters party is. But the vote is still going. They're not stopping. The counting is still continuing in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Arizona, in Nevada. So, as you start getting to a decision here, and we could be getting close to a decision, we'll see where we are in Georgia. There have been other calls for Georgia. We are now in Michigan. Bill Hemmer, seeing some movement.
Up over 6 points, 6.3 now. The margin's getting larger for Trump here. Raw vote count is 210,000. So if you start doing some math and you think like what's outstanding in Detroit, Wayne County, which is a lot, it's a sizable amount of votes out there. But whether or not there's enough votes in Wayne, once they announce and release, whether or not it's enough to overcome his lead right now.
What about Kent County? He has closed 3 campaigns in Grand Rapids, and he just closed this one there last night.
Yeah, Kent County has been stubborn for Donald Trump. I think he would probably confess that. This was a flipper from 2020 when Joe Biden took it from the Trump team. Right now in Kent County, she's got a pretty comfortable lead here, about 10 points. It's a remarkable thing when you think about it. The Gerald Ford Museum is there, and we talked about 5 hours ago about the realignment of America in the South, primarily like in North Carolina and Georgia and perhaps parts of Florida. You don't think about a realignment in Michigan necessarily, but this has been an area that Donald Trump wanted to win. There's a reason why he started his tradition in 2016 by concluding his campaign in Kent County, Grand Rapids. He did it again in 2020 in a losing effort. He did it again just this past weekend, Monday night at midnight, right? He rolled into, wow. Yeah, he rolled into Florida at 5:30 in the morning. That was yesterday morning. No, it wasn't. It was this morning, wasn't it? Right, because it was Wednesday, right? Okay, you follow me on the calendar? Okay, yeah, okay. But it's been stubborn. It appears that it will stick that way as well. Kent County and Grand Rapids will stay in the blue column. It's a changing area, you know, this west coast of Michigan. But what I'm seeing right now, even though you'll have just about 60% of the vote in, I'm seeing a lot of red lining up and down Lake Michigan. And for a while, you know, that had changed. It seemed to be shifting a little bit. There's a county right here called Muskegon, beautiful part of the world. And that had seemed to be drifting in the Democratic column as well. But Trump's got a firm grip on it now, 16 points. And I'll just go west of Muskegon, or sorry, south of Muskegon, west of Grand Rapids, is Ottawa County there. Like for years, this was like a Republican bastion. Trump kept it that way in 2020, winning by 21.5 points. In 2016, in Ottawa specifically, you ran away with it at 30 points. And so it will stay that way tonight. And let me just come out to real-time data here and let you know where we are statewide. You've got some vote out there, but you see this margin here yet again. Just as I'm talking here, guys, it's ticking higher. 210,967, 6.3 percentage point lead in Michigan. I'm not going to say it because it's not my job, but it looks like the blue wall could stay intact yet again for another year where it votes in unison with the winning party who takes the White House that year.
Since 1988, that has held.
I think we're getting ready for a call.
I think we are too. Are we?
Fox News can now project that the state of Georgia will go to former President Donald Trump. This was a really hard-fought battle. If you think about Georgia, loses it last time to President Biden by 11,779 votes. For some reason, that number sticks in my mind. And this is a big win. He went there, campaigned there, and so did Vice President Harris numerous times, thinking that Georgia could stay in the Democratic column.
You know, he had a difficult relationship with Governor Brian Kemp. If you remember, 4 years ago, after losing Georgia, they tried to salvage 2 Senate races in Georgia. A month later, special elections. That didn't go well either. So this is a very big win for former President Trump to, you know, have this redemption in Georgia tonight.
So now we are at Electoral College vote at 248 for Trump and 216 for Harris. We have a panel. We're welcoming in Darren Shaw, a member of the Fox News Decision Desk. Welcome in Juan Williams as well, along with Karl Rove. Darren, we got you out here. We were going to say, what happened? Are we calling Georgia? And then you push the button.
Are you here to tell us that we were right when we said you called Georgia?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I thought you were going to come down here to grill me, and we preempted that.
What else are we going to call?
You guys called Georgia in the nick of time for you, Darren.
That's exactly right.
While we have you, how do you see this night? And was it like you thought going in? And as you look at the blue wall there?
Well, I think 2 things. This is an election. This is unprecedented by my standards because the more data I saw, the more possibilities seemed to unfold. There was stuff a couple weeks ago I didn't think could happen. I didn't think Trump could win, let's say, the national vote. I'm not saying he's going to, but that was something that nobody thought could happen. They thought he was capped at 47, 48%. That's a possibility. We had a lot of conversations about whether these swing states were going to move together or whether they were going to sort of crack and each move separately. There's a possibility tonight that, I didn't think this would happen earlier in the afternoon, but that he could sweep all of them. That's not a prediction, but it's something that's within the realm of possibility with the data we've seen.
You're saying blue wall turns into a red wall.
It's possible. And that wasn't something anybody was talking about. People talked about Michigan in particular as being the toughest state for Trump to crack. Now, Bill's shown the data recently. We've been looking at it for hours. Michigan's looking very difficult for her right now.
All these toss-up states had been within a point or 2. So is there any way to look at what you see now and say this could be a win in a larger percentage than that? I mean, a lot of these states are still close, but...
Right. What we're looking at right now, we have sort of model data, and we're looking to reach a certain level of statistical significance to make a call. But we're also looking at what we call the outstanding vote. And so, for instance, in the case of Georgia, we were modeling about 835,000 outstanding votes. A lion's share of them were coming from suburban Atlanta. You know, she needed to hit about 55, 56%. She was getting about 45%. And at a certain level, that becomes a statistical impossibility. You know, the more data you get, the less room she has to actually grow or do better than she's been performing. And so that sort of triggered the call in Georgia. We're not quite there yet in the other states, but this may not be an election where we need to be here till Thursday or Friday.
Right. And so when they say go home, relax, you're saying maybe not yet.
We'll see if they, continue to count. Arizona and Nevada have been particularly stubborn about that. We understand in Nevada they don't allow any counting until the last vote has been cast, which is, we think, why we're getting basically nothing from Nevada so far. Yeah. But Arizona, it's coming in sort of droves. It's a close race there. Wisconsin and Michigan. Michigan seems to be counting there at like 54, 55%. Wisconsin at 2 a.m. in 2020 had counted 99% of the votes. So we think there's a chance we might have enough data in Wisconsin, maybe Michigan. So we may have some resolution more quickly than we had thought.
So in Pennsylvania, Sean talked about this earlier, the early vote and what that looked like and what she would have to do day of in Philadelphia and those counties right around there. Is it possible that that's still out there and it's possible to do?
Well, it seems to be a probability diminishing by the hour. I think this is something from the Georgia data, but we've also seen it in Pennsylvania. Young African-American men did not come home. Part of the African-American vote came home to her, but a lot of it didn't, and there's a gender gap there. And the Georgia, I think, I have to run the numbers, and I'm not going to lay this at the feet of any demographic group in particular, but she really did seem to underachieve amongst African-American males, especially young African-American males.
I mean, it just makes me think about Michelle Obama and Barack Obama, the former president, and the very strong appeals that they made. Michelle Obama said, don't let your husband or boyfriend's rage dictate your vote. President Obama talked about bringing out the brothers and scolding them. That does not seem to have been a strategy that worked.
Darren, did the Fox News voter analysis track with what you saw with raw vote as you went around the states?
Yes. There were a couple. What we're doing early on is we get this early vote from Indiana and Kentucky. It allows us to kind of figure out, is the FNVA performing consistent with the data? There were a couple states where Trump overperformed a bit. Florida was one. We were a little concerned that we might be overestimating Trump's performance in rural areas, but the more data we got, the more that didn't seem to be the case. It seemed like he was basically hitting what we thought he would hit.
We've got the brain here. Did anybody else have a question for Darren?
I'm curious about immigration and what you've seen in terms of how much that played into the votes in some of these states.
Well, I think the one thing we can say is that it didn't repel people. In particular, there was some talk about the Hispanic vote coming home over the issue of immigration. That did not seem to happen much at all. The FNVA suggested, I think it was 40% was Trump's performance amongst Latinos. That ended up being, I think, within 13 or 14 points of Harris's. I mean, if you showed me data before the election and said, that he's going to get 15% of the African-American vote, 40% of the Hispanic vote, I'd say that's an awfully tough night for a Democrat to win an election in.
There's some reporting that Trump has won Erie County, Pennsylvania. Is that square with anything you understand?
I think it was on sort of a knife's edge. I don't know if Bill's got the latest data, but
it was a what we wrote here.
It's part of her hope, right?
Went back to the Trump team, and right now, currently, just to keep you guys up to date, he leads it by a point in 1.4. Which is a little less than 2,000 raw votes.
And it's 99%
left out. How much?
Yeah.
It's 99% in, or 90? What did you say?
90. Statewide, 90%. Darren, I got a question for you. When you think about the blue wall in the Upper Midwest, when we were at the convention in Milwaukee in July, it ended on a Thursday. On a Friday, we had that national computer glitch, and all the airports were shut down. So all the delegates and all the journalists and all the campaign folks were stranded at the airport in Milwaukee. And I was still thinking at the time about, why did I just see Kid Rock? And why did I see Hulk Hogan? And why did I see Dana White? And I went to the campaign and I said, what's going on there? Because it was men. It was white men. And they said, we notice in the Upper Midwest, at the time they were thinking about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio to a lesser degree, and Pennsylvania. That's what they were thinking about. And they said, we noticed that there was a certain percentage of white men who voted in 2016. They sat out 2020, and we're trying to win them back. Is there evidence that those white males in those upper Midwest states did that tonight?
There was sort of a rule of thumb we were adopting that, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier in conversation with y'all, but that, the gender gap is a double-edged sword. Gender gap can help or hurt depending upon, the absolute level of support. We were looking at 55%. In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer to that sort of magic number than she was. So what they call it the bro strategy or whatever, it seems to have paid some dividends up there. I mean, we're still waiting, but it's looking pretty good for him.
So we can definitively say that the poll that we don't talk about in Iowa was kind of off. The Des Moines Register poll.
I love Ann Seltzer. She's a giant and a pioneer in our field. I think what we were looking at, ironically, was not so much the top line in that race, but what Seltzer had said was that senior women were breaking away from Trump over the abortion issue. And I think our friend Sean Trende had a really good observation where he said that may be true, but it may not help Harris because that's something that could occur in Iowa where abortion was a hot issue, but might not occur nationally in other states where abortion wasn't as salient.
We have to let you go, but really quickly, what's happening in Minnesota?
That's what I was going to ask, exact question.
Minnesota, why is that still?
They have done what sometimes they do in states. They've stopped counting votes.
Really?
And we're kind of close
After all
to.
we've been through with that.
After all we've been through?
We're at a level where we're close to statistical significance, but it's not quite there yet. And there are
Is
still.
Tim Walz in charge of that?
Yeah, well,
there you go.
Rumor has it.
We have to let you go because you have some more data crunching to do.
I do.
We appreciate you coming
Thank you,
by.
Darren.
Thanks,
Really
Darren.
does help a lot.
For coming
Good job.
by.
Thank you. Very nice to see you guys. Thank you.
Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at the
Let's
Trump
do that.
campaign headquarters. Aisha?
Hey, you guys. Well, all signs here are pointing to perhaps imminent remarks from the former president shortly. The biggest debt giveaway was a short while ago. Somebody went onto the stage right behind me and put up the glass for the teleprompter, so perhaps somebody will be speaking to the crowd here shortly, and that might be the former president. We've got eyes outside, our security details outside watching to see if the motorcade arrives from Mar-a-Lago. I did get a video from someone at the Mar-a-Lago party a short while ago, and folks there were jubilant and cheering and clapping. They had Fox News on the screen. They were watching as we were calling states and more races for the former president. The excitement here is climbing every minute, and people here are anxiously awaiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
Oh, Aisha, thanks.
Thank you very
Had a
much.
cough drop?
We'll head back there. If the former President Trump is about to take the stand and speak there. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. 1 a.m. in New York. Polls have just closed in Alaska. The Fox News decision desk says it is too early to call. Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis, so we will get you back to Alaska when we have a little more data to report there.
And there you see 248 to 216, the Electoral College map. We are waiting on the blue wall, which could be a red wall. You just heard from Darren Shaw, and I think that data and the way he laid it out there and their decision making really kind of lifts the curtain to how these guys operate based on our Fox News voter analysis, which again was 120,000 voters, that a rolling poll, and then the raw vote total that they came in. Alex Hoff is in Pennsylvania. We'll check in on the ground there. Alexandria.
Yeah. Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the crowd here in Bucks County, they are excited by some trends they are seeing, not necessarily expecting the result tonight. Pennsylvania's results and the count is historically slow. It took 4 days in 2020, but the Commonwealth Secretary does believe that it's going to be faster this time. New technology, more training will come into all this. Now, looking at Philadelphia, both the Trump and the Harris campaigns, they are saying they're outperforming there, but Team Trump feels that this could be good news for them because they're a pockets of support inside of South Philadelphia, Northeast Philadelphia. And there is a saying that goes that Republicans can gauge how well they are doing in the state by how much they are losing Philadelphia by. Simply, it cuts into the margins that Democrats need. And here in Bucks County, they're seeing themselves on the screen right now. It means a lot. If he were to win this county, Bucks County, I mean, that would be the first time a Republican presidential candidate has taken this county since 1988. And these suburbs of Philadelphia, this is what pushed Biden over the edge in 2020. Harris needs to do well in these counties if she stands to have a chance of taking this state, guys. Brett, Martha?
Alex, thank you. So let's go to Bill and see, what are you cooking up over there, Bill?
You know, I was just looking at New York. You know, we heard so much about MSG and the insult comic about the Puerto Rican joke. And, you know, Trump, you know, New York's his home, right? I mean, now living in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, but just look at this. I'm going to go ahead and use the slide bar and just, okay, 8 years ago when he's running against Hillary Clinton, this is his margin in New York, all right? 37.5 compared to almost 59 for Hillary Clinton. And then against Joe Biden, it was what? Was it? Oh my gosh! It was 0.3 of a point. All right, and now we come to 2020 and see the numbers on the board here. That's a pretty decent performance, and we're just getting some insight here in the New York City. He did well over 40% of the vote here in New York as well. One thing I was checking out here, guys, in this is the number, right? The path to 270. I guess in theory right now, if you were to close out, you know, you're at 248. If you were to close out Pennsylvania, and even though Alaska has ranked choice voting, which could take a while to post a number here, nonetheless, that would put him right at the number at 270. So even around the blue wall, that's possible too. That goes back to the argument that we've been talking about for some time now, that Trump had more paths to the Oval Office than Harris did. Let's go check on Pennsylvania one more time here, and we'll see. Okay, it's holding steady at 3.5. 90% of the estimated vote out there, and now reporting here. In Michigan, you know, the blue wall, 6.3, so that number is stuck a little bit here. Estimated somewhere, maybe 40% of the vote still missing there in Michigan. And Wisconsin, you know, maybe we get some more numbers in. It got 85% of the vote in here. And, you know, Trump's holding on to this 4.2 advantage in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, they take a lot of pride in what they do. They want to get the vote out quickly. Maybe Milwaukee notwithstanding, but the rest of the state, you know, that's their idea. So we could get that in maybe a little more as we go into what, the 2 a.m. hour? Are we going to 2 a.m. or 3? What are we doing here? Arizona sticking here at 0.7. What's that?
Just keep going.
Okay, you got it. This is Nevada, so we're starting to get our first numbers in from Nevada. For any of the nerds and geeks out there that have been deep in the weeds about the early voting, you've been watching Nevada. And Nevada's been a pretty good marker there for Republicans. This is a quick count here now. It's saying 75% of the vote is in, and Trump's got a firm lead at 3.4 points, roughly, just a tad under 35,000 votes. Clark County, Las Vegas, 70% of the votes in the Silver State here all come from Nevada. Let's see what's happening right now. Okay, Harris, just a tick over 50.2 with 80%. I want to go comparison's sake, 8 years ago, why not, right? In Nevada, I don't know what this number is. We'll find out together, okay? So Hillary Clinton did 2 points better than Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden, okay, did even better, you know, 3.5 over what Kamala Harris is putting up right now. So it appears if you're in the Trump camp, that's a pretty good number right now, just shy of 51% in Nevada early on. Here's Karl Rove's favorite place in the world. This is Washoe County, right, Karl? Right now, a point, it's close, right? 0.2 points. You know, what happened with Biden? Was it close? Yeah, pretty close, but Biden won the county. So in all likelihood, Trump's got a chance to flip this if it holds up right now. Super slim and more vote to come in, but Nevada is looking good too. And now you start to wonder, you know, how high does this number go on the Electoral College?
Yeah, New York Times Needle is now at greater than 95% and likely to win the popular vote is what they have. Well, let's check in. Well, let's go out to Vegas. Jeff Paul is live in Las Vegas. Jeff, what's happening?
Well, a lot of excitement here and optimism at the Sam Brown watch party. He's, of course, the Republican candidate trying to unseat the Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And just a few moments ago, when Bill was talking about Nevada, you heard a lot of cheers here from the crowd at the Sam Brown watch party, just knowing some of those initial numbers. It took nearly 3 hours to finally get some of those numbers. We're hoping to get another batch in the coming hours, but Nevada has an interesting law where it's, you can vote right up until the 7 o'clock hour, and if you're in line, they'll let you vote. And in order to release those results, they wait until the very last person in line votes. That person, it took 2 hours and 48 minutes, so still a very long night ahead of us. But for the folks here at the Sam Brown watch party, a lot of optimism in the air.
All right, Jeff Paul in Las Vegas. Jeff, thanks.
So our panel is still with us, and we have some new folks that are here as well. Kevin McCarthy is joining us. Karl Rove is back. Juan Williams is here. Great to have all of you with us. Kevin McCarthy, let me start with you. Give us an update on what your overall take on the night so far, and then maybe drill down on some of what you're seeing in these House situations as well.
The Senate Republicans did an extraordinary job. They surpassed all expectations. President Trump is on his way. And I think President Trump is going to help the Republicans hold the House, but it's going to be very narrow, maybe even narrower than we have now.
But you think they could do it?
Maybe even narrower than you have now, you said.
Yeah, it may be exactly the same or maybe smaller. Look at the 2 seats I said at the very beginning of the night. Watch Pennsylvania 7 and Pennsylvania 8. I think we're going to pick those both up. You said North Carolina 1. We're probably going to lose that by 1 point. She did an extraordinary job.
Wow.
Then you look at Maine. We're ahead there. But we have some incumbents that have fallen in New York. California's just in now, but don't read those numbers yet because it's just the first part coming in. We're going to have to wait some time to see where we're there. Arizona, we've got a couple incumbents in trouble. Bacon's coming back in Omaha, maybe there. If we hold the House, if this is a trifecta, the credit goes to President Trump. But it also fundamentally means something different. You can do reconciliation when it comes to tax reform. So you don't need 60 votes in the Senate. Having the Senate as large as he is, he's going to get the cabinet that he wants. The other thing that's going to happen is you're not going to have a Hakeem Jeffries that's going to try to impeach him every single week. So America is going to see ability to govern. And if Republicans take this moment in time to not play games and focus on the issues, they can grow it the next time. Otherwise, it's going to be very competitive in 2 years.
But Juan Williams, if it's as big as we think it could be, we obviously haven't made these calls yet, but it's trending that way, and the pathway for her to win is getting narrower and narrower. Isn't it not a mandate? And Hakeem Jeffries and the thought of impeaching with what we're seeing tonight seems like wouldn't be the right move.
Well, I think the Democrats are, well, dispirited at this moment, and I think that the likelihood, as we've pointed out, is that Trump will be the president. And I think that, for me, talking to people like Darren and political professionals around, no one anticipated the size of this mandate, as you call it. I think that there is even recriminations now among Democrats as to Biden and whether Biden should have dropped out earlier or Biden should have stayed. Would a white male have done better? Obviously, Trump has defeated 2 women and now a black woman. So there's all of these questions. But to my mind, it seems to me incredible that a guy who led an insurrection against the United States government is potentially now, like a phoenix going back into the Oval Office. It's unbelievable.
Well, you have to consider the fact, Juan, that a lot of people didn't think that was an insurrection. They thought it was a riot, but not an insurrection. And had they thought it was an insurrection, I don't think he could have won.
Well, I don't know.
The exaggerations about that day.
Well, I'm not exaggerating.
About the alleged threat to democracy is a piece of what happened tonight.
Well, I don't think so. I think, again, I'm giving you my perspective.
And I'm giving you mine.
Right. So I listened to you as my friend. But I'm going to tell you what I saw was not only a riot in terms of the violence, but a direct action intended to stop certification of a presidential election.
Understood. And we've talked a lot about it.
That's why I said that.
And we've
talked
a lot about it. And the campaign,
very clearly. I'm not trying to hype anything.
The campaign ran a lot of ads about it, talked a lot about it, and more, half the country now, Juan, is going to say, that is not what I care about. I
Correct.
care about my economy. I care about immigration.
No,
I
see,
care
that's
about...
where we differ. I'm not sold on this idea that, oh, it was the cost of eggs. I worry that it was, well, I'm not voting for this woman, or I'm not voting for this black woman.
No, that's not what we see in our data.
Well, here's the thing. Where do you see that? Because a moment ago, Darren was out here and he said, in fact, not only did the bro strategy work, and the bro strategy largely worked along the lines of white men, but that the bro strategy also had some impact in terms of Latino and black men who came along and gave higher percentages.
All right, Carl, weigh in.
I just want to make one more point with one. I spoke to Jack Brewer this week, and here's what he said if Trump wins. He said he won because black men felt that Democrats and elites put immigrants before us.
Mm-hmm.
Your thoughts on that?
I just think that that's possible. I don't know that for a fact. I think there are tensions between racial groups, and people might feel that. Obviously, they're going to be, you can exploit those tensions, and you can exacerbate them to the point where you can politically benefit from it. Do I think that's the reason he won? No. I think the reason he won is you look at that bro strategy and the white male turnout and white grievance politics that he has used to great success in this country.
I think he's trailing his prior 2020 numbers with whites.
Well, you know what? I think that the
Increased Hispanics and black males.
Yeah.
It's not sufficient to make up. It's not sufficient to have this kind of night.
Look, I just think it is extremely odd to suggest that black men are somehow prejudiced because they vote for a white candidate who says, I want to make certain that everybody has an opportunity to succeed in our great economy. I want you to be more prosperous, and I will do things that will make it possible for you to make a better life. That is an appeal to their best instincts. He did not go out and say, vote for me because I'm not a woman. Don't go vote for me because I'm a white man. That would not have attracted those votes. They got attracted to him because they thought he was a strong, effective leader, and they thought he would do something about the issues they cared the most about, which is an economy in which they think they get the short stick, inflation, which has decimated their purchasing power, and illegal immigration, which has affected their communities deeply. And to suggest that somehow black men are racist because they supported a white man is just too far, Juan.
You're distorting my comments. But let me just say to you,
I followed your comment to its logical conclusion.
Carl, hold on. We're not saying most black men did not vote for Donald Trump. So I never said anything like that. That's just not true.
Oh, you suggested it's only about a quarter of the black men.
No, I'm saying to you that in terms of this bro strategy for white males, the whole notion of I'm bad, I talk about women in the most disparaging way. There's some men who just said, you know what, I want to be in on that. I want to be a badass guy. Yeah. And I think they like Trump's image and the caricature he portrays.
I think they supported him in spite of that, not because of it.
Harold Ford Jr.
Because of what he offered to make their life better.
Harold Ford Jr.
Look, I tend to agree with Juan about January 6th. I'm surprised by the fact that the country got over that as quickly as we seemingly did, which speaks to the political comeback. I've said here earlier, I think that the fact that some of these issues around the economy and the border were not addressed more forthrightly, I think had an impact. That being said, we're going to have some analysis around this and around whether or not the driving up of support amongst men, what was behind that, how did it work? Did the gender gap with women, did black women, white women, Hispanic women? We still don't know those numbers. We'll have an opportunity to dig into some of those things, but I don't interpret what Juan is saying any more than that.
All right, more to talk about here.
There's a lot more coming up as election night moves on at 1:15 on the East Coast. We continue to get more vote in. We will be able to make some calls when that vote is in full. Our coverage continues next. Stay with us. All right, we are back, and that is the jubilant scene. Everybody seems pretty happy at Trump headquarters, and what we're seeing is movement from the Mar-a-Lago Trump group, including former President Trump, who is in a very good position to be the next president this evening as well, is heading over to the Trump headquarters where there are a few thousand people who have gathered for this evening. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Obviously, when he shows up there, we will take you there live.
Well, those guys had two Make America Great hats on.
I saw someone with a
front,
really large
back.
one. Yeah.
As we look now at what we have, Pennsylvania. Is this a call, ladies and gentlemen? We are now projecting that Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania. Former President Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania, and thereby he is on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States. With this, the path for Vice President Harris has narrowed, and there's really no path going forward. It's vanished. This is historic. Everything was about Pennsylvania. Everything from the beginning was about Pennsylvania. Now, former President Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania, and we can make that call, the 19 electoral votes. That puts him at 267, not officially over the 270, but the path that it takes to get to 270, he is well on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States in what is going to be the biggest political phoenix from the ashes story that we have ever seen, ever. I mean, I'm going to say it's more than Grover Cleveland in
1892.
Yeah, I don't think that Grover Cleveland was not the subject of a Russia investigation, 2 impeachments, 2 assassination attempts.
Indictments.
They have indictments, 91 indictments, convictions, and there is almost nothing that hasn't been thrown at this former president, and his tenacity in wanting to go back and run again, which he announced immediately after he lost in 2020. This is a huge historic moment in the United States of America as the former President Trump is closing in with just a few electoral votes away now from clinching 270 as Pennsylvania is called for Donald Trump.
We're looking live, 1:21 a.m. in the morning at Trump headquarters. The cheers coming up. We're told the former president is there, as well as J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance. They are getting ready to hear from former President Donald Trump. Again, at 267, not there yet, but looking at where that vote is in Wisconsin, where the vote is in Michigan, where the vote is in Nevada and in Arizona. There is no path, Brit Hume, for Vice President Harris, and just 30,000 feet, what this means.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when Richard Nixon was declared dead in 1962. I remember the famous speech he said, "You don't have Nixon to kick around anymore." No one could imagine after that failed race for governor that he could have come back in 1968 and been elected president. That was a hell of a comeback. This, to my eye, was a man who was faced with many more slings and arrows than Nixon had been at that time, hated though he was by the Democrats. This surmounts that. This is an extraordinary comeback.
Dana.
He campaigned so energetically, ruthlessly, fiercely, and with more joy than Kamala Harris. And it was so clear that Joe Biden was not going to be able to go the distance. If Joe Biden were still on the ticket tonight, who knows what tonight might have even looked like, that he has been able to accomplish this, it is nothing short of astonishing and amazing. And also I think about Susie Wiles, who's his campaign manager, very quiet, does not like the limelight. Chris LaCivita, who works on it. All of those people who worked so hard and stuck by Trump, no matter what was said about him, they were called every name in the book, including Hitler and Nazis, and they came through. The other thing that's on my mind is, you know, last night at her closing rally, Oprah Winfrey said that if Donald Trump is elected again, basically you can just write America off, like America's just going to fall apart. That's obviously not true, although I'll be surprised tomorrow if there's a big line at JFK of Hollywood celebrities leaving the country, as they said they were going to. This is the greatest country, and there will be so many opportunities for lots of deal making. I think President Trump will be in the mood, but he also has a huge to-do list. Biden and Harris have left a mess. His closing argument was, she broke it, I will fix it. And she talked about having a to-do list. He's got a big to-do list, but he thrives on it. And you saw that through the whole campaign.
He is, I think, enthusiastic about doing the job of being President Harold. And it is just an absolutely remarkable. I think if you wrote this as a movie script, people would say this could never happen in the United States of America.
He's a single, I've said this before, he's the single greatest political athlete I've ever seen. And tonight he proved why. There were moments in the campaign where I thought he said some things and did some things that I didn't quite understand, that I thought maybe detracted from that. But tonight obviously proves that too. He also ran a traditional campaign. He connected with voters on issues. He talked about the things that mattered most to voters. And Democrats said he didn't talk about them in the most full-throated way, he didn't talk about it in the most wholesome way, didn't talk about it in the most comprehensive way, but he connected with voters. I would urge my party tonight, if indeed I think he's almost at 270, we'll declare it here shortly once Alaska comes in. Don't write off the American people. Let us not be critical of people for voting for President Trump. He did something we didn't do in this campaign. We had to reevaluate, reassess. Mr. Wonderful said it a little earlier, that may give us an opportunity as a party to revamp, and perhaps we should think about that. But don't write off the people, the American people, for the decision they made this evening.
Charlie Hurt, he will be the 47th president of the United States after everything that we saw in this election. It's hard to understand how some in the mainstream media are going to take this, because it was so over the top one way that they thought it was done. There was a landslide prediction from a lot in the media that she was going to have the landslide. It looks like he's going to have the landslide tonight.
Yeah, it's truly remarkable. You know, the revolution rolls on, and this is not just you know, a victory for the White House tonight, but also, you know, this is the end of the old Republican Party, which of course Donald Trump took on. That was the first thing that he did. The very first thing that he did in 2015 was take on the old Republican Party. He has completely reshaped the Republican Party. The Republican Party is no longer doesn't stand for a lot of the things that it stood for before. He has made it a far more middle class, working class, a far more practical party, I think probably a far more durable party. And he's figured out how to win with that. And you can't help but think that with this victory, in 4 years from now, he's going to have the mantle that he can hand to the next Republican. So I don't know how Republicans ever go back to the old party that they were. But it is truly extraordinary, and it is all by the force of one guy, one man who had the fortitude, the strength, the vision, the refusal to accept anything, you know, all of the experts counting him out, and he just kept on fighting and fighting and fighting.
Charlie, it would have been one thing for him to come back from a single defeat to be elected again. But when you think about it, he came back from a series of them. I mean, his party lost in the midterm in his term.
2018.
They lost in 2018. They lost the presidential election in 2020, and they had a major disappointment in 2022, which, you know, one might have thought after all that the party wouldn't turn to him again. And yet, you know, in the face of that, plus all the things that Martha enumerated, the indictments, all the other troubles that he had, for him to come back from that is really quite striking.
And think about how toxic he was after, say, January 6th.
Yeah.
And then you're looking at races now in states where Donald Trump very well may drag Republicans, and he's overperforming in a lot of places fellow Republicans.
You know, it really does. I think there are parallels to 1980, Mark Penn. When you look at Jimmy Carter, we had hostages in Iran. We have hostages in Gaza right now. Very high inflation and a malaise in many ways in the country that I think these people who have been called a lot of names have had enough of. What is your impression of what this means tonight?
Well, I think this means a lot to a lot of people. I think the working class are looking for a renewal of American jobs. I think people are looking for a border that is sane and an immigration system that works. I think a lot of people over in the Middle East are looking for Iran to pull back in the face of a president whom they fear. And, you know, look, I think it's going to be incumbent on the Democratic Party to understand that the people have spoken and to dissemble and dismantle this lawfare system that they have built up here, which is going to raise a whole series of questions that are going to have to be answered now. But they cannot say that they are better than Donald Trump and recreate a system that does not recognize that he won and the people have spoken and he is going to be the 47th president.
We haven't talked about foreign policy a lot, but imagine the Saudis, making a normalization deal with Israel in the face of a new president here. Imagine
I'm going there tomorrow night.
Imagine a Ukraine deal that Donald Trump talks about. Kevin O'Leary, what is the market going to do in the
You're
wake
going to
of
love
this?
What's happened here is the system self-corrected. When you try and break the American model, it fixes itself. And I think people should give credit within the Democratic Party. Donald Trump saved them tonight, too, because they're going to have to take a spatula to these policies and bring it back to the center over the next 4 years and, in a way, reset. And we talked about this earlier, but he saved entrepreneurship. He saved the entire model of the S&P 500 because taxing 20% higher was a really bad idea, and it self-corrected. Capital, and this is why I'm getting on a plane tomorrow night. I intentionally didn't leave till tomorrow night so I could go to Geneva, go to Abu Dhabi, go to Riyadh, and say it's 21% corporate taxes, 100% not going to change. That is very important for people like me that bring capital back to this country. It fixed itself. It fixed itself. And I think that's why America works. It has worked for 200 years. When it gets too crazy, it fixes itself. And whether you love Trump or you hate him, every Democrat owes him a thank you very much, Mr. President.
By the way, as the markets, the poly market and all these election markets were moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
Are you? So you're buying later.
Speaking of Bitcoin, I'm also struck by just calling Pennsylvania here, Dana. Trump embraced Elon Musk in an enormous way. A lot of stories were written that said that he was going to blow it in Pennsylvania, that the people who were working on his outreach teams didn't know what they were doing. He's going to
And he got a lot of criticism. Remember the $1 million giveaway for registered voters? But
court for that.
Selena Zito, who's somebody that we follow and we've had on the show many times, and she knows that area very well. She said the people of that region love somebody who is a big thinker, who wants to create jobs, who is like looking into the future, and they can get behind that. And they love somebody who can really lead. And leadership takes courage. And you have to be willing to make decisions where you are going to be criticized. I think this is one of the problems that Kamala Harris has always had. She doesn't want to take a position on anything. We haven't even talked about how in California, the law to basically make shoplifting illegal again passed overwhelmingly. And Gascon, our friend down, the DA in Los Angeles, lost by 22 votes. I mean, this is in California, so it was everywhere.
22 points.
And 2 days before, 22 points, thank you. She wouldn't even take a position on that. 75% of the people in California wanted it gone, and you can't take a position to be with them?
Not only that, you were part of Prop 47, which changed the law the other way when you were in office.
So not wanting to take a position and not being willing to be criticized is a problem if you want to be a leader at that level.
She had that affliction in 2020. Why didn't her own party say, you're not the right candidate? I mean, run a process.
Well, they did. They ran her out of town right before any votes were cast in 2019.
But the same
and then she's
affliction
out of there.
hit her here. The same problem she had in 2020 hit her in 2024.
She's the same person.
I mean, it's not all her fault. They put her in a race that we now know couldn't win.
Yeah.
But Kevin, in fairness to Democrats, there's no doubt. I agree with you on the unrealized capital gains. We shouldn't be taxing that. But we produce more wealth, more innovation, more oil, more cures, more therapeutics over the last 3 years. So I hear you. Democrats are not bad for the economy. There's some things she proposed that I'm with you on. But we're a great country, and we're going to continue to be great. And I trust and hope and believe that President
Your party will be great again.
I want the
and you can thank Donald Trump for that.
But he inherited an economy also that was in pretty good shape. I don't want to quarrel about that. All I want is going forward. I agree with you. I want the country to be great, and I hope that both of the parties can work together to try and do that. And I salute President Trump tonight. What a great win. And I agree with you in this regard. My party's got to reimagine and reinvent itself going forward.
Listen, hold on. I wrote about this, the unity and
you did.
Past presidents and past losers and winners and what they said. This is a big speech, Britt, for former President Trump. As he gets ready to deliver this in front of a crowd, he's obviously taken the slings and arrows and everything that's been said, the fascism, all of the things we've talked about tonight. But this moment is actually a moment to reach out.
It's an opportunity if he chooses to do that, but it's also 1:30 in the morning. So you got to wonder how many people are alive to hear.
Oh, they're there. And he's definitely
there. A lot of people are still up.
The question is how much of the national TV audience is.
I bet they're still in.
You know, I think back at the moment in Iowa at the beginning of this process, Brett, when we were in a town hall with him, bless you, Brett, and he, you know, we asked him about all of this revenge stuff and that he was going to want retribution, and this is what everyone heard. And there were times when he had language that was that matched that, but he said that he wanted success to be his revenge, and that he wanted a successful America. And I would imagine that we're going to hear something along those lines tonight, but we'll see.
Brett, you wrote in your piece, you quoted one of those great old Republican presidents, H.W. Bush, who said that a campaign is a disagreement and an election is a decision, and decisions clear the way for harmony and peace.
You know,
maybe
but listen, there are a lot of Thanksgiving tables that people are still going to have hard feelings after this election, more than any other election.
I have one of them.
And if you know, passing the Brussels sprouts is not going to be as easy Thanksgiving Day. But this is a chance to move forward, Brett. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that one thing that can happen here, and it happened to Biden, in my view. When Biden was elected, we had every reason to believe that he would be this sort of moderate deal-making guy that he'd been when he was in the Senate. Yes, he's always followed sort of the drift of his party, but you know, he'd worked across the aisle with many senators, had Republican friends and so on. We thought that would probably be the kind of president he was. And then something happened. Trump went to Georgia and made a mess of that Senate, those two Senate races down there, and the Democrats ended up with control of the Senate, at which point old Biden started getting these hysterical sugar plums dancing in his head and went out for a very aggressive agenda.
Sure, there were articles about FDR. How he was going to be the next FDR.
The next FDR. He was going to out-Obama Obama. Remember that? Yep. Well, and that, in my view, that was he would have been, if the Republicans had maintained control of the Senate, first thing that wouldn't have happened was all that wild spending that led to the inflation or led to a big part of the inflation. And Biden and the country would have been better off because of it. There's always a danger in overreading your mandate. One wonders if Trump will be sober-minded about his.
I think that happened to Biden. Early on, remember, he said he's going to be returned to norms, and then the historians came in and said, no, you could be bigger than FDR. So he says, fine, okay, I'll spend all the money. Then they caused inflation, and now they end up with this result.
Well, he has said that this looks like new President Trump, if he gets to 270, which we expect he will, fairly shortly. Yes, exactly. Has a moment to bring about the unity that people expected after the last election. Of course, we would be kidding ourselves to think that there won't be a tremendous response to this, tremendous backlash in a lot of corners of the country.
So listen, he's going to get there because Alaska is going to be Republican, but we're not done as far as calling states. There could be even more states that go Trump's way. This could be a massive landslide just by what we're looking at in the polls. Fox News Decision Desk count now project, though, Vice President Harris will win Minnesota, and her running mate Tim Walz serves as the state's governor there. That takes it up to 267 to 226. But again, Donald J. Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. More Democracy 24 special coverage next.
It is a very big night, and they are about to explode at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. You see thousands of people waiting, and we are about to hear from the next president of the United States. He will be 45 and 47, and we're waiting for him to join the room, and we'll take you there, obviously, as soon as that gets underway. In the meantime, Grady Trimble is in Michigan. Let's get a quick update just outside of Detroit. Hi, Grady.
Hey, Martha. Yeah, people were getting a little bit tired here, but then the call for Pennsylvania was like a jolt of electricity through this room at the Michigan GOP watch party. And the crowd started chanting USA. They started chanting Trump, 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 as it now appears he will be the 47th president of the United States. Now, in addition to Trump and the call for him in Pennsylvania, they're also excited about the possibility that Michigan could be the state that tips him over that magic 270 number. We're also following a very close Senate race here in Michigan, and they're feeling very confident about that as well. Republican candidate Mike Rogers looks like he could cruise to victory with the help of former President Trump. Democratic candidate Alyssa Slotkin, she went out to her crowd at her watch party at around 12:30 tonight and told them to go home and go to sleep, where here they extended this ballroom venue all through the night if they had to, and now it looks like the crowd is fired up as they await former President Trump taking the stage.
Okay, Grady, thank you. It is really important to point out how big the coattails could be tonight. Think about Bernie Moreno in Ohio, was thought dead in the water against Sherrod Brown. He wins. We have right now at this hour, as Grady mentioned, Mike Rogers in Michigan is up. Looks like he is getting closer. We haven't made a call there yet. Hovde in Wisconsin, leading right now. Sam Brown in Nevada is closing in on Jackie Rosen. Wow. We're talking about historic numbers here. If all of these dominoes fall, you're talking about a Senate that could be 54-46, 55-45. That wasn't in the cards. That wasn't on anybody's bingo card when you came into election night.
But these candidates have all fought really strong races, and they have all closed in a very strong way. And in fact, many of them were sort of pulling into +5, +6 in just over the last 3 weeks. So it's a fascinating part of the story. Hopefully we'll be able to call some more of those soon.
Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says with these coattails, you could see the House going Republican as well, and that would be a part of this story as well. Let's go back out to Trace Gallagher on the West Coast with his panel. Hey, Trace.
Brett, thank you. Martha, thank you as well. We've got our panel, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kaylee McGee-White, and Jono Caldwell. You're talking to your panel, Brett and Martha, and we were talking to ours, and Kaylee McGee-White was struck by the whole concept that, again, Trump was undercounted. Kaylee.
This is the third consecutive polling miss in a presidential cycle for Donald Trump. And we really need to be asking ourselves, why do they keep getting it wrong? And at this point, it is a choice. Back in 2016, you could argue that you were blindsided. You didn't expect it. You cannot say that anymore. This was predictable from the very start. And I think the reason they keep getting it wrong is because they still don't understand the average Trump voter. They cannot wrap their heads around why so many people support him. And it's because for a long time, actually for the past decade or so, Democrats in power didn't think they needed to. And even worse, they didn't want to. They didn't want to have to stoop down to understand the concerns over immigration, over the economy. And guess what? The American people sent a very clear message tonight that you better start paying attention, and you better start paying attention soon.
We heard a lot of words, demographic. I don't know how many times we heard it, Steve Hilton, but Gianna, you talk about black voters, black male voters especially. We heard it again and again tonight, and you think it's worth talking about.
I think this is a historic night. Black men will now, those who voted for Trump will be counted as those who helped save America from further decline. I mean, Kamala Harris has tried her best to create these accents like, you better thank a union member, all of these things that she's done to try to appeal to this community, even going on Oprah Winfrey's talk show or whatever that was to say, oh, I'll pull out my gun and shoot someone that tries to come into my house. I mean, this has become nonsensical to the point that I don't know if we're looking at Medea runs for president or not. I mean, this is outstanding what has happened from the black male perspective, and I hope the Republican Party takes note.
Yeah, and you talk about young males and younger voters, Jody Armour. You're a law professor at the University of Southern California. You know what young people are geared into. Are you surprised when you see these voter analysis numbers that young voters came out heavy for Donald Trump?
Yeah, well, young voters can sniff out a fraud. They can sniff out somebody who's chameleon-like. She changes her position according to the prevailing winds. They didn't like that. Many across across the country, young students said, for me, a red line also is mass atrocities, is collective punishment, is what I see going on in the Middle East, and I see us as complicit in. And so they, were saying, I'm not just that enthusiastic.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to get out.
I got 15 seconds for you, Steve.
I just think when I see this unfold, Trace, it is just a massive victory.
Oh, we got to
common
jump back.
sense.
Sorry, guys, back to you. We got Trump coming out.
Trace, thank you. The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters express deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th president of the United States. Former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility of running the table with battleground states. David Plouffe with the Democratic campaign of Harris campaign suggested that just yesterday. Now it is possible that Donald Trump runs the table with these states and builds on a big landslide electoral win. We don't know where the popular vote is going to finish out, but we do know that he will be going back to the White House, and with him, Brit Hume, will be a lot of changes because he will have been there once and will know what he wants to do.
He often accounts for the fact that he had so much turnover in his first term, in his term as president, by the fact that he didn't really know Washington, and he was new to this realm that he had come to win the presidency in, and he promises us that now he knows whom he wants to hire. Now he knows the kind of people he wants to have around him. A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very experienced people around Washington will be ruled out, and maybe they will. But it's going to be very interesting to see the kind of people he reaches out to and reaches out for in the days and weeks ahead as he builds his administration.
We're joined by Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy, and Katie Pavlich. Kayleigh, you've been a part of the last administration. You've seen you can see the joy on all these people's faces. Think about the angst and the, all that this campaign has been through. And now there is the prospect of creating what you want to create in a second administration. Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts, an unlikely come-from-behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit polling is true, you now have Black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very long time, and that's due to former president, now soon to be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks. And before he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was a speech full of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago. And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to unite the country.
It's an amazing message.
I hope Kayleigh's right. I hope you're right. And we're gonna get a chance to see here in a minute. Trey Gowdy said something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Trey?
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kayleigh's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that.
I hope you're right.
I think he will. A liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractor.
He has said that the assassination attempts had an impact on him. You know, we saw him in many ways return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this. But now he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again.
Yeah.
And I think that is another liberating factor potentially for President Trump. Katie.
We'll never underestimate the power of unfinished business. This is a president who has caught lightning in a bottle twice, and the second time around, he now has a MAGA mandate. He will have a Senate that he can use to push through his cabinet appointees, who can work with him on legislation, who could potentially replace a number of justices on the Supreme Court.
He could build a wall.
He could build a wall. He has a working group in Washington, D.C. We'll see what happens with the House, but he also has been working very hard on his transition, get the right people around him. He talks about the lessons he's learned about the first time in the White House. So this is a mandate tonight for him. And I think you should get a lot of credit for doing the work on the ground, going to these states to pull these Senate candidates across the line with him.
Britt, what do you think the analysis is going to be? There's going to be a lot of time to digest all of this. We're focused now on what the incoming president is going to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what went wrong there?
Well, I think it's going to be, agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while for consensus to form about what the party needs to do next, or what it did wrong this time. It'll be grudging at first. One can certainly imagine that, if the party were smart and shrewd political voices were heeded, that there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach in this. And you think of the issue sets that they tried to run on against this man that failed. They need to reconsider all of that. And I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend Mark Halperin, who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical. I hope not, but it could happen.
Dana?
I am really looking forward to reading some of the stories, probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats with the recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious. And you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that midterm in 2022, and either endorsed her or said, let there be a primary, and Dr. Jill Biden, there will be thoughts about her, and I wonder how chilly that White House is going to be for the next 90 days as they try to figure it out.
And let me just say that as Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris will certify the election results on January 6th.
A lot of irony in that moment. Harold, your thoughts?
This is how our country is organized, and it's a great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden. He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from, because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress. And I don't think you can fly and soar as a great country unless you have both wings working together. And President Trump, tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone. Kayla, I was reminded of your words, reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remembered that story. And I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump, who has every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate, will give a speech with that tone tonight that in many ways could help him do all of the things that he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the never-Trumpers, the Republicans, and the Lincoln Project people, and Bill Kristol, and people like that who seem to abandon everything they'd ever previously believed in order to oppose Donald Trump?
Kellyanne?
We'll get to the never Trumpers soon enough and the hundreds of millions of dollars wasted on them. Look, Donald Trump won this on policy and personality. I don't want to be remiss here. He is talking about energy independence, manufacturing, an economy where everybody is working, no new foreign wars, getting out of the entanglements we currently have, respecting and resourcing law enforcement, border patrol, military. And by the way, friends, we don't get those policies without that personality. What did we hear during the Republican primaries? I want Donald Trump's policies without his personalities. Good luck with that. You don't get this strength and this resolve and this toughness. You don't get those policies without that. But I want to say this. It's on this phone that Huma Abedin placed the call 2:30 a.m. on November 9th, 2016. And on the other line was Secretary Clinton to concede the race to Donald Trump on my phone. I handed it to him, and I said to Vice President-elect Mike Pence, make sure Hillary actually concedes. She did. And President Trump was gracious to them, too. Yep. They came to the luncheon at the Capitol after the inauguration. The Obamas and the Clintons were there. I was there to see it myself. And then something just changed. The Washington Post said, let's impeach him at noon, 2 minutes after he's inaugurated. Melania wrote about this in her book. So, Harold, I hear you. I hope everybody can unify. But I got to tell you, my friend, I think it starts with your party and not mine.
Fair enough.
They got to. They had this guy in a courtroom. He's not an indoor cat. I get it. They have him. They had him in a courtroom. They have him impeached. They have him. And whether people think that was justified or not, now is a good time to respect the will of the people. Forget about us, the will of the people.
I agree with you. I'm just saying be a gracious winner and let's move the country forward. I agree. And I know you will. That was my only point.
I heard a gracious winner today when I talked to him. I really did. He's known for a while. He was going to, I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's going to have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while, but he wanted to go and earn it.
And I even think the people around him have to be gracious too. I think he, I don't know him as well as you, but I hope the people around him can be gracious as well.
That's a different question.
We can always hope.
Yeah, well, that comes from the top.
Once more, I just want to say how much money was spent on this election. $15.9 billion worth of bill.
Wow.
B, if you spend $1,000 a day for 2,740 years, that would be $1 billion. It was 16 times that. What has been spent on every race, the presidency, the whole deal. $16 billion. And here we are.
What is that, a check you can write to for every American? What did you say?
About $50. It's about 40.
I want my $50.
But I just want to say, every presidential race has a medium. You know, you go back to television, cable.
Yeah.
This was, in some ways, a podcast experience of a campaign. And those are free to go on podcasts. And you wonder how much of that money really needed to be spent when there's a lot of ways to reach people. But I think it's really interesting and something we'll be talking about a lot in terms of the reach of these endorsements.
You know, I was struck by the
Rogan
final
and Musk and the rest of them.
The final ads where they
were excellent.
They talked about making America great again, but then ending with the assassination attempt and that fist in the air, the iconic image, and the fight.
Absolutely.
Warrior president.
And it worked.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, toughest son of a gun we ever saw. And that was the last note we see in that ad. And I think, for whatever you think of the guy, you got to admire that.
Yep.
I mean, the adversity that he's faced, everything we've seen in other presidencies and other political figures who've gone through all kinds of trouble are pale in comparison to what he's been put through.
No,
maybe it's time for his enemies to stop it.
Not only that, but the energy that he has is truly amazing. He's the Energizer Bunny. Let's check in with Aisha Hasni, speaking of the Energizer Bunny, at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Aisha, this has been a big night all night long. I'm sure it's really getting fever pitch now.
A big night, Brett and Martha, a long campaign for the former president, for all of us, the press corps that have been following him around now for more than a year. The crowd went absolutely nuts when Fox News called it here, and people were hugging each other, they were high-fiving each other, that people were on FaceTiming. I think they were just couldn't believe it that this happened tonight and they didn't have to wait days and days and days. We are now awaiting the former president to take the podium. He is here in the building, as is his running mate, now Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. They're backstage. We were told they were going to come out as soon as the election was called, and so now we're just waiting. We asked for a 2-minute warning. I don't know if we're going to get one, but hopefully we will see him soon. And so I just want to add a little bit of perspective, just as a Capitol Hill reporter that's been covering the former president for a while. When I came to Congress 3 years ago, talked privately with many powerful Republicans who did not want to see the former president back in Washington, and then to see the legal battles that he went through and Republicans having to stand up for him, and then he went through the primary process. As Kellyanne Conway just said, he earned it state by state by state, and then came back to Washington in the spring and went to the RNC and claimed the nomination. This is the greatest comeback that I've ever witnessed personally myself. And so I look forward to seeing what he says to the country here tonight and to his supporters. Back to you.
Aisha, thank you. The Harris team is now texting to say Vice President Harris will speak tomorrow, and that will be her response to the election results. That's all we have from the Harris team, which is really strange. I mean, from a PR perspective, Dan?
No, I also just think it's a shame, because I remember when John Kerry did this to George W. Bush in 2004, and you work so hard, and I know that they're disappointed, but you should concede and let your opponent have their election night, and let everybody that's there at Trump, at Mar-a-Lago, where are they? They're in Palm Beach.
They're in West Palm, at the convention center.
At the convention center, like, let them have their moment without anyone. Like, I remember Andy Card had to come in and say, well, yes, we know we won, but we have to wait until John Kerry concedes, and then we all had to traipse back in the next morning and wait, and you don't get that moment. I don't think it's right. And
that's not to say there's not going to be a phone call. There could be a phone call tonight, but she's not going to speak publicly.
If there's a phone call, they have to make it public. And then nobody needs to hear from her. So if I were her, I would do it tonight.
I mean, they had that whole setup in front of Howard University.
Yes, all of her people were already there.
Everybody was there, and it does feel like you want to just collect the moment and do it the way that people used to.
They were holding out hope. They were holding out hope that the blue wall could somehow come together, but it's going to be a red wall.
90 minutes before that, they were told to go to bed.
Yeah. I got that text.
90 minutes before all of this, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the Harris campaign person, said, everyone can go to bed, we can come back tomorrow. So
she didn't even address her own supporters. We want her to call President Trump. She didn't talk to the people who were assembled there for hours for her. It just seems very ungracious. By the way, it ended up being a very bad split screen. You probably couldn't see it in here, but they're filing out, and he's expanding his folks, and they're all excited for him. Look, I think that Kamala Harris was a sign of the times, but I think that Trump's a metaphor for the country. And when he says, we don't surrender, fight, 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 we get back up, I just think I think that's what it is. The other thing I just want to say, maybe it's as a Catholic, maybe it's just as a Trump supporter, maybe it's just as a flawed human being. We all get second chances in this life. Rarely do we get a second chance as big as this one. And I have got to believe the man that I know and that Kayleigh worked with is going to work with a certain alacrity and energy to get things done very quickly. What he can do through executive order, what he could do with the Congress, bringing in the governors. Nobody gets a second chance this big in their lives and just puts it on the shelf like it's a trophy or a gold star. He's going to use that as a platform for good and undo some of these bad policies, and I think do even better. You know, these celebrities, these athletes, he's got job creators and innovators. He's got Elon Musk and Dana White. He's got people who make stuff, who people say, wow, there's an American success story, and he's going to bring them aboard.
So Vice President Harris has now encountered what is known as the Van Buren curse. It's the failure of the vice president to get to the presidency. Only two have done it, and that is Martin Van Buren in 1836 and George H.W. Bush in 1988. You know, the question is what the Republican Party looks like now. And Kayleigh, it's a multiracial party, to your point. It's working class, and maybe it's the future. I mean, it's Elon Musk. It is Joe Rogan and podcast. It is, you know, there's an opportunity here on both parties to realign and change.
There are going to be a lot of conversations that go on to that end. Who is the next standard bearer for President Trump? Is it J.D. Vance? Is he the one who picks up the torch after a 4-year legacy-defining term with the success that Kellyanne's describing. Is it J.D. Vance that picks it up? There's going to be a conversation about ground game. I mean, Kamala Harris over the weekend, they were saying they were knocking 1,000 doors a minute, and I have no reason to doubt that. It was an extraordinary ground game, but do ground games matter as much as podcasts, as much as real, authentic, viral moments like President Trump on the garbage truck or, President Trump at McDonald's, these viral moments that really captured the attention of the nation? And what does the Republican Party look like going forward? It's a broad coalition. It's an exciting coalition. And I think if President Trump manifests that working man agenda, no tax on tips, no, limit on credit card interest rate, that's a working man's economic agenda. And if he makes that happen in 4 years, this party may look like this for quite some time.
I'm struck when you're talking about the authenticity part of this, because when I think about him with the French fries at McDonald's and standing up with blood on his face, fight, 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 you can't fabricate. No, consultant can create those moments, Trey. Those are organic and they are authentic. And I think that that is something that Kamala Harris fell really far short on in terms of the authenticity measure.
Yeah, if you had told me that a billionaire from New York would be able to connect with middle America, I would have questioned that. To my friend, the gentleman from Tennessee, autopsies are painful, especially when the patient's still alive. I wonder what the Democrat Party is going to go through in the next weeks and months, because this was a loss that I don't think anyone saw coming, not to this magnitude. So what does the autopsy look like if you're a Democrat? It's painful, but you have to have one. How did you lose, and how did you lose this soundly?
The easiest way to do it for them would be to simply say, if Joe Biden hadn't clung to the job, clung to the nomination, and hidden his condition with a lot of help, they could have had an open nominating process and gotten a more attractive nominee
but I don't know that
who would
you
have been
can
freer,
pass.
who would have been freer to walk away from Biden policies and would have had a better shot. I mean, I think that's the easiest, simplest solution. But I'm not sure that's where they'll go. But that makes sense.
I don't think you can pass over an African-American female, which is a very loyal constituency for the Democrat Party. I don't see how they could have passed over.
But if he'd left the office and she'd run, she would have been put through a different process and would have had competition, and the whole thing would have been different.
Against her?
But I mean, Harold, you have a Democratic Party that's pretty old. I mean, you have Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden.
You got Andy Beshear, you got Josh Shapiro, you got Gretchen Whitmer.
That's a different kind of Democrat, and that is not the progressive Democrat that wins in a primary. So is it going to be a change in your party?
Well, we nominated a Bill Clinton and a Barack Obama who were not from
the old days.
The party. So I think we'll do that. Look, tonight, what happened this evening and what's happened over the last year has been described. There were those on this panel who didn't believe that this resurrection could have occurred. So if this can happen, things are possible in politics if you're willing to change and willing to have courage and determination. And whatever Democrats or anybody want to say about this guy who's been elected our president, he personifies that courage and determination and persistence. So I think Trey, you were asking a serious question, and Britt gave a very serious answer. I think that's going to be part of the answer. And we've got to look long and hard about whether or not the way we campaign sometimes with identity politics at the end, is that the right way to do it? But before you get there, you got to get a purpose and a message. And we'll get there. We've got a long history of figuring these things out as a nation, as a party, and we'll figure it out this time.
So the carnage speech got a lot of attention at the inauguration. Do we think that?
Oh yeah.
This speech.
I was going way back.
We're actually told that the teleprompters have been removed from the stage, so we could be in for a long haul here. We don't know. But what do you think? He's coming, but there may not be teleprompters.
I'm saying he goes off the teleprompter anyway. But he, the other night at the Al Smith dinner, he was upset that there were teleprompters, because he doesn't want to use them. So.
Right. So Dana, what does this speech look like?
This one right now?
Yeah.
I think look, I don't know. He's one of the most unpredictable people, too. So I think that's why we're all here, and I'm wide awake, and I've been awake for almost 24 hours now. And I am curious to see. I think I wasn't just thinking about this speech. I'm thinking about the inauguration speech. which would be 8 years since Carnage speech, he has a wide range of the types of speeches that he can give. If you think even within a speech, there's range. If you think about the RNC convention, it started off with like, oh, wow, yeah. And then after a while, it was like, wow, he's still talking. And it was like so long, and it kind of got off script, and people thought, oh, he kind of lost an opportunity. But he didn't. I think if you look at these people who would take off work, drive somewhere in the middle of the night to go and get in line to wait for hours, to then stay at a rally for hours. And part of the things he has done as well is created this camaraderie amongst people so that you could go to a place where you're not afraid to wear your red MAGA hat, and you could say, I'm not the crazy one. I'm not the only one who thinks the way that I do. I can actually have friends. And that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be outreach to the other side. I believe in love thy neighbor. I love all of that. But he has created something special here. So I kind of want him to take a victory lap tonight. I don't think this is necessarily the moment for unity, especially when she won't even concede and give him the night to celebrate.
Yeah. Kellyanne, you were looking at the popular vote. He's still up and could finish up.
And part of it is because he did run up the totals in places. I was looking at even the rural counties in Pennsylvania. He was going to win them by significant double digits, but he won them that much more. I think running up the totals in Florida, which was a swing state not that long ago, over 1.1 million votes or so. Kaylee, right, your home state. And this is, look, I think that when the Democrats take a look at this candidacy, it's not going to be, did she have too much time, not enough time? She's just a flawed candidate. She doesn't speak well. She doesn't work hard. I'm not being mean or partisan. I don't know why the country would have rewarded this candidate with the big job. When she couldn't make the case what she does as vice president that affects our lives in a positive way. She was given that opportunity. I personally would like to thank the women of The View tonight.
Yeah.
For asking this question, for having her on. Oprah, we see you. And so on and so forth. People who thought they were doing her a favor because they made her something she's not. It's the opposite for Trump. They make him something he's not. Take that one word, take that one line, take that cherry pick this, that, the other. You never get the essence. I go back, does everybody remember 5 years ago, so Laurel and Yanny, or what color dress? You hear Laurel, I hear Yanny. You see a blue dress, I see a yellow dress. We were all looking at the same thing. That's the way Donald Trump is in this country. There are people who look exactly the same person, and they see two different vistas. I think it's time that we try to see one. Look, I don't know who said it earlier. I'm a little worried about the reaction of the Democrats and the Kamala people here. I'm very worried. I think that there are a lot of unhinged people across the political spectrum. And we gave very little quarter to how many anti-Kamala voters are out there. I don't want to hear the words racism and sexism. It's eyesight and hearing. We were listening and watching her. And I'm very worried that we've not talked a lot about how violent people may be and angry because she lost.
Right.
I'm afraid of that.
Right. I mean, I can just imagine thinking about The View, and a week or so ago, they were saying, what is wrong with someone who would vote for him?
Michelle Obama said.
And Joe Scarborough saying, we weren't raised like this. Who raised these people? So I can only imagine what tomorrow is going to look like.
Yeah. I will say when we talk about The View, what comes to mind is we mentioned the carnage speech that President Trump gave at his inauguration. And my mind automatically went to the unity speech that Biden gave. And he mentioned unity a half dozen times. But when you think about what we got over 4 years, there was the garbage comment that didn't come in isolation. There were all kinds of comments. Neanderthal was one of the first words he used to describe those who opposed his COVID edicts. The Mark Cuban comment, he was an official surrogate of the Kamala campaign. And for, as mean as some of President Donald Trump's tweets have been and people have problems with it, one thing I've challenged Democrats to find is one example of him disparaging the country, half of the country, and that's something he has not done. And so I expect you'll hear a unifying tone, and I expect you're going to see a very successful presidency and one untethered maybe from some of the things that were holding him back. What comes to mind is an Oval Office meeting that we had where Dr. Fauci was urging him not to open the country. And I watched President Trump fight vociferously, saying people are losing their jobs. We must open the country. He wanted to do it sooner than he did. I think that Donald Trump, who goes with his instincts, is going to be a Trump that ultimately leads a very successful country in second term.
Martha, Joe Biden mentioned the word unity more in his inaugural address than any president, I think, except one. If he's serious about that, he'll pardon Donald Trump. He'll also pardon his son. And then he'll put pressure on Georgia and New York to end this lawfare. If there is any silver lining tonight, it is that lawfare actually helps the person that you are trying to go after. We need a justice system. The lady needs to wear a blindfold for a reason. We got to stop this prosecution of our political enemies.
I mean, literally, his
he will
polls
make
went
will
up.
be the Attorney General.
Absolutely.
We need a really solid Attorney General.
John Radcliffe.
You can do it.
Sorry, John. Sorry, John. I apologize. Sorry.
There will
Mike
be
Johnson.
a lot of talk about cabinet members, Treasury Secretary, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense. You've got Tom Cotton, Mike Pompeo. You have
Well, you also have a Republican bench. And sometimes, like you were saying, that the Democratic Party is quite old right now. There's not a great bench, although there are some, and especially, but when you take governors out of states, then you leave a hole, and then you have to build up that bench back up. But the Republican bench is pretty strong right now.
there. You see Doug Burgum and Vivek Ramaswamy, Steve Wynn, and his lovely wife Andrea. So people are there waiting for the former president. Britt would like to know where he is.
He's watching us.
Can we say tonight, though, Harold, that the melting pot still works? That Hispanics, Black Americans, working class Americans, standing up, asking what their government is going to do, asking their government to see them and their concerns, that it works, that this is American democracy in our republic working.
The process works. I think as we get a final account of the numbers and the coalition that President Trump won with this time, I think it'll be one that will be for the history books. President Bush, I think, got 40+% of the Hispanic vote. George Bush, W. Bush, and it looks like President, at least the preliminary numbers suggest that. But as much as we talk about the unconventional aspect of this was conventional also. People believed him. He resonated with voters. He resonated with communities, rural communities, urban communities, suburban communities across the country. And I congratulate him tonight. I didn't want him to win, but I congratulate him on his victory and wish him the best for my country. And I can only hope that the concerns that are articulated by my dear friend Kellyanne, that they're not realized. I hope that my party and my friends, and for that matter, Republicans alike, that we're all able, once we get past the moment here, the 24 hours of excitement and joy and celebration, to understand that what we're really celebrating is the greatest experiment to have ever come to existence. It'll celebrate 250 years of its own existence in 2026. So those are my thoughts, Brett.
I'm struck by the issue of abortion, because it was talked about so much, and it was presented as if, you're a woman and you are not going to support her, then you hate all women. They said that husbands, were hateful towards their wives and the women in their lives if they didn't support this candidate. And I think it just goes to show that kind of, manipulating, it doesn't win
and
people
narrowcasting us based on our gender. I think Kamala Harris was talking to us from the waist down, and I think Donald Trump was talking to us from the waist up as well. That's where my eyes, my ears, my heart, my brain, and my big mouth are. So, I mean, you got to talk to the woman in full. It's as if she doesn't know anything about the economy, or she doesn't care about what's going on in Ukraine or Israel or with Iran, or can't do the math on her grocery bill. It's an insult. Of course people care, but we care about many things. Just as we are not monolithic in life, we're not monolithic thinkers politically. But Martha, something else happened. They put these ballot initiatives on to try to gin up turnout for the Democrat. And they did that, and it kind of backfired. Look at this popular vote, and it backfired. The other thing is, if you've got 10 abortion ballot initiatives, you can vote your conscience on abortion, and you can vote separately or similarly for president. The presidential race was not a proxy for your position on abortion. By the way, somebody sent me the statistics. Over $500 million spent on ads about abortion. $500 million in this country out of the $16 billion Brett is talking about. $37 million for pro-lifers. The rest was the pro-choicers. I mean, it's just insane amount of money.
So we've spent a lot of time talking about markets tonight and with the betting markets. Trey, at this point, it's at about 66% that Republicans hold on to the House as their ticking down the possibilities, and they look at these coattails with not only the popular vote, but what could be and is shaping up to be an electoral college landslide. Should he control the White House, the Senate, and the House, like he did at the beginning of 2016, the possibilities open to a lot of things.
Yeah, I was there in 2016, and we had everything but an agenda. That mistake will not be made this time. He will deal with the border. He will deal with tax is coming up. There is a plan being formulated by Mike Johnson right now, and John Thune or John Cornyn or whoever becomes the majority leader. The mistakes of 2016, I think we were surprised that he won. I'm not saying he was surprised, but others were surprised. The other thing I would remind you, Brett, when he won in 2016, do you recall what he said about Hillary Clinton? She's been through enough. There was a lot of pressure to prosecute her. He said she's been through enough. I wish my Democrat friends would say the same thing about him and say enough is enough. Drop the cases in New York and Georgia. Biden shouldn't wait on Donald Trump to end these federal cases. They should be ended by Joe Biden. If you really want unity, then quit using lawfare to divide the country. Quit using the justice system to try to win political races.
We are still following these Senate races, and as we wait for the former president, by the way, there's Nigel Farage there talking in the crowd there. Britt, this is remarkable in that some of these races were not even suspected to be close, expected to be close. Mike Rogers, he was a long shot at one point against Alyssa Slotkin.
Good candidate.
In Michigan, good candidate.
Strong candidate.
Former chairman of the House Intelligence Committee.
Right. Attractive guy.
But Sam Brown was left essentially, he was not going to win.
He was not on anybody's list.
Nope.
Likely switch.
Not getting much money or attention.
No, but I think he's a competent candidate. Once again, we have.
By the way, there's Sam Brown right there, 48.1 to 47.2, 80% in over Jackie Rosen.
It renews our understanding that candidate quality matters.
Yep.
In this cycle, Republicans in the Senate races in particular fielded some pretty darn good candidates that gave them a shot in states where Republicans often face an uphill battle. And the fact that, it looks like it won't be just a squeaker, there might be a little margin there for Republicans in the Senate is testament to that.
Let's see what Wisconsin is, guys. Can we put up Havdi in Wisconsin? Standing by.
Where's Bill?
There's Newt Gingrich and Callista Gingrich waiting there.
Where's Bill Hammer?
There's Mike Waltz and his wife there, all expected to be a big part, perhaps, in a second administration. The former president had hats made with 45-47.
He's been wearing his for a while,
He's been wearing for a while. Now it is true. Harold Ford?
He will win the popular vote. He's likely going to win the electoral vote. The Dow has jumped 800 points in futures this evening. They give you some excitement around, to give you a sense of the excitement that investors have. And again, I think this speech tonight, the tone tonight, I'm just to be repetitive, because I hope the president's watching. And like you said, Kayleigh, he might be watching us here and there. I hope it's what you said. I hope this is a moment to let the country, because we've had enough of enough. And I think whatever happened tonight, I was hopeful that we'd have a decisive win. And it appears that we're going to have a decisive win to give the president not only a chance to begin to develop and deliver on a mandate, but to begin the process of healing, which I think is incredibly important and an indispensable part of our tradition.
Something tells me we may hear some Lee Greenwood.
You think so?
Well, we should. I mean, Lee Greenwood.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Let's listen in to who will be the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that that little thing called special, we have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and And the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
that is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Donald J. Trump, the man who will be the 47th president of the United States, in West Palm Beach at the convention center there. He said he's going to make America great again for all Americans. Said God spared his life for a reason in those 2 assassination attempts. He said promises made, promises kept, and he has a big agenda ahead. He thanked a lot of people on that stage and said success will bring us together, trying to bring the country together after what is a bruising, damaging, very vitriolic campaign that comes to an end with this massive win. He praised a lot of people, including Elon Musk, who he called a new star, up-and-comer, that guy.
Have you met him? Have you heard
I think he's an up-and-comer.
He went on about the rocket for a while.
He did. But he did the dismount, and now he goes on to be president-elect of the United States once again.
It's an extraordinary story, an absolutely phenomenal political comeback for Donald J. Trump, who will be the 47th president of the United States when he is inaugurated on January the 20th. And he said that God spared him from those assassination attempts in order to lead the country. He said success will bring us together, and he said it was an honor. And he thanked everyone involved and thanked the American people for tonight's outcome.
We have no indication that Vice President Harris has made a phone call. We're trying to get confirmation that there has been any concession. We don't have any word that that has happened. We were told by her campaign that she's going to wait till tomorrow to do something and to respond to all of this, but no phone call, as we can tell right now. We're going to wrap up with our panel: Harold Ford Jr., Katie Pavlich, Mark Thiessen, Kellyanne Conway, Kayleigh McEnany, and Trey Gowdy. It's almost 3 a.m.
You know what they all are.
Just come on. You're fine. Harold, final thoughts.
I'll be brief. The next few days, I think, are really, really important for the country, for Democrats, for the leadership in my party to reach out to the president-elect. I thought this speech tonight was the right tone. Kelly, you said he might give this kind of speech, Kayleigh, and I was pleased that he did. It's 3 o'clock in the morning in the East Coast. He gave the speech like it was 9 o'clock in the evening. He's got great energy. Congratulations again to him, and I believe what he said and want him to act on it.
One person who was not there for this celebration tonight was Corey Comparatore, who was killed at that July 13th Butler rally. So God bless his soul. I'm sure he'd be happy with the results tonight. The United States of America turns 250 years old in 2 years, and Donald Trump is going to be in the White House, and I think he will probably throw a pretty good party for America.
A heck of a birthday party for America.
Mark, we don't know how big this is going to be. There may be more coattails with Senate races yet to call.
Yeah.
He won Texas by 15%. He won it by 6% in 2020. We're going to see some big numbers, and he could win the popular vote.
Yeah, it's a landslide, and it's getting landslidier as the evening goes on. Having written presidential speeches, the thing that jumped out at me is that most of these speeches begin with, "I just received a call from my opponent, who graciously conceded the election, and I thanked her and I congratulated her on a well-fought campaign." Has Kamala Harris not called him?
We don't have any indication.
And by the way, why is she not speaking tonight? She lost. She just go to bed? I mean, you know, Wisconsin's called. It's over. Why is she not coming out and conceding? It's shameful.
The whole thing was that he was going to say he won when he didn't really win, or not concede if he lost.
Right. Yeah.
And now here we are.
President Trump took a victory lap, well-deserved. This is a huge political comeback. It's looking like a landslide. We'll see if that amount. He could have won every single swing state, by the way. We will see. The most important line: this will be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. What a line. Donald Trump did that tonight.
Right.
Conciliatory, magnanimous. It's not a political comeback to me. It's a political resurrection. I don't think anybody saw this. My only advice to him: hire people that are not going to write books for your cabinet. Do not make the same mistakes you made with the first term. Don't hire people that are going to go get a book advance to trash you later on.
Kellyanne.
Hating Trump has become a cottage industry, very lucrative, makes some people famous. I think that's going to go away now, by and large. Some people will still be the only gear that they have, but I don't know that America's going to abide it. This is a country filled with need, and that need has deepened and it has worsened in these last 4 years. And those are big jobs in the White House and the administration. I think we're going to find a lot of great men and women who want to step up and serve, who are willing to make that sacrifice of money, privacy, safety perhaps, God forbid, time, scrutiny, because they know that this man is going to work with the same kind of energy and enthusiasm, and I'm going to say the word again, alacrity and urgency, that you saw in these rallies, this nonstop punishing schedule. Donald Trump showed up to the American people, stood up and showed up for them, and then today they stood up and showed up for him.
Well, I want to say a couple of things. One is this journey has been absolutely amazing, from covering this race from the beginning. Think about all the things that happened, all of the bumps along the road, the debate June 27th, a candidate that gets 2 assassination attempts, a new nominee, all that we followed. It's been a joy covering it with you, but we have so many people at Fox behind the scenes that put all of this on, that make all of this happen. And there's just a cast of thousands. So thank you to, there we go.
There we go.
Wave of the control room.
Very nice done. We have an amazing team of people, super supportive group, fantastic leadership here at Fox, and we're grateful to all of you who made this happen. Last Saturday we had a rehearsal. There was 100 people in this room, so we're grateful to them for making it look easy out here, and I'm grateful to you. It has always been a joy to be by your side on these journeys, and thank you all at home for standing with us and for sharing this incredible election process with us.
You know, Bill Hemmer is off the board currently, but
he'll be back very soon.
I think he's going to be back in just a few hours, but he did tremendous work going through all of those numbers. We didn't actually think we were going to have a call tonight. We thought that this might extend just when we first got our poll numbers, the Fox News voter analysis. But the fact that this is all coming to an end, trust us, the commercials will come to an end. The text messages will come to an end. But there's going to be a lot of digesting what happened tonight, which was history. This was history. And don't forget where you were tonight.
I think a lot of the American people I spoke with said, I just want there to be a decisive outcome. And I think that is a gift to the country. And I hope that we can all wake up in the morning and be and move forward with our great country.
Thank you for joining us for Democracy 24 election night coverage. Trace Gallagher picks it up from here.
Good night, everybody. Good morning.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Trace Gallagher. Welcome to our Fox News special election night coverage. Breaking tonight, the greatest comeback in American history. 2 impeachments, 2 assassination attempts, and 3 consecutive underestimated presidential campaigns. Tonight, we can say against all odds, Donald Trump, now projected to be the 47th president of the United States. Meantime, Kamala Harris encountering the Van Buren curse, the failure of the vice president to become president. The VP will not be making an appearance tonight, and she still hasn't officially accepted defeat. We begin this morning with the senior national correspondent, Kevin Corke. He's live for us in D.C. with more at the big board. Kevin, good evening. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, my friend. Quite an overnight and quite a morning here in the nation's capital. Listen, you and I talked at length throughout this entire process, Trace, about what might be the pathway to victory for Donald Trump. Conversely, what might be the pathway to victory for Kamala Harris. Tonight, a virtual sweep of the blue wall. Let me show you where we are, 277, and that's obviously still with a few states out there on the board. I'm just going to point some out for you. Great state of Michigan still out there on the board. Right now, still too close to call, 77% in. The former president and future president leading here 52-45. Now, I do want to point something out, Trace. Sometimes we'll get a look at a state like that and we'll say, well, Kevin, 77%, how many other votes are out there? Let me show you. This is our remaining vote. The darker the color, the more votes that are out there. So as you take a look, you can see some of these areas, they're clean up. They're nice and bright and gray, which means there are no more votes to count. However, the ones that are more magenta, a little pinkish in color, still some votes out there. You may be wondering, well, what about Detroit, Kevin? What about Wayne County? Listen, down in Wayne County, they still got some votes. Look at this, Trace, 30% in. That's remarkable, but that's sort of traditional. You know how this goes. You'll have a big state, and then all the smaller counties will report their votes, and then the big cities sort of hang on to their ballots until the very last minute, and then they unveil all these ballots. Well, this time Detroit's done a little bit of that, but take a look. You see some other areas here. They've got votes still out there for the former president. Let me just point out one here. This is up here in Antrim County. Obviously red county here, 71 to 26. Still a lot of votes out there. Still some more votes as we get close to the UP. Emmett County, they haven't even begun to report. My point is, there's still some votes out there. It is entirely possible, Trace, as we look at Michigan, that the former president could possibly win the great state of Michigan. If that were to happen, we'd be looking at a virtual sweep of the so-called blue wall. As I can try to advance this map here. Let me give it a little tap there. There we go. We can see here as we go back out to the national map here. So we talked about Michigan. You still got Arizona. I want to show you how he's doing there. We predicted before the night that he might do very well in the Grand Canyon State, and so far it's a tight race, 50 to 48. Kamala Harris hanging in there, but I think it goes without saying that if you're Donald Trump, you like where you are. And I can also tell you this very quickly, the same goes for Nevada. Trump has a lead, and Alaska. Could be looking at 300 electoral votes before the night is up. We'll keep an eye on it and break down more later. But for now, back to you.
Landslide territory. Kevin Corke, back to you as the news warrants. Kevin, thank you. Let's bring in Steamboat Institute fellow Kaylee McGee-White, Fox News political analyst Gianno Caldwell, USC Law School professor Jody Armour, Fox News contributor Steve Hilton, RNC national spokeswoman Elizabeth Pipko, and former House Oversight Committee staff director Julian Epstein. Welcome to all of you. I guess to you first, Steve Hilton. I mean, all you can really say is, wow, where do you begin? What an absolute historic comeback.
It is amazing in so many ways. I just have to say, Trace, people may have seen that I was cut off earlier. I have to tell you, I've never been so happy or proud to have been cut off, because I was cut off by the announcement of this incredible result. I think, as I was saying before, it's a victory for common sense, the good sense of the American people, to see through all the nonsense and the media propaganda and the fakery that surrounded the Kamala Harris campaign, and they voted for someone who delivered the results the previous time, who was clear and direct and authentic and told the truth about what he did before, what he was going to do. And in that sense, I think justice was done. Justice was done. This was the right result, not just in terms of policy and substance, but it just feels such an amazing moment. And I think we also have to acknowledge the cultural significance of this. It wasn't just the realignment in terms of the Latino vote and the class and working class people. Just look at what you saw there, Dana White, Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, the sense of a real movement here, an epic result. And I think we have to conclude by saying what an incredible result in terms of the personal triumph for Donald Trump tonight. It is an amazing, amazing night.
We were talking earlier, Kaylee, that you know, he's 78 years old. He has the ear of young America. I mean, this is something that we have never seen.
Yeah, and I'm Gen Z, and I've been predicting for a while that Trump was going to do better among young adults than people expected him to. And, you know, I think the only person who's having a better night than Donald Trump tonight is Hillary Clinton, because now she's not the only Democrat to lose to Donald Trump. So thank you, Kamala Harris, for that. And I think moving forward, there's going to be a lot of introspection in the Democratic Party about what went wrong, specifically with Kamala Harris's campaign. There's going to be a lot of talk about Josh Shapiro, him getting passed over for the VP nod. There's going to be a lot of talk about whether Joe Biden should have stepped aside in the first place, whether Kamala Harris was a uniquely weak candidate. But what Steve just said points to a bigger truth here, is that none of those factors explain just how big of a victory this was. This was a massive realignment of really generational proportions, and it cannot be explained away by one bad VP pick or one bad candidate. The Democratic Party has some real soul searching to do, and the question is whether they're willing to do it.
Yeah, Gianno, Jody, stand by for a minute. I want to go now to Mar-a-Lago because Elizabeth Pipko is actually at Mar-a-Lago. I just don't know what it's like there, Elizabeth. I mean, you can see it, but you can't feel it through the television screen. What is the feeling like in Trump world right now with this amazing victory?
Hi, Trace. Let me tell you, the feeling is pretty good. We were at Mar-a-Lago earlier, and then when we realized that we had won the election, we went with President Trump, President-elect Donald Trump, now over to the convention center where everyone just heard his incredible speech and realized that he is, again, going to be the president of the United States. The feeling in here is something I cannot describe. I am holding back tears with you right now. This has been such a movement. I cannot tell you how lucky I feel to be a part of it and how blessed we all are to have the American people to show us the way, because no matter who tries to stop you, what they try to throw at you, when the American people want something, when they need something and they know that they're right, they can get it.
Yeah, and Jono, they talk about breaking down the demographics, and we talked about it a lot tonight. It was important in certain aspects.
Yes, absolutely. And on the issues itself, the data doesn't lie, the media does. And we saw that when it comes to them saying, you know what, black voters aren't going to go to Donald Trump in any real measure, any measurable impact. We saw that that wasn't true. They said the same thing about Latinos. They said the same thing about working class whites and many others. But what we saw is union members in many of these places came through. There's been a realignment, and certainly there's a new Republican Party here, one in which I am a very proud member of. I think now, as we move forward, we're going to see the Republican Party move much differently, especially as they try to attract these voters and keep this coalition together, which is going to be extraordinarily important for the future of the races, especially as we try to unite the country.
Yeah, you talk about the future of the race. You talk about young people, Jody Armour, that you work with as a law professor, and you wonder, you know, I'm amazed when I was talking to Barron Trump's best friend last night about getting involved in the Joe Rogan podcast and these other podcasts. You think, man, this is really something spectacular.
Yeah, well, she was just underwhelming. She did not have any charisma. She didn't move people. And she said, what I'm going to do is eliminate the daylight between me and Republicans on policy. For example, I'm going to say oil, I make, you know, a strong military, bring Liz Cheney on board. I'm going to create as little space between us as possible. Then I'm going to run on I'm not Trump. And that's going to be enough. I'm not going to have to come up with any policy. And a lot of young folks and middle-aged folks and older folks all want to hear some policy too, along with the rest of it, and she wasn't delivering that. Promises made, promises kept is what Trump said, and a lot of the American public didn't believe that she would keep her promise.
Meantime, the Republican Party is celebrating. The Democratic Party has a lot of self-analyzing to do, Julian Epstein. Your thoughts on what happened tonight, Kamala Harris not coming out and conceding or even giving any kind of speech. What do you think, Julian?
Well, Trace, as you and I have been discussing over the last 18 months, a very few of us in the Democratic Party have been worried and anticipating this kind of result. This is, just to lean into Steve's point about the realignment, this is more than a political realignment. This is a cultural realignment. It's sort of the closest thing we've had to a Marie Antoinette moment, where you have a cross, multiracial, working class movement that is coming together to reject the professional elite. It's not just the Democratic Party that tried to keep Donald Trump out of office, that tried to put him in jail, tried to keep him off the ballot. This is the news media, this is Hollywood, this is Wall Street, this is Silicon Valley. This is the working class standing up and saying, we are tired of the professional elite, the sort of the self-righteous elite, which has become the Democratic Party. And what I've been saying for the last 18 months is that the Democratic Party needs a wake-up call. The policies of the professional elite and the left elite, the coastal elite, the Chardonnay Hour elite, have been very, very unpopular on economic issues, with 25% of the economy now being run by the government, with things like EVs, which have been a disaster in the Midwest, particularly for the auto industry. And you go down the list on cultural issues, crime, immigration, you go on down the list. So I actually think this is the best thing that could happen for the Democratic Party, because the very few of us who have been warning about this now say, look, you have the evidence that until the Democratic Party separates itself from the intersectional elite, the activist intersectional elite that have been driving policy on immigration, on deficit spending, on crime, you name it, on sort of, coddling the anti-Israel community in an absurd way.
Yeah.
Until the party can reject that, I think they're going to see more nights like this.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Kayleigh was joking earlier about can't wait to see The View tomorrow morning. I'm wondering, he says realignment, Steve. Are we talking about maybe a realignment in the media? They lied to us again and again and again.
Well, there should be, exactly as Julian was saying, but I'm not sure we are going to get that, because you're already seeing some of the really offensive excuses being wheeled out.
Yeah.
Racism, sexism. Oh, America won't vote for a woman. If I could just offer a perspective on that as a new American from the UK, right? The British Conservative Party has produced 3 women prime ministers. Yeah. It has just elected a black woman as its leader. The idea that America is somehow uniquely sexist and uniquely racist and won't vote for a woman, it's so offensive and ridiculous. The reason that America didn't vote for Kamala Harris is because she's a terrible candidate, because she didn't make clear where she stood, because she was all over the place on policies and she was not credible, she was not authentic, all these other reasons, and that you had a good record from Donald Trump versus a very poor record on the issues from the Biden-Harris administration. So to blame it all on sexism, but I'm afraid I think that is where they're going to go, because they can't disown this elitism that they've been living for the last decade or so. It's just baked into their identity. They are captured by this far-left ideology. I think it's going to be very, very difficult for them to actually confront the reality that we're all seeing tonight.
You said on our show 4 months ago, Kayleigh, that you would walk over broken glass after the assassination attempt to vote for Donald Trump. But it was more than that. It was more than just the attempts on his life and the lawfare and so forth. People came together in this country saying enough is enough.
And he won people over. And I think that he won people over on the issues. And that's another thing that Democrats are going to really have to re-examine here. They put a lot of weight into the abortion issue. They thought that that was going to be their Hail Mary, the issue that saved them. In Florida, we saw an abortion amendment failed. In Nebraska, an abortion amendment failed. And it did not help them in the swing states. Maybe that's because abortion is not on the individual ballots of those states, or maybe it's just not a very persuasive issue at all. Meanwhile, other issues that Democrats thought that they could force onto the public ended up being very persuasive to independents, such as men playing in women's sports. That was a huge issue in congressional races down ballot and in some of these Senate races. So they really need to do a lot of soul searching about which cultural issues are worth pursuing.
And I wonder, Gianno, as you go forward, if you think, I'm not saying that this is the end of woke, but is it a step back from woke? Do we take a step back culturally in this country?
I mean, what we just saw demonstrated here is when you go woke, you go broke. I mean, you remember Trump saying that, and that is really the narrative. We've seen woke prosecutions throughout this country. We've seen woke policies. You just mentioned women or the men in women's sports. Numerous things that people find offensive, honestly, and especially men who are raising daughters. They don't want their daughters competing against biological men. And they made a strong statement tonight. And I think Democrats, if they're smart, they would re-examine this. But many, I fear, will just say, you know what, this is maybe a Donald Trump thing. We're not going to change anything for the next run.
Yeah. Elizabeth Pipko, to you, I was just wondering because, I was talking to Kayleigh a little bit about this, and Gianno kind of fits into this mold as well, but you are among these young people that are hanging out at Mar-a-Lago tonight, this new generation, the generation that Donald Trump has kind of tabbed to move the ball forward. Do you believe that you will see this grow? Do you think that this young movement will grow?
I definitely believe the young movement will grow. I believe the MAGA movement in general will grow, right? If people learned anything tonight, it's that you cannot stop what the American people actually believe in. They tried absolutely everything to stop Donald Trump's movement, and they obviously laughed at him when he first launched his movement back in 2015, and look where we are tonight in 2024, right? No one believed that this could happen. Look at the kind of voters that he brought in, right? These are records for a Republican. We're talking about Black Americans, Jewish Americans, obviously young voters, right? He started a movement that no one could compete with, that no one saw coming, from a man who had never run for political office before. And I know that when he is done in office in 4 years, we will all have this light ignite in all of us, and all the American people will as well, because you know that if you believe in yourself and you believe in your country, apparently you truly can do anything.
Yeah, and I think, Jody, if you're looking at politics in general, and you're a Democrat right now, you're worried because it might not just be 4 years. This could be the start of something. J.D. Vance is 39 years old. You're thinking, wow, they could control the button here for a long time.
You have to take a hard look in the mirror and engage in some critical self-reflection and say, what went wrong here? Either I need to become more to the right, move to the right, or I need to define myself in a more kind of distinct way and not try to just play the kind of personality charisma game, because frankly, I lost at that. I lose at that very often and lost that in this case. And so, yeah, a lot of the young folks want to see real policy. We even saw in Los Angeles people saying, I don't want a politics of pigmentation anymore. I want to know what your substantive policies are.
Yeah, it's very true. And Julian Epstein, to you, I mean, I wonder if you think this for Kamala Harris is the end of her political career, if she does something else, or do you think she regroups and maybe comes back?
No, I think it's the end for her. I think she had an opportunity to perform in unscripted environments, and Democrats were worried that she wouldn't be able to perform. That's why they didn't put her into a lot of cross-examination interviews. But look, I think it's going to be hard for her to sort of resurrect herself. But I think, if the media tries to make the identity argument here that this was about gender or race, I think they're just going to further dig themselves into a very unpopular place. Because when Joe Biden was running, you could look at all of the same issues. The Democrats were in deep deficits on the economy, on immigration, on crime, on foreign policy, you name it. And, Giano, I think, will back me up on this. If you poll inside or if you talk to Black Americans on the street about what they think about immigration, particularly working class Black Americans, for which immigration has been wage theft for them. If you talk to them about defund the police, all of those issues, I think as Giano knows, you'll find they poll very, very unpopularly, and the Democratic positions have been very unpopular. So if the Democrats are putting together a multiracial coalition amongst the working class, I think it's hard for the news media that was really in the tank for Harris to start virtue signaling here. And, the signals about this have been around for a couple of weeks. The pollsters really got this wrong, again, for the third time. And as I said on your network last night, Trace, you could see this coming weeks ago because the early vote was so bad, the Democrats, which is an indicator of enthusiasm. So this should not be a surprise. This should be a wake-up call. If the Democrats are smart, they will learn from it rather than point fingers.
I've got about a minute and a half left. I want to go around the horn one more time. I can give 15, 20 seconds to each of you. Steve, your big takeaway.
I'm very upset, Trace, by the way. You don't include me with the young people. So what's going on?
You said I may be included.
I just want to say one thing. I think we could also be seeing a turning point here in California. You have a massive defeat for George Gascon here in Los Angeles. You have the conservative, Republican, common sense position looking like it's going to win handsomely on the crime proposition, on taxes, on the minimum wage. You've got the recall of the failed mayor of Oakland, of the district attorney in Alameda County. There's a rejection of this far-left ideological policy making and a desire for change here in California.
Not to be confused with the Common Sense Department, which there are now mugs and T-shirts and hats and the whole 9 yards. Kayla McGee, what do you think?
Well, I'll just say for those looking forward to the continued victory lap, just remember, Kamala Harris has to be the one to certify Trump's victory in Congress as vice president. Exactly right. She has to be the one to certify it. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, Jono.
To my fellow African Americans, welcome to the Republican Party. I mean, we are in a great place now to really change this country and move in a direction that's going to be positive for everyone.
Jody.
A real vote for sincerity, authenticity. Trump came off as more authentic, and Harris just didn't.
Yeah. Elizabeth Pipko, your big takeaway.
Yeah, look what President Trump has gone through, right? Whether it's the impeachments, the indictments, and the mugshot, the assassination attempts, he's still here, still standing, still smiling, and the next president of the United States, because in America, you can do absolutely anything.
Yeah. 45 and 47. Julian Epstein, final comments on this.
Teachable moment for the Democrats to move back to the political center and to get in touch with the working class, black, brown, and white.
Thank you all for coming on. We appreciate it. And our special election coverage of Trump's historic comeback continues. We'll check back in with Kevin Corke for the latest Fox News voter analysis next. Welcome back to our continuing breaking news coverage as Donald Trump becomes the 47th President of the United States. Now, for a sampling of what voters were saying as they exited polling places around the country today, let's get back live to the senior national correspondent, Kevin Corke, with the Fox News voter analysis numbers. Kevin.
Very interesting looking inside the numbers here, Trace. We've not only been tracking what the different groups have been thinking and talking about, but how the breakouts actually ultimately went. Let me just share this. We wanted to show you some of the key groups and how they voted in this national election. Black voters, 15%. That may not sound like a lot, but when you consider back when he ran in 2016, the former president and future president rolled in right around 8% at that point, maybe 9% in some key demographics, at least among black voters. That's pretty solid. But when you look at 15, that's a heck of a lot better. Hispanic voters, 40%. A lot of people, Trace, said that that was going to be the difference maker in this race. It well may have been, in particular as we look at the states out west. Whites with no degree, 62%. Whites college degree educated, 53-43. That's a bit of a surprise for some people. Typically that demo goes heavily Democratic. And as you see, older voters, 49-49, under the age of 30, 52-44. A lot of people, again, thought that would be a heavy Democrat-leaning demo. Didn't turn out to be that way. Suburban women, huge lead there for the vice president, 17 points. And among men, no surprise, the former and future president, as you see, with a nice little budge there, I'd say about 8. Among Hispanic voters, 55-41. We talked about this in Nevada. Very, very tight race still ongoing there. Again, whites with no degree, nearly 60% for the former and future president of the United States. I did want to share one more thing here. We talked about the blue wall. Now we can call it the red wall, or so it would seem. Look how they did among black voters in those blue wall states. Michigan, 10%. Wisconsin, 14% for the former president and future president. That's a little bit more in line with what they were hoping for. But look at this, Trace. 17% among black voters in Wisconsin. That was a real surprise and may have been a major difference maker as they came away with the victory there. Among young men, not a surprise, 55-43. But what I think we'll also be looking at as we look at the exit polling, as we look at the data moving forward, what were the turnout numbers among that group? We've talked about the podcasting with Joe Rogan and this real concerted effort to get men to get out there and vote. When you're polling at 55-43, that may have made a huge difference. Lastly, I want to say this, Trace. Whatever you think about the former president and his strategy coming into this particular race, you have to acknowledge it was pretty impressive when you consider all the things and all the hurdles he had to clear just to get to this night. And it would appear he's going to come away with a big victory. Pretty incredible. Trace?
Yeah. Kevin Corke, back to you in moments. Meantime, let's bring in pollsters Craig Kashishian and Matt Towery, along with the co-host of the Polling Plus podcast, Trafalgar Group Chief Pollster Robert Cahaly. Gentlemen, thank you for coming on. Craig, I had you on last night.
Thank you.
And I mean, I have to give you kudos here because you were spot on. The polling, as we were talking about last night, we didn't know at the time. The polling was terrible. Again, the polling was terrible. You had different polls. You had different numbers. You had a different way of doing this, and it was spot on. Kind of like what we're going to talk about with the others.
Well, I had a little help from my friends, Mr. Cahaly and Mr. Towery, wonderful lanterns in this world of fog. And the key thing here is that we saw exactly how the electorate would turn out. We also had a working premise, the three of us, that Trump had inverted the Republican Party into a broader spectrum, middle class, working class party that attracted minorities, African Americans, Latinos with exuberance and with precision. And his message is resonating across the spectrum. And this is why he came out tonight with an extraordinary victory. This is historic. And this will have legs as long as the president-elect will continue to enact his policies, act on them.
Matt Towery, to you now, because, I mean, people are wondering, what were you doing differently than the rest of the pollsters doing? Because, again, they undercounted Trump.
Well, I just listened to Robert Cahaly. No, Insider Advantage and Trafalgar, we have always been able to find those Trump voters, those shy Trump voters, a little bit better. And by the way, Craig did a great job with his forecasting. He needs to become the new forecaster. I think what happened here is it's hard to get these people to tell you because there's so much negative towards Trump and feel like they truly think they're going to be on a list or people are not going to talk to them. And they were just afraid to talk. The way Robert and I collect our information, we do it a little more anonymously. We don't put people on the spot, and we have very brief surveys, so we don't ask them 60 questions. Nobody but a political expert is going to hang in for 60 questions these days. And I think that was the difference. And I agree with everything the others have said. The demographics, the little groups that we have in our polls, whether it's African Americans, Hispanics, women, white voters in general, they all ticked up in our tabs, and that's exactly the way this election turned out.
Yeah, Robert Cahaly, to you now, it's amazing because you know you're going to see the pollsters in the next, I don't know, 5 minutes start giving you all their excuses for why they screwed it up. It really wasn't their fault. It was this. What do you make of the bad polling again?
Ones that the media elites called the quality pollsters, the credible pollsters, and yet again in a presidential race for the third time in a row, they've gotten it wrong because they really don't understand people. Polling is about more than numbers. You have to understand the fact that, like Matt said, they're not going to answer these long questionnaires, and you have to give people ways to participate that maximize what they can do on their time schedule. And the other thing is, you know, with all that was going on this year, I think that the Trump campaign made a very smart decision to not listen to all the voices that said focus on suburban women. Instead, they went to the coalition the Democrats count on, the minorities and the young people, and just sliced a big piece off of that, because the suburban women who weren't going to vote for Trump aren't going to change their mind. And that's why Craig and Matt and I have been sort of a team on this, and we really have been able to figure some of this out.
You think part of it, Craig, is fear, where they just decide they're going to herd with each other so they don't get in trouble, they don't become an outlier?
I think you're absolutely right. I think, unfortunately, for most pollsters, other than the gentleman sharing the TV screen with me, are a little reluctant, a little hesitant, and it's also a function of experience. Matt and I and Robert have been doing this for a very, very long time. We understand the mentality of the voter, and we can penetrate a little deeper than most.
But I wonder, Matt, as you kind of look at numbers and you go back and, you know, you're going to reanalyze and self-analyze as well. I wonder if this even makes you better next time around, because you've got the secret sauce. You and Craig and Robert have kind of the secret sauce that others are still kind of grasping for.
Well, Trace, you got me laughing because they both know I'm not going to do this again. So my sauce is cooked. I play golf all the time now. And let me just say one thing about the herding. So we were beaten up for allegedly herding because we didn't have Trump winning by 4 and 5 points in some of these states. Well, go look at these states. They ended up being within 1 or a half a point of where we were on every one. But we showed who was going to win in each one of these battleground states. And I think that's where people are afraid. They just don't want to. They did not want to face the reality of this election. And it was very obvious if they just looked.
What do you think, Robert? Are you off to the golf course too, or are you going to keep doing this? I mean, we need some consistency here, and we need people who can be consistent.
No, I'm going to let my Doc Holliday go off and do his thing, and I'm going to continue gunfighting out here.
Good. And lastly, Robert, I mean, seriously, because you guys were so good, and I was talking to Craig last night, and it really was, it was talk about being in the ballpark. You guys were all right at home plate when everybody else was scattered around the bases, and I'm wondering if you had to give me one big takeaway. I've got about 15, 20 seconds for you. What's your thing that you want to tell people that they missed about the polling?
Well, the first thing I think they really missed was the fact that people are scared. They are scared about lawfare. They're scared about being targeted, and they were looking for a way to tell you what they were feeling. We always knew that there was going to be a hidden vote, and it showed up just as we thought it would. And Craig's article about that a few weeks ago was just spot on.
Yeah, you guys are all spot on. Thank you so much, Robert Cahaly, Matt Towery, Craig Kashishian. We appreciate your time. And coming up, the border crisis remains one of the biggest issues in the country. Sheriff Mark Lamb is here in studio tonight. He joins us live on set. Next. Continue our election night coverage now. Donald Trump, the 47th president-elect of the United States. Projection. Let's see how tonight's results have impacted the balance of power in both chambers of Congress. The senior national correspondent Kevin Corke back live with that side of the story. Kevin.
Trace, we've been watching this for quite some time. Let me first show you the Senate. And this is the one that I think will get a lot of people talking tonight. Obviously, you need 51 to have the balance of power go your way. Look right there. Republicans already got the 51, and you may be saying, well, how in the world did that happen? There's more. They not only have the 51, they have the balance of power. They may up their numbers, Trace, before the night's over, before the week is over, to as high as 54 or 55. Let me show you some of the key races that we've been keeping an eye on. Up in Montana, Jon Tester, he's in trouble. He's trailing right now, yes, only 47%. It's obviously too soon to call, but right now, if you're a betting person, you're probably putting your money on Tim Sheehy. If that happens, that makes it 52. And it gets worse for the Democrats because there are a number of other races that are very tight that, again, are leaning the Republicans' way. Let me take you out to Nevada. Sam Brown, again, super tight race. 80% too soon to call. But, again, the Republicans leading in that race. Let's say he hangs on. Now you could be looking at 53, and there's more across the country to Pennsylvania. Another very tight race. Dave McCormick leading. Bob Casey's the incumbent. Everybody knows Bob Casey if you know politics. He's trailing right now 96% in. If the Republicans hang on to that, again, super tight, you never know. But if they do, you could be looking at 54. I mean, the numbers just keep going and going. Now, there is a bit of good news. If you're a Democrat and you want to see how things are turning out in Arizona right now, 52%, too soon to call, but Ruben Gallego still leading. Kari Lake leading. Hasn't won it, but at least they do get a bit of good news there. My point is, Trace, before the night is up, you could be looking at this balance of power looking a lot more like 54 or 55. Mike Rogers, he's very likely going to win this one. Another Republican, 80% too soon to call, but it's almost a done deal. So my point is, as we look at that, that is an incredible number, and that makes for an incredible night here in the Senate. Now, I want to take you back very quickly while I can to what's happening on the House side. The House races, a little bit more complicated. As you know, 218. That's what you need for the majority. Now, the ones in yellow, that's where we have some interesting races. Let me take you out to Nevada. Very interesting. Let's take you to Congressional District number 3. See how things are looking over there at this hour. Right now, Susie Lee in a real battle with Drew Johnson. Too close to call, 50 to 49. It's been like that all over the country, Trace. I got to tell you, we've been watching races everywhere, and it seems like all over the country we're seeing 50-48. 50-49, it's been that kind of night, especially just shows you, obviously, a very divided country. Let me take you back out here. One more thing here. I want to take you down to the great state of Texas. I should have mentioned Ted Cruz. We talked about that. Big win for him on the Senate side. Here, take you up to Congressional District 15. I want to show you this one. Monica de la Cruz over Michelle Vallejo, 57-42. That kind of night, not saying it's going to be a 218 or more, but it certainly looks that way for the GOP. You could be looking at all the balance of power on the right, which would be quite a return to the White House for 45.
It's a funny story that Ted Cruz was saying, you know, what, I was going to win office anyway, and they spent so much money trying to defeat me. We got 2 other Republican senators in the mix. So, you know, he might be right about that. Kevin, we'll get back to you in moments. Thank you. Let's bring in Pinal County, Arizona Sheriff Mark Lamb. Sheriff, great to have you. Great to see you and meet you in person. We've had you on the show so many times. I want to know what you think of Arizona. Did it go the way you thought it was going to go tonight?
You know, we didn't have a great night in Arizona. We lost some local battles. You know, we've my guy that ran for sheriff won, Ross Teeple, so congrats to him. Good. But, you know, I think Trump's going to win the state. If you look back 4 years, Trump was trailing, and he was trying to cover the ground in the next few days after the election. He's leading at the start, and it's getting bigger and bigger, so I think it's going to trend into a victory for President Trump. We would love to have picked up a Senate seat there. I think we might lose a couple congressional seats. So it wasn't a great night for us in Arizona, but I think in the end, Trump will win.
Yeah, I want to put up this Fox News voter analysis. This is reducing the number of immigrants allowed to seek asylum. This is, put it up on the screen here, favor 67%, oppose 32%. I mean, it seems to me like immigration, it wasn't the #1 issue, but it was was a big issue, and it moved a lot of people into the president's corner.
Let me tell you how big it was. In Arizona, they passed a ballot measure for abortion by 60% or something. But at the same time, they passed a ballot measure making it illegal to come into the state illegally. So that passed by 60%.
Yeah.
So it shows you that the border was a big issue for Arizonans, and I think it was a big issue all across the country. My good friend Dan Newland out in Florida, we did a lot of ads in Pennsylvania for the border. I was on those ads, and I think it made a big difference. I think people in Pennsylvania saw the importance of the border as well.
Well, it was such a big issue that in his speech tonight, the former president, the former and future president, said this about the border. Watch.
We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally.
And I think everybody agrees on that, Sheriff. I mean, we need people, we need migrants, but they have to be legal. We have to know what they're doing here.
The majority of Americans feel exactly that way. We're okay with you coming here. You got to do it legally. And I think this election shows you that Americans believe that.
Right.
We've got to have laws. Trump is the best person to do it. I was a sheriff under President Trump. He had great border policies, and they worked. Then the last 4 years has been a complete disaster. So I'm looking forward to getting back to the President Trump policies. And I'm looking forward to securing this border because we owe it to the American people to secure the border.
I mean, we all agree. Everybody will applaud people. You go through the system legally and become an American citizen, and we stand up and we will applaud you. But you can't come across illegal. Kamala Harris, the whole tone and tenor of her, the way that she dealt with a lot of this violence from illegal immigrants against people, the deaths, the parents, it was off-putting, Sheriff.
It was off-putting. It was disingenuous. You know, when I listen to Kamala Harris, the things that she never talked about God. She didn't talk about the Constitution.
Right.
It didn't show much care for the victims of the people that were victimized by people that came into this country illegally. Yeah. She never showed any care for the people that were getting all this money that came into this country illegally while we had Americans struggling. So I think ultimately Americans saw through that, and they held her accountable for it.
And I think it's interesting when you didn't talk about God, didn't talk about things. She was really pilloried in the public for not talking about her religion as much as she should have, for not talking about different things. She wouldn't talk about the Palestinians to one group or Jews to the other group. She just avoided subjects so that she could please everybody, and nobody knew where she stood.
Well, she's a candidate with very little substance and very few principles. And when you do that, you don't ever stand up for anything. And I think she was exposed. And so they tried to craft a certain message. And anytime she got outside of that, she struggled. But I think the average American realized they were just being fed a bunch of lines. And we want substance. We need substance in this country to take it back, to get it back on track, to secure the border, fix the economy. I mean, the list goes on. And I think Americans realized she wasn't the person for the job.
Good night for America, you think?
It was a great night for America and a great night for President Trump and his family. Congratulations to President Trump and J.D. Vance. I think they're going to do a great job.
Yeah, Sheriff, thank you. We appreciate it. Well, coming up later, the liberal media not too happy with Trump's big win tonight. But remember, we showed you those ads Kamala Harris ran on Israel with two different messages. Did her lack of clarity cost her in the key battleground? Did it cost her in the battleground states? We're going to have our panel talk about that next. In his third presidential election, Donald Trump has come to count on the crucial faith vote. Let's bring in the president of Paula White Ministries, Pastor Paula White, Kane of the National Faith Advisory Board. It's great to have you on the show. I'm just wondering, one, what's your reaction to the former president and future president's victory tonight, and how important and how do you think significant was the faith vote involved in that?
Well, it's so great to be with you, and I am overwhelmed, excited about tonight, obviously, this great victory. But I predicted this last Monday, Chase, when we were in Powder Springs, Georgia, the National Faith Advisory Board's annual summit. We had 2,700 pastors and faith leaders that were by invitation only. The president came. He spent almost 2.5 hours with us where I was able to interview him. And I talked about some of the statistics, the polls that had been out there that talked about how faith will not show up. And I said, I don't believe it. I've been out there for the last several years working with the coalition of the greatest army of faith. We had hundreds and hundreds of churches that did voter registration that had never done voter registration in our battleground states, North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania. We had 2 simultaneously faith tours going on. We had Get Out the Vote. And then, of course, my husband plays with Journey, Jonathan Kane of Journey, and I was out touring with him as well as doing all of this. And I was with everyday people, people of faith, people who love this country, people who love our president. And they got out, and we are getting the statistics back right now. Just got off with Ralph Reed and others, and we turned out in the droves. I think we're going to have historical numbers for the faith vote.
When you say historical numbers, Paul, I don't want to put you on the spot or anything, but what are we looking at? When you say statistics back, what are we hoping for? What are you looking at?
Well, we had 81% of the evangelical vote for President Trump in 2016, and then we went up to 85 in 2020. Ralph and I believe that we are going to hit over 87. And
Really?
that, when you begin to look, and we know that we already know because we've been, just following this in real time, just Faith and Freedom alone knocked on over 9.8 million doors. When you look at what churches have done, the phone calls they've made, the people they've talked to, the people they've registered, it is just unprecedented. So again, when you look at conservative Catholics with evangelicals, and you see that that number makes up over 38% of the electorate, and I've said this before, that is more than the Black, Hispanic, and Union put together. And I just say that in numbers, and we know everyone turned out. Hispanic vote, Black vote, Union vote, women vote, men vote. We won the popular vote. And that really says something about where this nation, we were not ready, nor will we accept an anti-God agenda and policy being implemented that does not align with the values of our nation and the values of millions and millions of people.
And I got to go, Paula, but I'm wondering if you can put your thumb on exactly why these people of faith, these Christians are so drawn to Donald Trump.
Well, because he implements policies that we value and we care about, and he's promise made, promise kept. I've known him for 24 years and been with him, and of course have been so privileged to open that door. And people, we put 10,000 faith leaders through the White House before, and they know him personally. They've worked with him, and they know that this is a man that stands for their values, their policies, and we will not allow this anti-God agenda for our children or grandchildren. That's why they showed up.
Oh, Paula White-Cain, thank you so much for coming on. We appreciate your time. Best of luck to you and all the people who voted for the former president. Meantime, a big issue in this race, the war in the Middle East and the surge in anti-Semitism here at home. Let's bring in the host of the Aaron Cohen Show podcast, IDF Special Operations veteran Aaron Cohen, along with RNC creator and pro-Israel activist Emily Austin. Thank you both for coming on. Aaron, to you first. One, I know we're talking about politics tonight, but we got to talk about the breaking news as well, which is the defense Secretary, Israel's version of the defense secretary, Yoav Gallant, was fired today by Benjamin Netanyahu. What does that mean? There were protests in Tel Aviv. What does that mean for Israel, and do you think it's a significant move?
Well, here's what I think it means. So there were 3 major sticking points. Yoav Gallant's a little softer than Bibi. Bibi's been very hawkish, very Winston Churchill of this campaign since October 8th. Gallant pushing to get ultra-Orthodox Jews to enlist in the IDF, wanted Israel to have control over Gaza, or not have Israel inside Gaza after operations were finalized there. And then hostage negotiations, a big one on negotiating with the hostages and getting a temporary ceasefire. And Bibi, as I've said in the past, Bibi has been all about speaking that strength language of the Middle East, which is we cannot negotiate. Allowing a negotiation would award Hamas. And so Bibi let him go, and I think this has sort of been brewing for a while. Bibi finally cut the strings. But Gallant, is a very decorated 35-year Israeli SEAL commander of Shayetet Shalosh Israel. And but there's a ton of very respected military leaders. Now they've just put in Israel's foreign minister, who's a friend, and I think that Israel's going to be just fine. Again, Bibi's a Matkal veteran. He's in that General Staff Reconnaissance Unit. He knows terrorism, knows counterterrorism. I think Israel's going to continue to push in that direction that it needs to go.
And what do you think about the election, Emily Austin? I'm wondering if you believe that maybe Kamala Harris was hurt by her constant equivocation, where she wouldn't really stand and back the Israelis. She wouldn't really stand and back the American Jews or the... I mean, she just wouldn't stand anywhere on this issue.
She doesn't stand anywhere on any issue, Trace. I think Kamala's problem wasn't only that she wouldn't stand behind Israel, it's that she was always proven wrong. The greatest example was, don't go into Rafah, otherwise we will withhold our aid, we will withhold our weapons from you. Boom, they find all the hostages in Rafah that they rescued without America's permission. They're constantly putting Israel in a chokehold, telling them we'll do an arms embargo. But then she goes on the opposite side and she tells, let's say, the Muslim community what they want to hear, and she constantly flip-flops. But Kamala's policies regarding the Middle East have always been wrong. That's besides the fact that she won't even be respected regarding all the foreign leaders if she were to be president. So thank God Trump won. Israel is in good hands now, and I'm confident.
I wonder if the people of Israel have the same sentiment, Aaron. Do they thank God that Trump won? Are they happy with this victory? Do they think that this might move toward ending wars in the Middle East?
I think Israel is ecstatic. About 70% of Israelis support Trump. Prime Minister Netanyahu himself posted a tweet. Congratulations on the greatest comeback in history. He and Trump were very close. Bibi, has been around the political sphere forever, but I know that they worked extremely closely. Remember, Trump assassinated Soleimani back in 2020. So he understands that language. Trump doesn't speak a word of Hebrew. He doesn't speak a word of Arabic, Trace, but he understands the language of the Middle East, and Bibi appreciates that. And I think the Israelis feel relief, like Emily said, that Trump is back in office, and I think it was an incredible comeback. And I think it's going to help actually get this war ended sooner, because there's going to be some very tough rules set in place where they're not going to be placating to Hamas, to these protesters, and to the terror organization itself. And so I think we're going to see some very dramatic operational plays here.
I want to get your take on this, Emily Austin, because this is coming across the wire. Senior Hamas official to Reuters saying, we urge Trump to learn from Biden's mistakes, like Hamas is suddenly going to call the shots. What do you think, Emily, about that?
Oh my God, we pray Trump does not copy Biden's mistakes. There's the reason why we voted for him and not the Harris administration. It was in Iran's best interest, Hezbollah's best interest, and Hamas's best interest for Kamala to win so she can continue Biden's botched foreign policy, which was basically put Israel in a chokehold, like I said before, and essentially make them lose this war against terrorism. Trump will never repeat those same mistakes because there's no black or white. I mean, it is exactly black or white. It's you're for terrorism or you're against it. And Donald Trump, as Aaron said so beautifully, has always shown his strength and resilience when it comes to ending terrorism, showing them who America is, and making sure that there's no place for that here, because they say it's Israel first and America's next. Trump knows that, and he will not let it get that far. So he will not be repeating the same mistakes as Joe Biden.
I've got 10 seconds left for you. Hamas giving orders, telling Trump what to do?
I think Hamas needs to put down their weapons, and I think it's time to end this thing right now, because now that now that the big dog is in the office, Trace, I think we're going to see some ground and pound here.
Emily Austin, Aaron Cohen, thank you both. We are coming right back, continuing our breaking news coverage. It's election the day after. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And good morning again. I'm Trace Gallagher. Welcome to another hour of our Fox News special election night coverage. Breaking this morning, the 45th president of the United States, now projected to be the 47th president of the United States, returning to the White House against all odds, with opposition in Congress, in the courts, in the media, you name it. But tonight, he took a victory lap.
We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Meantime, Kamala Harris not making an appearance tonight and still not officially accepting defeat. We begin with the senior national correspondent, Kevin Corke. He's live for us in D.C. with a look, or maybe a closer look at some of the numbers. Kevin.
Yeah, closer look indeed. And you may be wondering, if you haven't been watching Trace and Brett and Martha all night long, how in the world did we get here? Well, let me walk you through what happened tonight. If you're just joining us, President Trump, future President Trump, already over the 270 mark. You may be asking yourself, how in the world did we end up here already at 277 and there's still states out there? Well, let me show you. I've circled some of these already for you. This is how the night sort of went for the former president and future president. So one by one, all these battleground states, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. I should point this out, Trace. There's still some out there. He's leading in Nevada, Arizona, and Arkansas. You're looking at 20 electoral votes out there, 15 more up here in Michigan. You realize if he wins all of them, and he's leading in all of them, you could be looking at a number that goes well over the 300 and, I don't know, let's say 315 number. Here, let me see if I can get this here, clear that out for you. You know what, there we go. Let me show you something here in Michigan really quick, my friend. He's leading with 86% already in. Who would have predicted, other than Tyrus, coming into the night, that the former president would possibly win every single state in the famed blue wall? He's just about to do it, as you see right now, 86%. I want to share something else with you, too, here, Trace. Very quickly, I want to show you the Senate races here. I know we're going to talk about this a little bit more at length later on in the broadcast, but let me show you this. 51 already. We've still got others out there, my friend. It could be not just here in Montana, which we talked about earlier. You could be looking at another red pickup here, 60% too soon to call. John Tester could be going down here. If that happens, you're not looking at 51 here, Trace. You're looking at 52, 53, 54, 55. Add that to the fact that the GOP very likely will control the House. You could be looking at a former and future president back in office.
Right.
With the control of the House and the Senate to do his bidding. He promised to get the economy back on track. He will have all the levers to do just that, or at least it looks that way at this hour, Trace.
Yeah, indeed it does. Kevin Corke, live for us in D.C. Kevin, thank you. Let's bring in Steamboat Institute fellow Kaylee McGee-White, USC Law School professor Jody Armour, Fox News contributor Steve Hilton, former House Oversight Committee staff director Julian Epstein, and New York Post reporter Lydia Moynihan. Welcome to all of you. Gianno, to you first. The economy was the top subject, and Donald Trump talked about it tonight. He wants this economy. He needs this thing to get back on the right track.
Exactly right. And with a House, a Senate, and a presidency, I think we can actually get something really done, especially with the current Speaker of the House, really pushing this legislation forward to really change things. Now, one of the things I think about is the fact that we have over $1 trillion in credit card debt. We have a 10% default rate. Inflation is eating up wages. People haven't really seen much growth, and it's a problem. Donald Trump says he's going to fix it. I think the question is, how do you lay out those plans for the American people in the coming days of exactly what you're going to do, how you're going to bring this economy back, how you're going to ensure that the American people can live a good life again versus having 3 or 4 jobs to try to make ends meet.
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of analyze. We had an hour, Kaylee, to kind of look at the numbers and stuff, and we talked a lot about the gender gap all night long, and all of a sudden it turns out maybe we talked too much about the gender gap.
Democrats were really depending on the gender gap to pull Kamala Harris through. And I shared this with you, Trace, back after the first assassination attempt of my own sort of political evolution when it came to Trump. I didn't vote for him in 2016. I pretty reluctantly voted for him in 2020. And I was very enthusiastically for Trump this time around. And you will not believe how many other women I have spoken to who said that they had the exact same thoughts. And I want to share these numbers that we got from the Fox News voter analysis, because these are the numbers that we're projecting right now. Women only broke for Kamala Harris by 53 points to 45 points. That is not it's not a big gender gap. So if Kamala Harris was, depending on women to bail her out, It didn't happen. I really do think that women were the new shy Trump voter this election cycle.
Yeah.
They didn't want to admit that they were for him, but they did turn out for him.
Yeah, they did indeed. Jody, to you now, because I think it's fascinating where you talk about the fact that, you know, hey, Kamala Harris didn't come out. She didn't own up. Good sport. Say, listen, I lost, and congratulations to the former president. We got nothing. We got go home, take a nap, and we're going to talk about this. We'll come back in the morning and see if we can come up with something.
Yeah, Trace, the contempt that shows for your base is consistent with the contempt she's shown for her base throughout a lot of the election, you know, lecturing to black men about voting, you know, for Kamala Harris, or maybe you're not black, like Biden said at one point, and just kind of being insulting that way. And then the hypocrisy of saying we got to make sure we take elections seriously and we have a peaceful transition. Well, practice what you preach. Here's a time to come forward and say, let's have our peaceful transition. We have a clear winner here, and let's go forward. You know, model for the country.
I wonder, Steve Hilton, if Trump derangement syndrome is a thing of the past, or is it not?
I don't think so, Trace. I just don't think that they can get it's so deeply ingrained, and we can trace it right back, of course, to 2015, 2016, and nothing's been learned. And you used the word contempt. I mean, that's the word that I associate with the elite view of certainly Donald Trump personally, but also this incredible movement that encompasses so many people, and they just don't understand it. And the defining characteristic, I think, for Trump is he's just someone who just loves this country and approaches things like a pragmatic, problem-solving business guy. How do I solve the problems? And in a way that is just a real insult to the very intellectual, academic kind of mindset of the ruling elite, and they find it almost impertinent that how can this guy be popular? They don't understand it because it's such a challenge to their worldview. And so I'm afraid I think we're going to see more of it, but what we're also going to see is more and more success from this new pragmatic, non-ideological Republican Party that is focused on lifting up working people in America and giving them opportunity.
What do you think, Julian Epstein? Do you think there's a battle to be had again here between the Democratic Party and the Trump administration? I mean, do you think they'll try, let's impeach, let's do this, let's do something, or are they pretty much out of equity at this point in time?
I mean, they've tried this resist strategy for 8 years now, 9 years, and I don't think it's working very well, and I think there's sort of evidence tonight that, you know, sort of ceding the ground to the progressive left on messaging and policy is a big mistake. So I think the Democrats would be much better off trying to work with the administration on fixing the economy, particularly inflation, going after immigration, trying to get a much more sensible policy on energy, which is, you don't have these EV mandates that are putting auto workers out of business. I think they'd be much better advised to sort of work with the administration. And that sort of also brings you to the question about, you know, it was the Democratic leadership. It was Obama. It was Pelosi. It was Schumer. It was Jeffries, who all knew. There were plenty of reports about Harris's performance before July 20th when she came into the race, when Biden dropped out. You know, they were all part of the process to cover up Biden's infirmity, and they were all part of the process to sort of handpick Harris. Two fatefully bad decisions. And I think part of the question here is, does that leadership now have some accounting? And the easiest way they could show some leadership here is to say, you know, this resist strategy of the past didn't work very well. It stopped us from putting out an affirmative agenda. Let's find some common ground, and then we can find some areas to differentiate, but do it in a cooperative way.
Yeah, it's interesting talking about cooperation here, Lydia Moynihan, because we just got some sound. This is from Lindy Lee. She is she's a Harris surrogate, for lack of a better term, and she's talking about starting a little bit of the blame game here. Watch.
My phone is blowing up with recriminations and people just freaking out. This is not the outcome that we expected at all. We weren't expecting a blowout at all. The blame game has started, but this is, you know, for many of us, this is an existential election, given, you know, the belief that many of us had that Trump did launch an insurrection. So this is just, it's devastating on many different regards.
I mean, do you believe, Lydia, that they're kind of believing their own media when the media says, oh, he's Hitler, and they kind of start believing that, and then they're fascinated when the election results come out and they lost like they did?
Completely, right. And all through this process, it would have been very easy to take a step back and listen to anyone outside the media, but that was not something that they chose to do. I mean, I think this is going to be a very lengthy autopsy when you think about the missteps in her campaign. And of course, what the Democratic Party should be thinking is we appointed somebody who was not democratically elected. I think they're all going to go back to the fact that she did not win a single primary vote when she first ran for president, and that should have been a pretty clear indication that this was not a popular candidate. And of course, Therese, we've spoken about this on your show. This was not a popular vice president either, right? There was some chatter before Biden was knocked from the top of the ticket that maybe she would actually be replaced. And so I think this was, for anyone on the outside, it was pretty clear to see that it was a difficult thing to prop her up. And of course, she was able to carry the day in terms of creating good vibes and bringing joy, but that just wasn't something that was able to be sustained. And we did see that initial rally, of course, when she was put at the top of the ticket, when she was at the DNC, but it was kind of more, as we have spoken about, a sugar high, right? At the end of the day, people recognize, I don't feel as safe as I felt. I can't afford bacon or groceries. And that's really what they're thinking about when they go into the polls.
And she makes a good point, Kayleigh, because you wonder if the media, if tonight, I mean, The View is going to go crazy tomorrow, but you wonder if the media is also having a come to Jesus moment of sorts, saying, you know, we kind of lied about Biden's health, and we kind of and the Hitler thing, and we said, oh, and then good people. Maybe there's also kind of a post-mortem to do on that.
I think it would be too much to ask for. Listen, if the media starts actually recognizing that the economy and that immigration were serious factors in why Kamala Harris lost this race, I will be overjoyed. I don't think it's going to happen. This is the same media that has been lying to us for the past several months, saying that the economy is actually great and you guys should just shut up about it. They're not going to do any introspection here. And you know what? I actually wouldn't be surprised at all if the people that they immediately tried to blame aren't even necessarily Kamala Harris or those within the Democratic circle, but Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, Vladimir Putin, all the usual villains are going to come out in full force starting tomorrow morning, mark my words.
And I wonder, Gianno, what point in time, I mean, maybe it was 10 minutes ago, at what point in time do we hear tomorrow, it should have been Josh Shapiro, should not have been Tim Walz. If it was Shapiro that had won Pennsylvania and maybe that blue wall holds, you know it's coming.
I mean, right now, it should have been Josh Shapiro.
Right.
Like, if they wanted to have a fair shot at it. But the truth of the matter is, they were looking at the 750,000 uncommitted votes or votes like that across the country that took place, over 100,000 in Michigan alone. And Tim Walz was one who said, maybe we shouldn't be listening to these folks that support Israel. Maybe we should be listening to the Palestinian folks instead. And they paid the price for it. You have a lot of Jewish Americans who chose not to vote for the Democrats this time around. There was reporting going around saying that there was going to be the most Jewish voters to vote for a Republican since Ronald Reagan. And we see in many of groups who have made those same steps because enough is enough. They've been playing games for far too long. People do not trust the media anymore, and that's why we see such a high interest in X and the ability to get out information through Elon's platform.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. Is you look at Elon Musk and you think, what a huge contribution he made to this campaign. I mean, he is one of those guys that people are, because he's a visionary, right? And people look at him and they think, Elon Musk says it, there's got to be something to it, because everything the guy does turns to gold.
He brought back the American car companies. You know, you look down at the street now, I see Teslas everywhere. You know, and I remember when it was the Germans, you know, it was Benz and BMW. He built a better mousetrap, right? It's simple as that, and the world is beating a path to his door. And so, unfortunately, Trump was able to catch some of that energy, that vibe, and run with it. What Kamala Harris didn't do was separate herself from you know, Trump. She said, look, you know, we're the same on this, we're the same on that when it comes to the military, when it comes to fracking, and I'm just going to run on Trump being Satan. And we weren't buying it anymore. The public wasn't buying that anymore. So you have to come up with a new shtick. If you're going to run. And that shtick has to be substantive policy.
Yeah, you see Dana White up there, and you see Elon, you see all of these people, and you think, you know, he's surrounded himself with with lack of a better term, but certainly more some badass people, Steve, right?
100%. And I think that's the thing we should acknowledge. Of course, we can point out, you know, Kamala Harris was a terrible candidate, terrible campaign, terrible decisions, for example, in relation to her vice presidential pick. But we should also note and make sure the history records this was a fantastic campaign by Trump and his team, broadly speaking. He was amazing. He was a different person. He showed a side of himself that we hadn't seen in previous campaigns, warm and funny more than usual in public. The messaging was incredibly clear. The closing argument, Kamala broke it, Trump will fix it. And, you know, of course, the McDonald's moment, the garbage, all
Dream
of this
big
stuff.
again.
And the other thing I think is very important to note, because there was a lot of criticism about this. Oh, look at the Trump campaign. They're outsourcing really important parts of their campaign. For example, get out the vote. Well, look how that turned out. Look at the role of Charlie Kirk, for example, and his organization Turning Point. Absolutely central to this with Chase the Vote, that big initiative to make sure that those people who hadn't, the low propensity voters we keep hearing about, that was a terrific success as well. So all in all, it was an amazing operation on the Trump side, as well as a terrible one on the Kamala Harris.
And I wonder, Julian, because I did a segment maybe a couple of weeks ago, and I was talking, what moment do you think Donald Trump won the presidency? Was it the fist or was it the fries? And the fist, you mean the picture that he got the blood all over his face, and he's got the American flag behind him, and then the fries where he's out the window with the apron, and the whole country's looking at him, and the Democratic Party's looking at him like, oh my God, we just lost.
I think he was hurt in the first debate, but I think when he gave Kamala Harris enough room to get out there and show that she was sort of not willing to go through tough interviews or not willing to go through unscripted environments, I think people started saying, and you and I talked about this before, that there was sort of no there there. This campaign of joy was really vacuous, and, you know, how is it going to pay the bills? So I think, you know, there was a big turning point in early October. I think we saw with the early vote, there was a lack of enthusiasm. And then to Steve's point on the outsourcing, I think there's a lot of truth to that. It's a tactical point, but it's an important one. Democrats supposedly had this vaunted get out the vote machine. Republicans used the outsourcing. And not only did you see that with groups like Elon Musk's apparatus, but, you know, Ralph Reed's Faith and Family, you just had one of the Faith and Freedom organization. They knocked on 10 million doors. That's extraordinary. And so I think that Democrats are going to look at the tactical things that the Republicans used, Elon Musk's Faith and Freedom efforts, and they're going to learn some lessons from it.
And it seems to me that, Lydia, it all really kind of came down to enthusiasm. And I remember back on 9/11, and they were saying, this past 9/11, they were saying that, you know, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris walked into Shanksville to a fire station, and people looked at them, and then they started their conversations again. And Donald Trump walks in 2 hours later at the very same fire station. The place erupts. And you talk about enthusiasm?
Yeah, and I was actually there tonight at the convention center, and I just had never felt anything like it. The commitment that you see from his base to Donald Trump is something that's really unparalleled, I think, in modern political history. And it's so interesting, too, of course, that Donald Trump, who's a billionaire in some ways, seemingly living a very different lifestyle than a lot of his supporters, has a lot of authenticity and is able to connect with people in such a more meaningful way than we saw Kamala Harris do on the trail. And he was continually putting himself in these situations where he could have those special moments. I mean, in the final days, he was doing as many as 4 rallies a day. So he put himself out there. And of course, one of the things that I keep hearing from my sources is just how he was able to build this coalition. And one thing that I think he did really well this cycle was really expand the tent. We saw this at the RNC. That they were open to anyone who wanted to be part of what they were trying to do. And he's brought in RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, and I think really a new generation of folks who believe in his message. And I think that's why people are heartened by this as well, because they feel it has longevity, because there is a new generation.
He was nodding to that. He was saying, what do you think about Tulsi Gabbard as president someday? I mean, they're bringing these up like, hey, I know I'm here, but what do you think about this? We got time to go around the horn one more time. It seems like even former President Trump, current President Trump, future President Trump is looking forward.
And it reminds me of something that he said a few days ago after Joe Biden made his garbage comment. He said, you can't lead the American people if you don't love the American people. Right. That is exactly right. Donald Trump truly loves the country. I don't think anyone will argue against that. And more than that, he understands the American people. The Democratic elite have been within their little bubbles for the past decade, and they don't want to understand the average American voter. He does, he cares, and he's fit to lead. That's what the American people have decided.
30 seconds each all the way around. Jody, your thoughts?
Enthusiasm gap is partly based on that. Trump was saying from early on, I feel your pain. You know, Democrats keep telling you everything's fine, the economy's great. No, I know you're suffering. I feel your pain. And they show that they appreciated someone feeling their pain at the ballot box.
It really is. They just said, oh, no, everything's fine. Just would you stop with the whining?
Well, exactly. And I just think that, you know, overall, the feeling I get as we look at this amazing night, there's a warmth and a humanity to what the Trump campaign, Trump himself, this whole movement is all about. It's real and it's authentic and it's practical and it's not all this. It really is. And I didn't want to say that word, but it is a beautiful, beautiful thing to see. And that's why this result, I think, is just making everyone feel so incredibly proud to be anything to do with this incredible movement.
John.
And as we celebrate this moment with Donald Trump leading the Republican Party, thereby the country as well, I'm reminded that he got J.D. Vance, and I'm excited to see how he's going to really deploy him because, as we know, Donald Trump can only serve 4 years. So he's, in effect, a transitional figure for a new generation of leadership. So I'm excited to see what that's going to look like.
Julian, I'm down to 20 seconds now.
Democrats used to be for a growth economy, but they have changed recently, and they are now about a redistributionist economy that relies primarily on the welfare state. You could see that with the housing entitlements and the sort of forgivable loans. Democrats were talking about basically buying votes through the entitlement in the welfare state. That's not what working class voters want. Working class voters want a president that will protect the economy and grow the economy so they can do it on their own.
Lydia, 20 seconds.
Yeah, one thing that I think is really important is the message Trump sent tonight in his victory speech. A lot of folks were wondering, was this going to be an angry speech? Was this going to be a dark speech? And when he got up there, the first thing he said was he wants to heal the nation. And so I think, of course, this is an evening where a lot of people are thrilled, a lot of people are upset, but I think that is a very hopeful and promising message that he does want to heal and he does want to bring this country together.
Lydia, Julian, Jody, Steve, Kaylee, Jono. Thank you all. Coming up, the liberal media already melting down over Trump's big win tonight. We're going to talk about that. Well, let's check in on what the liberal media is saying on what has to be a tough night for them. Let's bring in conservative commentator Alicia Krause and the Federalist elections correspondent Brianna Lyman. Thank you both for coming on. Alicia, you're right here. I want to play some sound from Joy Reid. Kayla McGee-White was saying, oh, I can't wait to get up and watch The View tomorrow. Well, nothing better ain't one night than just to watch a little bit of Joy Reid. Here she is. Watch.
I would actually like to put this narrative to bed, maybe forever. One place there's not going to be realignment, black men. You're seeing our shifts among Latino voters for sure. But you are not seeing shifts among black men. Please stop saying black men.
The only area
supporting Trump.
Yeah, and John Caldwell begs to differ because he saw a significant difference.
How about the data begs to differ?
Right.
I think Trump was up, Republicans were up 25% in many counties in Georgia, something like 20% in certain counties, including Wayne County in Michigan. I mean, this is a big shift, and Joy Reid is totally out of touch. She was also upset with fellow suburban white women like myself, saying that we should have voted for Kamala Harris because then we could have defeated the patriarchy, apparently.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Brianna, you know, I just think the media doesn't really, they should shut down all the media outlets for the next 24 hours because they have zero credibility and they can all kind of powwow and see what kind of credibility they can get back.
Absolutely. Tonight was not only a victory for Donald Trump, but it's a victory for the American public. We have seen a record low distrust in media, and tonight solidified that the corporate press no longer sets the narrative. They threw the kitchen sink at Donald Trump. Hoax after hoax. They peddled lies. They gave cushy interviews to Kamala Harris. They rewrote her record for her, and it still wasn't enough to drag her across the finish line. I think the two big reasons for that was, one, Donald Trump redefined how to campaign. He was on podcast. He reached young men 18 to 29. And two, Elon Musk bought Twitter a few years ago. He made that the de facto public square where free speech was permissible.
Yeah, it's amazing to me. By the way, CNN, MSNBC, neither have called the race. so far.
Can we also point out for a second, too, that, like, the Democrats need to do an assessment, not to give the Democrats too much advice, because I don't want them to win going forward, but the Democrats really need to work on themselves and reassess. I think that the mainstream media needs to work on themselves and reassess as well, because even when they tried to give Kamala Harris softball interviews, she didn't do great. Even when they tried to tell us Joe Biden was okay and then shifted, and when they realized, oh, no, he was not.
Yeah.
They were lying to themselves and the American people, and they need to, like, get out of their bubble. Maybe they need to go to the Rust Belt. Maybe they need to go to the Bible Belt and figure out what is actually happening on the ground and start reporting the truth.
But they won't, and here's why. Lawrence O'Donnell for MSNBC, he's already got a villain in this, Brianna, and of course, it's not the Harris campaign. It's the Electoral College. Watch.
I would like to issue an apology to all of those states that we have not mentioned. It's not our fault. It's the founding fathers. They decided on this thing called the Electoral College, which, interestingly, no other country in the world decided to copy.
By the way, Donald Trump appears to be on his path to win the popular vote as well.
The purpose of the Electoral College is so that states who have regional density do not overtake states. There has to be a geographical balance. Our founders were Federalists. They created a Federalist system, and nobody was going to directly elect the leader. You were going to directly elect your local representatives. And, you know, the funny thing for Democrats is I think they were hoping Donald Trump may win the Electoral College but lose the popular vote. He won both. So I think now they kind of lost any argument or any leg to stand on that they may have thought they had.
Yeah, let's play some initial media reaction to the announcement where Kamala Harris was just she was gonna just sit back and watch TV a little bit, maybe take a nap, and watch.
She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face.
That's the wrong one. We have the right one. Initial media reaction to the Richmond announcement. Watch. We don't have it.
But what, I mean, that
do we have it, Kevin?
That clip that you just played, though, is such an example of how the media took something that Donald Trump was saying, something that, oh, I don't know, I'm old enough to remember Cindy Sheehan would say outside of George W. Bush's Crawford Ranch, things that liberals were marching while burning effigies of George W. Bush in 2004 in Manhattan, saying, oh, no, we should send those politicians to have guns pointed at them on the war zone, not our boys.
Yeah.
He's literally saying what leftists used to defend, but the media took it and ran with it and lied about it being a direct threat on Liz Cheney's life.
Barack Obama was saying find people on boats. He was doing the same. The former president of the United States was campaigning and telling lies.
Yeah.
And you think it's unbelievable. Brianna, to you, I mean, you have to wonder that, you know, it's just starting all over again because they have to come up with a new candidate. They have to come up with, they're going to keep the same villain. They have to come up with a new candidate. So the media's got a lot of work to do.
The media has a lot of work to do, especially because they were trying their hardest, like I mentioned earlier, to drag Kamala Harris across the finish line, and their efforts were not fruitful. I mean, again, they threw everything at Donald Trump, and it still wasn't enough. What Democrats have to do this time is they have to figure out what went wrong with their internal polling and what went wrong with the fact that they have people like Jen Psaki and Joy Reid pretending that they understand what the average American feels like. They are part of the D.C. bubble, and until they step out of that bubble, they're going to keep giving wrong analysis, they're going to keep getting it wrong, and the American people will vote the other way.
I wanted to play the sound because the best part was Rachel Maddow saying, now we're just waiting for the blue wall states and watching the math. Sending people home is also asking them to conserve their emotional energy, I think. And that's kind of what, just stay, just go. Take a deep breath. When you come back, we'll have this whole thing fixed.
I've doulaed a handful of births because I'm a home birth hippie myself, and it's the box breathing that you tell people. It's like that's what I wanted to tell out of pity the MSNBC panels this evening. Just box breathe. It'll be fine. It'll be okay. Tomorrow is another day.
Brianna, I've got 15 seconds if you have a final comment on this.
Yeah, I'd say, look, for 4 years, the media has told us if you don't immediately concede the race, you are a threat to democracy. So I would love to see all the Democrats tomorrow come out against CNN and MSNBC.
I cannot wait. Brianna, Alicia, thank you. Coming up, former President Trump performing well. He's doing well with Black and Latino voters. We'll dig into the numbers next. Continuing our coverage of Election 24, let's check in on the latest results and how they impact the balance of power in Congress. The senior national correspondent Kevin Corke is back live in D.C. Kevin.
Trace, we're having a little fun here in the studio because we love to talk about how we predicted things would go versus how they ultimately turned out. Now, I want to take you back to the Senate very quickly. Yes, we know the Republicans are going to have control of the Senate. It's only a matter of by how much. Will it be 54, 55, or just 52? I did want to, however, mention coming into the night, a lot of people were talking about Senator Ted Cruz. Will he have a chance to win? He's in a tight race with Colin Allred. Not so much. Every 6 years we talk about this, and every 6 years Ted Cruz comes away with another comfortable victory, this time 53-44. He makes his way into a nice hold for the Republicans. Now, I do want to take it to the House because this is a little bit more interesting. As you know, 218 is what you need for the majority. Keep in mind, the Republicans had a majority of 220 coming into tonight. Now, 195 is where they stand right now. Very interesting races still to watch throughout the night and into tomorrow. I want to take you out to the Golden State there, Trace. People think of California and they think it's all blue all the time. Not so much. Let me take you to the third here. A very interesting race. Kevin Kiley's going to come away with that one. We've had him on the show before. Very sharp guy. 56%. Still too soon to call, they say. He's going to ultimately win that one. Take you to the ninth. I mentioned how tight races are in California. Look at this one. Kevin Lincoln in a real dogfight with Josh Harder, 56% in. Still too close to call, too soon to call. You never know how that one might turn out. That would be a very big win for the GOP if they're able to manage it. And the 13th, let me show you this one. Adam Gray, again, look how tight those margins are, Trace. People think California, you think, oh, it's going to be a blue wave. Not so much, 51-49. As you see, John Duarte, 49% too soon to call, but John is well positioned as well. This is, I think, indicative, Trace, of what we're seeing around the country. A lot of right down the middle races, and it could be another 220, 221. I can tell you this very quickly. We've seen 3 flips by the Democrats so far. 4 flips by the Republicans. We'll see if they end up over 220. And if that happens, a clean sweep for the GOP tonight. Trace, back to you.
You know what they say in California, Kevin? They say the ocean is blue for miles, and then the land is blue for a few miles, and then California gets very red.
I keep waiting for you guys to divide the state north to south and give me a new state. The state of Jefferson. Can we do that with Eastern California?
Yeah, Jefferson. We'll just call it, Jefferson, California. Kevin, thank you. Both campaigns prioritize their appeals to minority voters in this presidential race. Let's bring in Fox News political analyst Gianno Caldwell, 180 Church senior pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Hispanic 100 director Jenny Korn. Thank you all for coming on. Gianno, it's amazing because I want to look at this. This is a Fox News voter analysis. Preference among black voters. Harris, 81%. Trump, 15%. Not still working on the numbers here, but this was a significant help to the former president's campaign.
Certainly. And when I think about Georgia, 30% of the electorate there is black. And Kamala Harris has done much worse than Joe Biden did at that particular time. And we know that Donald Trump speaks to the issue that black voters are concerned with, the economy, immigration, especially in places like Chicago, which has been a rallying cry, Los Angeles being another one of those places. The thing is, instead of pandering like we've seen Kamala Harris do, he talked about real issues and policies and how he's going to get things back on track. Not only that, black voters recognize what 4 years in office looked like under Trump, and they enthusiastically gave him their support. And this is something I think can continue if the Republican Party continues to target those voters.
And I'm curious, Pastor Sewell, what was tonight like for you when you see what you saw? What was your reaction?
I am so Holy Ghost happy to see President Donald Trump be the 47th president. But if I were the Republican Party, I would say 15% is not enough. We have an opportunity right now to double that. We have 1,000 majority black communities that already have earmarked federal funding that now President Donald Trump can make sure those resources get to poor black communities so we can give our communities a hand up and not a handout.
Yeah, it's amazing, Jenny Corn, because you look at this and you think, well, the Latino voters, well, they're going to hate this whole thing where President Trump goes after the. No. They just like everybody else in America, they want migrants to come to this country. They want people to come in here legally. They want everybody to come legally. They don't want people just skimming in because it's dangerous.
That's right. And holy guacamole, Trace, President Trump and the Republicans won the entire enchilada tonight. I mean, it's amazing. President Trump's on track to get over 45% nationally of the Latino vote. And if you break it down by a few states, in Miami-Dade, well over 50%. In the Rio Grande Valley, where Biden got 58%, Trump and Harris are neck and neck. And in California, in the Fresno Valley, it looks like President Trump is ahead by 4 percentage points with the Latino vote. So we're going to see this sweep. We've talked about this before, Trace. Hispanics, Latinos, we are not monolithic, and we care about the economy, we care about a secure border, and we care about safe neighborhoods, just like every other American.
I wonder if I can put this up, Kevin. This is voter analysis in North Carolina among black voters in North Carolina. It has Harris at 81% and Trump at 19% there, Gianno. And that's kind of a little bit different. You get, as you kind of move across the country, you have different numbers coming up in different states. And it's interesting because, some states bought in very heavily to the former president.
That's right. And Joy Reid said there's no realignment with black men. I would argue that that isn't true at all. And I'll tell you, I've been a conservative for almost 2 decades. And when you tell your family you're a conservative, you oftentimes get ostracized.
Right.
But in this case, when you got so many African Americans who have woken up to the truth of what's been going on in our country, and especially within the Democratic Party, decade after decade of black support, no tangibles, neighborhoods, communities in disarray, utter disarray for many communities. It's time for a change. It really is. And I think that message has been sent to the Democratic Party loud and clear, and Republicans just got to continue to target. That's the most important message tonight.
And I know you are, you're huge when it comes to crime. I mean, that's kind of your passion. And you talk to some of the voters like we did in Oakland, California, and they're black voters, and they feel like their town is being ruined because of the crime there. And it's one of those things where, yes, that they don't want crime. In Chicago, they do not want crime, and yet crime is all around them.
Absolutely. And to that point, I started the Caldwell Institute for Public Safety to go after these George Soros-funded prosecutors, progressive prosecutors, caldwellinstitute.org. Please visit us.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, you're absolutely right. They have created these liberal progressive policies, which they've called criminal justice reform, which is nothing but justice for the criminal. No chase policies in Chicago where the police can't chase you without calling a supervisor. They have people who have been accused of murder who are wearing ankle monitors at home, which ankle monitors have been shown that they can be manipulated, and they can go out and kill the person who witnessed the crime. This is unacceptable. We need law and order in this country, and we need law and order for everyone.
And I'm sure you hear that, Pastor Sewell, in your congregation. I'm sure you have people coming in saying, we need a remedy to this because it is destroying our country, and we need to get together and figure out the fix.
Trace, we understand that the greatest funder of crime is poverty, and when people don't see that they have an opportunity to economically advance, then they find themselves resorting to things that lead to crime. But we know that through HUD funding, through CRA funding, through community block grants, the federal government already has earmarked resources that President Donald J. Trump can now go to work. The American people, we've hired a great employee. Now we're going to put him to work to make sure that Black America can be great again.
Yeah, it's interesting to me, Jenny Corn, because, in 2020, there was a lot of talk about how Miami-Dade, well, you had, these Cuban Americans, they were kind of going toward Trump. And then you had these people in parts of Texas where you had these Latinos that were going. And now you just think there is just this total movement of Latinos all across the country that are migrating toward the former president and current president. and future president.
That's right. Absolutely. And I'm here in West Palm Beach, and my throat is hoarse from yelling. And the crowd was electric. And guess who was in that crowd? A diverse crowd. He has built the best coalition of African Americans, Latinos, independents, women, Arab Americans. You saw that in Michigan with 2 different Arab American mayors endorsing President Trump. Here's the thing. We have now been given this mantle, and the president spoke to the forgotten man and woman, and that forgotten man and woman includes Latinos, and they're going to be right there with him. He's going to welcome them to the White House again, and we're going to work on all the great issues like the economy, the border, and crime, and we're going to make America great again.
Jenny Corn, Jano Caldwell, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, thank you all. And coming up, we are digging into election results in California. We have our all-star panel on set, Peachy Keenan, Dr. Houman Hamadi, and Vic Bajaj. And by the way, Chef Andrew Gruel brought a few goodies with him as well, and he'll be here. Let's focus on California now with the author of Domestic Extremists, Peachy Keenan, one of America's great writers, board-certified medical doctor, one of America's great doctors, Houman Hamadi, criminal defense attorney, and one of America's great federal litigators, Vic Bajaj, along with America's greatest chef, founder of American Gravy Concepts, restaurant owner, and Chef Andrew Gruel. Thank you all for coming on. First, the breaking news, Proposition 36 in California, which is the revision of Proposition 47, passed today. Big news there. Nathan Hochman appears to have defeated George Gascon, so it looks like crime goes away, Vic, and you're out of a job.
Not likely. You know, crime is a consistent thing, like people eating at restaurants, Jeff. But I'll tell you, Prop 47 passed 10 years ago. Passed when people thought America and California was asleep behind the wheel. What it caused was a lot of felonies to become misdemeanors, the introduction of drugs to be misdemeanors, a slap on the wrist, no need for treatment. What ended up happening in the 10 years since? Escalation of violent crimes, a gateway drug leading to addiction, leading to necessity crimes that hurt the community. 70%, give or take, said no more Prop 47. We want there to be strict punishments for those who are recidivists. They don't steal once, they don't steal twice, but at the third time there has to be some kind of a hammer. Interestingly enough, essentially the same percentage that went to defeat Los Angeles District Attorney Gascon. A clear message that no matter where you come from, no matter where you want to go, a safe community is a high priority.
What's something you and I, Dr. Houman Hamadi, have been talking about for a couple of years now, which is, you know, living in a safe area. And you have to be able at some point in time to put some people in jail.
It is true, Trace, and public safety requires several things. It requires laws, requires police to enforce the laws, it requires prosecutors to prosecute those people, and it requires prisons in which to put them. California may still have a lack of those prisons. Gavin Newsom is closing prisons down, converting San Quentin, the biggest prison, into some type of resort for felons to rehabilitate themselves and has fewer beds. So we're going to have to see what happens with that. I'm optimistic, but I'm cautiously optimistic. I think with Gascon gone, it brings about a new era in Los Angeles.
Which, by the way, Kamala Harris was, you know, behind Proposition 47, and she wouldn't declare how she voted on Proposition 36. Don't get Peachy Keenan started on Kamala Harris, or we're going to be here for a while. But I mean, this was a big defeat for her tonight, Peachy.
Yeah, it was really fun watching their joy turn into oi tonight. I really had a great night, even better than 2016, because this was so hard fought for 4 years.
Yeah.
We saw what she did here in California. She is one of the authors of our destruction. She was a top official, a senator here, a DA for so long, and she was going to do to the country what she did to California. So I think we all really dodged a bullet.
Yeah, I mean, would you agree with that, Chef? Because it looks to me like, you know, there's a lot of people around the country who are like, yep, that was a good thing that happened tonight.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, just look at the numbers. This was a referendum on all the chaos and the insanity that we've heard about and we've experienced here in California, right? I try and explain that to people outside of California. I'm like, you don't want this. But this is also huge for the restaurant industry for various reasons. Number one, trade, right? We're going to bring American products back home, which is going to bring down the prices of the cost of goods because energy costs are going to come down. Talk about make America healthy again. I mean, getting the chemicals out of the food, getting kids to eat better. There are so many elements of the fact that Trump is being put right back in the chair that are going to help so many different industries, specifically the restaurant industry.
I wonder, Vic, and this is not to your legal hat take it off, but I'm wondering if you see, when you look at the scope of things, if you see things in California because of the Trump win tonight, if you see things in California maybe moving a little farther to the right, maybe just a little closer to the middle. Do you see that from a legal perspective and so on and so forth?
From a cup of coffee in the morning to a midnight conversation with a client or colleague, the answer is absolutely yes. And this is why. The United States is much like California. You know, we want affordable housing. We want to build up in our backyard, but not in our backyard. The same message was sent to the United States of America today, which is, hey, you know what? It sounds good to allow everyone into the country, but when it affects me, hey, that's not something we're going to do. I can tell you, beyond a shadow of a doubt, in my personal experience being a state court, federal court, talking to politicians, and the average Joe on the street like you and I, Trace, there is a fear in California which is causing people to vote for strict law enforcement and common sense. And the answer is yes. It's a more conservative vote. And people aren't ashamed about it anymore, Trace. And that's the thing. The reality is the egos that we have led us to believe we can't express ourselves because there's an elephant in the room that kind of intimidates us. That's out the window. So now we're able to freely exercise our liberties, and thank God for that.
And thank you for the plug, because Common Sense Department now has T-shirts and mugs and all kinds of good merch to have with that. Dr. Hamady, it's, you know, we talk about different things on this show, but Gavin Newsom, as Vic was talking about, do you think that this ends Kamala Harris's political future, and does Gavin Newsom still have a political future, maybe on the national stage?
This is very interesting, because I tweeted something or posted something on X just a little while ago before we went live about Gavin Newsom and how this creates an opportunity for him to run in 2028. I got negative comments like by the dozens. People saying he's dead, he's done, he has no hope, he has no chance after what we saw happen to Kamala Harris, after what we saw happen in California, to all of these different regulations and people who are being tossed out. Newsom is done. And I actually agree with that. I think Newsom now, the Newsomism, Newsomness, whatever we want to call it, it's gone as a movement, as a concept. The arrogance, the smugness, this idea that the state and the government and the governor know better than all the other people and that they have rules for thee and not for me. All of that people don't want anymore. That's been rejected, and he probably has no political future after this.
The good news is that Donald Trump won the election tonight, Peachy. The bad news is that Kamala Harris lost, and your favorite person to write about now kind of goes away. Do you need new subjects? What do you think? I mean, does it change your style at all, your approach, or is this something that it's going to be beneficial to you?
Trace, can I just enjoy this moment? Like, this is like one of the great nights.
I hear you.
I mean, yes, I do kind of think she's gonna, she'll have to crawl back to her enclave back in Brentwood and hopefully go into exile forever. I wish her a long, healthy, happy, productive life, staying out of politics.
Yeah.
That is my wish for her.
Do you really think that she's done in politics?
No, unfortunately, no. I'm sure she'll run for governor. I hope that Elon Musk beats her to it. That would be kind of like a great silver lining. But she really needs to, I mean, look, let me just say, her campaign offered nothing to a huge demographic of women and Californians who are the mothers. Her campaign didn't speak to me, didn't represent me and my friends who have children.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of women in California who are wondering, how am I going to afford Christmas presents in a month? And then she offered nothing to us. So frankly, she deserves everything she got.
Yeah, and Chef, I wonder, because as a business person, you the same thing. I mean, you're constantly looking out for your livelihood, right? And I think this changes. I mean, it changes because it gives you one more avenue to be able to say, look, we can change this, we can do this, and maybe the Democratic Party is not as strong as they were 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago, to be able to kind of put their thumb on the scale of your business and mine and Dr. Who Mans and Vic's.
Yeah, 100%. And look, I have faith in the American people. I have faith in my customers, right? I talk to them every single day. Some I agree with, some I don't. But the thing is that one thing is that they're smart, right? And you can't pull the wool over their eyes. And this is an exhibition of exactly that. And the American people just realize, look, we don't want this, and we see the lies now. So now I know that the lies are out there on the table. People saw them and they reacted to them.
I've got 1 minute in the show. 10 seconds for the best takeaway of the night. Vic, what's your big takeaway of Trump's victory?
The takeaway for me is our liberties are restored. We now have the ability, the confidence, and the audience to express ourselves without this amorphous, invisible hand controlling our movements and decisions in a very elitist way. The power has been put back to the people.
He just took your 10 seconds, Dr. Hamadi, but go ahead.
I think the impact of Bobby Kennedy on Trump's win and the coalition that he has now moving forward to govern has been underestimated. And I think now we're going to be looking at health, and I think Trump is going to need a really good public health team, and I'm always happy if he's watching to help out.
My takeaway is that women are not single-issue voters, and abortion can only get you so far for so long.
Chef?
Food is everything, and food has been the center of this campaign to some degree, so I'm pumped about that.
It has, and thank you for watching. Thank you all. Thank you for watching our special election coverage. Fox and Friends up next. I'm Trace Gallagher. See you back here tonight.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. Thank you. Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Former President Donald Trump is projected to be the 47th president of the United States of America. It would be the first time since Grover Cleveland and the second time ever a president has won 2 non-consecutive terms.
It has been one of the greatest political comebacks of all modern history. Donald Trump securing more than 270 electoral votes, we are projecting, flipping battlegrounds of Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Wisconsin red, and defending North Carolina.
So it's an incredible result after an unprecedented election cycle filled with twists and turns, including 2 assassination attempts.
And that's not to mention 2 impeachments, the legal battles, and days spent in courtrooms instead of on the campaign trail. And despite efforts from the mainstream media and Democrat elites to write him off, Trump is projected to be the 47th president of the United States. He addressed his supporters earlier this morning.
I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. Now I can say Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
Wow. It's hard to put all this in perspective, but there's other major stories this morning. Republicans are set to regain control of the Senate, perhaps in a big way, ending a 4-year stretch in the minority after flipping an Ohio seat red. We have live team coverage on the historic morning. Madeline Rivera will give us an update on all the Senate races, and a huge win for Republicans, and many on the precipice of doing just that. Kevin Corke has the key issues on the ballot in different states. But first, Lucas Tomlinson is live at the White House with Trump's path to victory. Lucas.
Well, good morning, Brian. As Steve and J.D. Vance said adroitly, this has to be considered the greatest political comeback in history. We knew who would win. The battleground states would win this election. And, of course, it all started with Pennsylvania. Whoever won Pennsylvania, no doubt, was going to win the race. The race was called in Pennsylvania at 1:19 a.m. No question, Trump's campaigning in the western part of the state recently helped move this race over the finish line. The state is the second largest producer of natural gas, and where fracking produces a majority of this country's energy, working class Americans helped move Trump over the finish line. Now let's move down to Georgia. The state was called for Trump at 12:48 a.m., a state Trump narrowly lost in 2020 and vital to his re-election win. It was in Wisconsin, let's go over there next, that put Trump over the edge, over the finish line, winning by 3 points and sealing the victory. Trump taking the blue walls of Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. And, of course, down in North Carolina, that was the first of the swing states that Trump won, setting a tone for the evening. The state was called for Trump at 11:43 p.m. Now, Arizona, moving out west, has not been called yet. We had been warned it would take days to count all the votes. And in Nevada, another state that has not been called for Trump yet, but as you can see, he's up by roughly 4 points. Same goes for Michigan. No question, Israel's war in Gaza and Lebanon played a role here. Trump is up by a few points there. Now, let's show you the map, Brian, showing President Trump's path to the 270 finish line. He's at 277 right now. We did not see the red wave during the midterms, but we see it now. And once again, there's no question that working class Americans and minorities helped Donald Trump become the second president to win non-consecutive terms since Grover Cleveland in 1892, guys.
Indeed. Right. All right. Thank you very much. You know, and as Lucas is standing there at the White House, you got to figure Joe Biden upstairs watching on the big screen. Joe Biden this morning is saying, I told everybody I'm the only one who could beat Donald Trump. But, of course, we saw that Joe Biden who went to that debate could not beat Donald Trump.
I couldn't care less about Joe Biden. I really could.
Well, he paved the way for this.
Right. He paved the way by being a terrible president. And this is what the American people said. It's not my opinion. It's not our opinion. This is a total rejection in every way. And the areas in the demographics that Donald Trump didn't win, he gained massively. If you even look at Chicago, Joe Biden, 80+% of the vote. It's now 60% for Harris. She did not outperform Biden in a single state. And for those people who said this is way too close to call and Donald Trump is blowing in at the last minute, and what about that MSG rally, and what about that comedian? You still don't understand the country.
Yeah, because when you look at the voter analysis, it tells a much different story than all the pundits that went on TV. 56% of Hispanic support for Harris, 41% for Donald Trump. I mean, that is historic when you're looking at the numbers.
Right, because Democrats live off the minority vote, but do nothing for them.
That's right.
And they're tired of it.
Look at the support that Trump had among the Latino and Hispanic voters. This went up. 4 years ago, he was getting 35%, and this year he got 41%. And then when it comes to Lawrence, you told us this was happening.
Everyone ignored this trend. We were screaming at the top of our lungs that there is a new day, and he almost doubled his support amongst all black voters, not just black males. 2020 was at 8%. At 2024, 15%. Almost doubling it.
You know, and historically, the Democrats lead with the younger voters. And in fact, last night, a lot of people on the political left were talking about how, look at the long lines at the colleges. Well, okay, there were long lines. And Kamala Harris did wind up with a majority of people under 30. Donald Trump came right behind her, just about 6 points behind. But here's the one. And this goes to a whole suite of numbers that we've got about what really had people go and push the button for Donald Trump. And that is this. In our Fox voter analysis, we talked to 110,000 people across the country. And those falling behind financially went for Trump by 63%, only about a third of the country for Donald Trump. And ultimately, the other number that is the reason he will be the next president of the United States. 70% of Americans said America is on the wrong track and they want something.
So is
new.
this the end of legacy media? Is this the end of you watching other networks and they tell you how to vote? They saw right through this. They saw right through them peddling all the lies, the conspiracy theories. This is a man who has survived so much. All of the court cases, all of the investigations, 2 impeachments, 2 special prosecutors, opposition from a chunk of his own party, including his former vice president. And last night he said at the speech, or this morning I should say, he said, everyone told me that God had a purpose for my life, that he spared me during these assassination attempts.
A couple of things come to mind. I walked in today, and I know we declared I was up at 2:05. We declared at 2:25, 2:35 around there. I watched the president's speech in the car ride in. And I thought, I was just shocked to see nobody else is declaring that Trump won. What more do you need to see? Yeah. The popular vote, almost every battleground state, almost impossible to catch up. In fact, as I'm walking in today, CNN has an announcement. New Jersey will go to Harris. Yeah. Really? That's your announcement?
And
Newsweek, go ahead.
And they know, Brian, to your point, that he's going to win this.
And the popular vote.
The panic has already started to, they're blaming voters. They're saying it didn't work as it relates to, they're talking about his indictments. They're talking about everything else but what the American people said, which is the economy was the #1 issue.
They want to change. The American people
and immigration as well. And there was no response on the campaign trail to any of those issues from the Democrats.
Well, a lot of them are waiting for the Associated Press to go ahead and project.
It's a big mystery, but can I just add one thing?
Let me just finish this one thing about it. When you look at, because it goes with what I was just talking about, when you look at the big newspapers right now, to your point, Ainsley, the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Wall Street Journal all are just simply talking about the comeback and he's on the verge. So it's on the verge until they officially declare.
So a couple of things. If you want to know how sober the country is and how detached American politicians are, in California, the crackdown on crime bill, Prop 34, which she says, I'm not even going to tell you what the vote is. These people who are victims of smash and grab, small business owners, those people that don't feel comfortable going out of their house, going to a theater, wherever, stealing their car, whatever it is, they called in California to crack down on crime. I think that says so much about the country.
That Kamala Harris wouldn't admit how she voted.
And it's no big deal, according to Senator Murphy. It's no big deal. It's no big deal. She doesn't want to tell everyone that she's tough on crime. Well, the voters have demanded that the candidate tell them what they will do, as opposed to, I am going to be joyful, I'm going to be happy, and that should be enough. I'm younger, and I'll be different, but I won't do anything different.
Well, there were a bunch of propositions and amendments on the ballot, including a lot of the pot and abortion down in Florida. We're going to talk all about the various other ballot initiatives in a little bit. But let's go to the second leading big story on a big story day, and that is the Republican Party set to flip the Senate as Republican candidates across the country ride Trump's coattails. Let's turn now to Madeline Rivera in Washington with the very latest. And Maddie, you know, the predictions were this would happen, but it could actually be bigger than people thought.
Well, that's the question right now, Steve. So Republicans were highly favored to take back the Senate. That's not necessarily a surprise. Again, the question is how large their majority will be. We're still watching the returns in Pennsylvania, Montana, and Michigan, which are all too close to call at this point. But the stories of the evening were in West Virginia and Ohio, where Republicans flipped 2 seats. This net gain was all they needed to retake the upper chamber. In West Virginia, Republican Jim Justice flipped outgoing Senator Joe Manchin's seat. And in Ohio, Republican businessman Bernie Moreno beat incumbent Senator Sherrod Brown, who was seeking a 4th term.
We talked about wanting a red wave. I think what we have tonight is a red, white, and blue wave. Because what we need in the United States of America is leaders in Washington, D.C. that actually put the interests of American citizens above all else. We're tired of being treated like second-class citizens in our own country.
Republican incumbent Senators Deb Fischer and Josh Hawley won their races in Nebraska and Missouri, respectively. The GOP, though, failed to pick up Maryland, where former Republican Governor Larry Hogan lost to Angela Brooks. Democrats had hoped to stave off losses with victories in Texas and Florida, but Republican incumbent Senators Ted Cruz and Rick Scott defeated their challengers, Congressman Colin Allred and Debbie Mukersel-Powell, respectively.
Here is what Texas promises. Not equality of outcomes, but equality of opportunity. Amen. Not guaranteed success, but a guaranteed chance. Not life without struggle, but a life where struggle has meaning. That is the promise of Texas. That is the American dream.
This is a team win. We won, they lost. God bless you. God bless this great country. And guys, what do we say? Let's get to work.
There will now be a race for majority leader between Senators John Thune, John Cornyn, and Rick Scott. The leadership vote is scheduled for next Wednesday. Lauren, Steve, Ainsley, and Brian.
Okay, so Maddie, that is the Senate. What about the House? It's too close to call right now, right? Who's going to control it?
Yeah, that's exactly it. It is sitting on a knife's edge, and the timing on that, it could take days, potentially even weeks, Steve.
Right, because there are a bunch of House seats out in California.
Speaker Johnson is very optimistic.
Thank you,
Maddie.
Thanks.
So you know what this also says? Besides, we're looking at Brown, Rogers, Sheehy, Hovde, McCormick all up. But you know what it also says? I don't want to toss out the Electoral College. I don't want to pack the Supreme Court. I don't want to get rid of the filibuster. I don't want to just automatically add 2 states. And I watched so many Democrats saying this is the time to do it. You don't see Chuck Schumer anywhere. Now do they want to get rid of the filibuster? If the Republicans have a 55% majority, Trump is going to go, yeah, get rid of it. But Republicans are not going to get rid of it. Let's ask Schumer if he wants to get rid of it now.
Ainsley, there's also another interesting point. Okay, so Brian just laid out all those races in the Senate. The Republicans are in the lead in there. All the pundits said that all those representatives, or the people that were running for the office, needed to distance themselves from Donald Trump. Apparently, the polling was totally wrong about all of those races. And number 2, it looks like the Trump win propelled them in their Senate races as well. So we see why some of the Democrats in the fourth quarter decided that they were going to run ads saying that they were supportive of the former president.
Like Bob Casey, I was moved by a post I saw that I saw on social media, and it was a group that was walking out at the victory party last night, at Trump's victory party. And they were all in a group, and they all just started singing "How Great Thou Art." Because so many Christians, so many evangelicals,
and they showed
so many
up.
Catholics. Right. The abortion issue was a big deal, and they showed up and they were praying. So everyone that I spoke with they were on their knees. They were scared. Well, the direction of this country.
When you think about it, though, Ainsley, so they were thankful because the polls going in showed it was a tie. All the polls showed it was tied. We're going to talk to Tom Bevan from Real Clear Politics in the next segment, and also we got Bernie Moreno, the incoming senator-elect from Ohio. He's going to be with us. But ultimately, it wasn't even close. And we talked a little bit over the last couple of days about polling errors. Every time they get a polling error wrong, and we suggested that if they get one of the swing states wrong with the polling error, they'll get them all wrong because they use the same methodology. And it looks like they got them all wrong.
Here's a novel idea. Stop demonizing half of the country, and then maybe when you call them, they'll give you their true opinion about the candidates. But people aren't going to openly say who they're going to vote for when they've been called racist and associated with Hitler.
Right. I mean, there was a guy kicked out of a gym because he was wearing a Trump T-shirt the other day saying it's triggering. But I would just add this. It's not so much the polls were wrong. I think they colluded to altogether not be wrong or right. In the end, they said they know if they projected Harris win, they're done. So how do they keep their credibility? They all almost agreed to stand in the middle. So it stopped being useful for anyone after a while. And I will say this. I love for the attitude to be Republicans won, but Democrats didn't lose. Nobody lost. Just one party won, but you didn't lose. This all or nothing attitude gets so much hate going to the midterms, to the next cycle, to the next cycle. I would love to see people just say, look, the popular vote went one way, the Senate went one way, it looks like the House is going one way, the guy you say is terrible, the American people feel a different way. So, yeah,
Let's
they
work
won.
together.
You admit it. Work together. And you got one guy who's got 4 years and he's done. If he's going to be historic, this is the time to do it. Someone who doesn't have to worry about his political
Someone
future.
who's going to stand strong against other countries, and he will support America. All right, let's check.
Ultimately, it's the voice of the people, and we have a great way to test that.
So Todd Pyro is at the Family Chill and Grill. It's in Pennsylvania. Hey, Todd.
Good morning to all four of you. The mainstream media told us repeatedly that this was a vibe election. Why don't we tell the mainstream media what the vibe is in here right now? There we go. This place has been packed since 4 a.m. How you feeling this morning?
I feel terrific. This is the best day for America that there ever was. President Trump deserves to be in office, and he will make America great again.
There we go. Let's come over here. What do you make of how big the victory appears to be?
I knew it wasn't even going to be close. I knew he was going to win from the beginning, and I want to say a shout out to all my friends in North Carolina. We took North Carolina and Pennsylvania.
You just gave a shout out to North Carolina. My colleague Carly Shimkus is in North Carolina. We have a huge diner packed today. We're going to be checking in with every single one of them throughout the course of the next 4 hours. Let's go, Pennsylvania! Back to you guys. Back to you.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Todd, because Carly is at a diner at Joey's Pancake House in North Carolina in the Asheville area. Hey, Carly.
Hey, good morning, guys. That's right. Welcome to Joey's Pancake House in Maggie Valley, North Carolina. The swing state of North Carolina has decided, and as you can see, people have turned out in droves to talk about this election, so I want to talk to some of the diners and see how the people are feeling. This is my friend Terry. Terry, how are you feeling about Donald Trump's second victory?
I love it. I love it. I love it.
Woo! And this is Becky. Everybody here knows Becky, right? I've heard a lot about my friend Becky. I heard that she has a lot of thoughts about the election, so what are you thinking?
I'm just tickled to death because I'm telling you, we couldn't have 4 more years of what we've had. There's absolutely no way. Yes. The gas prices, the groceries, I mean, it's been terrible. So now Trump's going to make it great again. Woo!
So Becky thinks Donald Trump's going to make it great again. That's a little bit about what people are saying in Maggie Valley at Joey's Pancake House in North Carolina. I'll send it back to you guys in New York City.
Carly,
what a crowd.
I went to camp in that area. Carly, you have to ask him if Ghost Town still exists. We went as kids.
Not a ghost town there. Everybody showed up. Not
no,
a
it's not.
empty seat in the house.
We've been praying for that area. They were hit hard. All right, now let's check in on a number of key ballot initiatives across the country.
We were talking about this from abortion to the border. Kevin Court joins us right now with a state-by-state look at the top issues decided by the voters. And Kevin, there was a bunch of them.
Yeah, there certainly was. Great to be with you. And what an overnight it has been, and a very festive morning around the country, especially for backers of former and future President Trump. Now, getting to 270, of course, was the question heading into election night. Now, the morning after the election, the question is, will he top 300 in the Electoral College? And it looks like he just might be able to do that. Now, 277, of course, the number at the moment for the former president. And there are still another 35 Electoral College votes on the table. 20 out west between Alaska, Arizona, and Nevada, and another 15 in Michigan. And the former president is, that's right, at this very hour, leading in each and every one of them. So we should have some more results to share later in the day. Maybe not Michigan. We'll have to see if they turn in a result by day's end. Now, there are a number of takeaways I want to share with you from what happened overnight. Number one, in Georgia, Harris was actually down by 8 points from Biden's level back in 2020. And as you know, that made a big difference in this race. The economy is still number one issue for voters across the country. And the president, as in Trump, was seen as the one who had the best chance to make it better for everybody. And in Pennsylvania, Biden won with suburban voters by 10 points in 2020. Harris leading in that same group by just 6. And I want to also share this one. This was interesting to me. when asked about reducing the number of immigrants allowed to seek asylum in the U.S., twice as many favoring the number of immigrants being reduced. So that should tell you something. And it is so interesting to me as we watch all these issues come about. It is really fascinating because all these issues that we talk about in terms of voter initiatives, what's happening in New York or Pennsylvania or Michigan, one thing stands for certain. Americans spoke very loudly with a unified voice. Last night, guys, back to you.
They did indeed. Thank you, Kevin. And down in Florida, where they had legal pot on the ballot, that was defeated, and they had a reproductive rights issue that also, Amendment 4, went down to defeat as well.
Victory for Governor DeSantis.
Yeah,
That's what he went to bat for. And then you have a double-digit win in Florida. We never thought I'd see this in life yet.
Too.
More of the Hispanic vote went to Trump than went to
It's
Harris.
just incredible, all the commentary we heard, Ainsley, after the MGM rally, that new data was coming in, that the Puerto Rican, the Latino vote, the Hispanic vote was going the other direction. Yeah. And we see all these major counties, something else happen.
Also, here in New York, Prop 1, as we've mentioned, it did pass. That was the one we had a guest on that said vote no for this because they labeled it the Equal Rights Amendment.
Right.
But they threw in a bunch of stuff that no one knew about. So when you hear Equal Rights Amendment, you're like, I'm voting for that. I want everyone to have equal rights. But now what that allows is it gives minors the right to have medical procedures without their parents' consent.
It's New York. It's insidious. California voters approved the anti-crime bill, as I mentioned, Prop 36. The voters approved a bill that will now impose jail time for repeated theft and crimes involving fentanyl, steering away from recent progressive policies, the lawlessness that we've seen everywhere, longer jail sentences, and mandatory rehab for repeated drug crimes.
Speaking of California.
And they rejected George Gascon. One of the...
Gone. Pretty substantially. That final was 61.3% to 38.7%. Nathan Hochman is now in. Rory Kennedy backed him up, and the CEO of Netflix, because he's such an embarrassment to the country. George Soros lost huge last night.
Gascon only got 38?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you literally have to vote.
Well, the numbers are still coming in, but we've got the big number. Donald Trump, we are projecting, is the next president of the United States. We're going to talk about the polls with Tom Bevan coming up next right here on Fox and Friends. It is 5:30 here in the East. If you're just waking up, Fox News is projecting that Donald Trump will return to the White House in January after leading on voters' top two issues, among other things, inflation and the border. Fox News voter analysis showing he beat out Harris by 30 points among voters whose top issue was high prices, and 60 points for voters who were most concerned about migration and the border. President and co-founder of RealClearPolitics.com, Tom Bevan, joins us right now. Tom, good morning. Thanks for getting up early with us.
Absolutely. Great to be with you.
You know, the polls all were suggesting that it was just a coin toss, essentially. It wasn't really. It's almost landslide-ish, where it looks like he's going to take, if not all, most of the swing states.
Yeah, and look, that's something that people discuss, this idea of a narrow or sneaky landslide, where, because, you know, if you go back and look, in 2016, Donald Trump won six of the 7 battleground states. In 2020, Joe Biden won 6 of the 7. And so these were all, according to the polls, within, you know, the margin of error. Trump had a little bit of a lead. He had a big lead in Arizona, North Carolina, and Georgia. But those upper Midwest states were all, you know, within a point. And so, you know, we had said over and over again, if the polls underestimate Trump by even a half a point or a point, that he was going to sweep these states, and that's exactly what happened.
Right. I think you're exactly right. I think, once again, just like we saw in 2016, there was kind of a shy Trump voter, and the shy Trump voter made sure that they voted by yesterday. Let's talk a little bit about the balance of power. Currently, Republicans hold the House, and now it looks like the Republicans are going to take over the Senate, and currently it's a slim margin, but it looks like it could actually get bigger.
Yeah, there are, I think, 6 Senate races that are out still, and Republicans lead in 5 of them. They have already netted 2 seats. And so if they are able to hold on to all those leads, it would be a net gain of 7, which is That's at the upper end of what anybody thought was possible.
Right.
Now, some of those leads may not hold. You've got, Sam Brown in Nevada is basically tied. Rogers in Michigan is basically tied. But certainly Tim Sheehy's going to win in Montana. And you might get, Eric Hovde in Wisconsin, for example, has got a lead of about 1.5 points.
Right.
And McCormick has got a lead of about 1 point in Pennsylvania. So, if Republicans, they may well end up with a net gain of 5 Senate seats or so. And again, that's at the, people foresaw that was a possibility, but that is certainly at the upper end. I mean, things really couldn't have gone any better for Republicans in terms of their Senate races.
And you know what? Things really couldn't have gone worse for the Democrats who were running Kamala Harris's campaign. They keep her away from the press. Don't tell us what you stand for. Those are all things that were a problem for her, Tom.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. And again, we talked a lot about abortion and threat to democracy and all that stuff. I mean, the polls were very clear that the economy was the #1 issue. Inflation was the #1 issue. Trump had a lead on both of those issues over Harris. And that's one of the things that people look most fondly back about Trump's reign. Look, every time he asked the question, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? That was a question that voters emphatically answered last night. They were not better off.
Indeed. All right. We're better off anytime you start the day with us, Tom. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. We were just talking about the presidency. We're talking about the House and the Senate. Now we've got some governor's races for you. First up in North Carolina, Josh Stein defeats Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. The state attorney general will take over for the 2-term Democrat Governor Roy Cooper, who was term limited. In New Hampshire, Republican Kelly Ayotte winning her race against Democrat Joyce Craig. Ayotte, a former senator in the Granite State, succeeds Republican Governor Chris Sununu. And Republican Patrick Morrisey easily defeating Steve Williams in the West Virginia governor's race. The state AG succeeds outgoing 2-term Republican Governor Jim Justice, who is now going to be a U.S. Senator. All right. Meanwhile, former President Donald Trump making massive inroads with Hispanic voters. As Fox projects, he will be the 47th president of the United States. That's right. Trump wins.
So former President Donald Trump seeing major gains with Latino voters, including a stunning sweep in Florida's Miami-Dade County, which hasn't gone red in more than 30 years. Meanwhile, Fox News voter analysis revealing Vice President Kamala Harris had less support from Hispanic voters than President Biden did 4 years ago. Abraham Enriquez is the founder of Benvenido USA, and he joins us now. So, Abraham, I mean, when you look at this support, not only with Hispanics, but Donald Trump almost doubled his support amongst black voters, going from 8% to 15%. What message are these voters sending America right now?
Yeah, well, good morning, Lauren. So great to be with you. And tonight, we can proudly say that President Trump won the Latino vote and Kamala Harris won the Latinx vote. And she understood one thing. Democrats found out that Hispanics don't like weak borders. They don't like to be called Latinx, and they love America. And so I believe that President Trump winning 45% of the Hispanic vote sends an alarming message to Democrats, specifically, Lawrence, because we're 32 million eligible Hispanic voters. 1.4 million more Hispanics were eligible to vote this year than even in the 2022 midterms. Democrats cannot afford to lose the Hispanic coalition for future wins. So, I think that President Trump is showing us the blueprint of how to save America and really just grow the coalition within the Republican Party.
So it wasn't just that victory, but when you go to Ohio, Sherrod Brown, he lost. Bernie Moreno, who's going to be one of the first, I think he's the first Colombian immigrant to now represent Ohio in the Senate. This is a first. So it's not just a Donald Trump victory, but you got a new representative going to the Senate.
Yeah, I could be more excited, Lawrence. Look, and also just his story. What does it say about our party that a Colombian-born naturalized citizen is now the elected Republican senator in Ohio? And you look at his story of immigrating to America, and his entire campaign was centered around protecting legal immigration, protecting our border, but also the American dream and how it's slipping away from millions of Americans, specifically Hispanic Americans. And so the fact that now we have 3 elected Hispanic Republican senators should really worry the Democrat Party.
Well, this is a different Republican Party. And I mean, I kind of experience this when I go out there to talk with voters. They say they're voting for Trump, but they're not saying that they're new Republicans. So what is this new formation?
Yeah, well, you and I both know, Lawrence, that the Hispanic vote, we're the most swing vote demographic in the country, meaning every single election cycle, you have got to go out there, you got to have some face time, you have to knock on the doors, you have to make the phone calls to ensure that the community feels heard and represented. And I think for years, the Democrat Party just assumed that if we just continue moving to the left, the Hispanic vote's going to move with us. And even in the 2022 midterm, Lawrence, the Republicans had the best performance in the midterm elections with Hispanics. So President Trump's gains today, they're not new. We've been seeing a shift with the Hispanic vote for the party since 2016. And it's because the party looks and sounds more like the working class American that have been left behind from Democrat policies. So that's what really gets me excited.
Yeah, what a novel idea. The Republican Party started focusing on Hispanic voters, black voters, as they focus on other voters, and they got some great success as a result of that. Enriquez, thanks so much for joining the program.
Thank you, Lawrence.
So, Ainsley, it looks like you got some headlines for us?
I do. Thank you so much, Lawrence. Control of the House is still too close to call. So let's take a look at a handful of the key races this morning. In New York's 4th District, Democrat Laura Gillen declaring victory in a rematch against Long Island Republican Congressman Anthony D'Esposito, whose campaign got bogged down by a lot of controversy. Meanwhile, in New York's 19th Democrat challenger, Josh Riley, is set to flip that House seat in what's being considered an upset over Republican incumbent Mark Malinaro. And to Ohio's 13th district, incumbent Democrat Amelia Skies is leading an extremely close race over Republican Kevin Coughlin. And we have got a cliffhanger in Nebraska's 2nd district. Republican Congressman Don Bacon and Democrat challenger Tony Vargas are running neck and neck, and it could be days before we actually see the final results in that race. Here is a look at where the balance of power sits right now in the House. With the GOP's strong showing in the Senate, we could be on the brink of history, as there has never before been a double flip where one chamber flips in one direction and a new majority emerges in the other. So we will have to see. So how are the voters reacting to Trump's historic comeback? Carly and Todd are asking the swing state voters that made it happen. We'll talk to them coming up.
We are live in Tyrone, Pennsylvania. Obviously, all eyes on Pennsylvania. Sir, when they called Pennsylvania for Trump, what's going through your mind?
Relief, joy, and maybe things will get back to normal. Maybe we can afford whatever we want to buy again instead of $50 a bag for groceries.
There you go. Ma'am, what was your reaction when they called the race overall for... I'll go over here. She turned her back to me. She's mad at me. What was your reaction when they called the race for Trump overall?
Oh, without a doubt, a sense of relief. My grandkids finally have a future.
And we've heard that phrase, grandkids, a lot. You said grandkids before. Why did you think immediately my grandkids are going to be better off because Trump won?
Everyone's grandchildren all over our country will be better because the economy, the parents can afford healthy, good food instead of what the government wants to put into our children's food and call it healthy.
When they called the race for Trump in Pennsylvania, were you like, it's over, he's got this?
Ecstatic. Totally ecstatic. Started cheering in my living room.
Who else cheered in their living room when the results came down? When this young lady walked in originally, I said, clearly you voted for Kamala. And that was a joke. That's a Todd Pyro witty humor. What was your reaction when you heard Trump won?
Again, relief, because there's nobody, in my opinion, that can get things back the way they were 4 years ago as quickly as he can and do it properly.
the vibe, I love using that word, of the people here in Tyrone, Pennsylvania. We got to go now to Carly Shimkus, my esteemed colleague in North Carolina, but I'm very competitive. I want to beat Carly in the cheers department. So Pennsylvania, can we send a message to North Carolina? Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
It's good to see you from afar, my friend Tawny. Oh, we're going to get a USA chant? You want to get a USA chant? You know, it's interesting. I've been talking to some of the diners, and I'm noticing a trend. A lot of people saying that they didn't wake up to come here today. A lot of people just haven't gone to bed yet because they've been watching the returns come in. Who among you has not yet slept yet? So there are some tired people, but also very happy and energized by all the coffee. I want to talk to some of these diners here. This is Rick. He is the GOP chair of Haywood County, the county that we're in right now. Rick, how are you feeling about a second Trump victory?
Elated.
And tell us why. Why do you think he won? Why was he able to get across the finish line, and so soon, too?
A great organization and a mandate from God, and a lot of hard work on the part of people like our volunteers here in Haywood County.
So you think it's God's will and a lot of hard work. This is Mary Jane. Mary Jane, what are some of your thoughts this morning on his victory?
I'm thrilled. I'm so happy. And it's amazing, and I feel the same way Rick does. You know, we're thankful to God for allowing this to happen.
And North Carolina also voted for Donald Trump. Let's sit on over at this table with these lovely ladies. What was the most important issue to you?
The border, crime, the economy, and I think we need to help our military. Strength through, defense through strength. Most of the military can't even meet their recruiting goals except the Marine Corps. So,
and you think that those issues are the ones that want it for Donald Trump? What about you?
Pretty much the same thing. Stronger military is important to me. The border, unborn children's rights. Sometimes we vote for things we're against more than we do things we're for. So.
A whole host of issues. That's so interesting. And aren't you surprised? Are you surprised that it was already called? We already know who the next president is going to be, and we didn't think that was going to happen.
Absolutely, we didn't think so. But we love it. We love everything he stands for, and we're so anxious to have great leadership again.
All right, so that's a little bit of reaction from the fine folks of North Carolina. We're going to be covering the election results all morning long, speaking to these wonderful people and getting reaction when Fox and Friends continues.